go.
We're
Let me
live.
turn.
Uh,
Let me
well,
mute us.
welcome everybody. Nance, don't talk for a second, folks. If he talks, it'll echo. It's annoying. I can't get the headphones on my head to work. It's we're laughing together, but but he's muted, so y'all can't hear it. He's just like dying over here. You can unmute. I don't care about a little echo. I'd prefer to hear your laugh.
Dave yelled at me. No, I'm sad. Now I'm gonna cancel, Dave. Don't talk.
All right. Listen, guys. We're about to start this new podcast. Benjamin's going to be here in a half hour for the first live episode. These episodes might be live now, but they won't be on YouTube after the live stream. And so you get special access to something that won't be available to other people unless they're on Substack later, because that's where the podcast is going to be hosted out of. So with that said, what we're going to do to sort of warm up the pit here, to kind of warm up the audience, kind of get people excited about what's going on, is have Nance, one of my main co-hosts for all the things I've done here at Theory Underground, tell you all why he's excited for this podcast. And he's going to read the article that I published today from the Theory Underground Substack. And I'm going to mute myself so there's not a crazy echo the whole time. And I'm going to eat a quesadilla. So Nance, it's kind of like you get the floor here.
Oh, well, thank you. I love it when I have the floor. So I'll go ahead and I'll read this Substack post and then talk about it, because I am stoked. But I think it might be a little hard to understand why I'm stoked. Because like my position is kind of just like over all this shit. And I very, very decidedly don't care about like the stuff that's going to be talked about. And I think it's partly protective for my own sanity, my own well-being. But I also do kind of believe that it's just like a dead end road and it's all bullshit and it doesn't mean anything to me. So why am I excited about this? So we'll read this Substack post and then talk a little bit before we actually open this motherfucker up. So today, Dave published a piece on Substack titled, "I just found out that Benjamin Studebaker was the co-founder of What's Left podcast. And now we're starting our own called Why Left. Reflecting on the origin of Theory Underground and its serendipitous relation to Benjamin Studebaker." That's right. Benjamin Studebaker was co-host and founder of What's Left podcast with Amy Therese. If you're like me, then you don't have time to be bothered with who is who in the world of podcasts. For me, there are only a few podcasts that exist, and I have barely any knowledge of what actually goes on there. I prefer books and only track down podcast appearances when I want to hear an interview with a specific author. I'm not trying to disparage podcasts at all, though. In fact, I think almost every friend group should have a podcaster in their midst. Podcasts are the synthesis of phone calls and radio. They're awesome. Some people feel like the proliferation of podcasts are a curse, adding to the constant sense of FOMO and TMI. Those people had better just get over it, because FOMO and TMI are mainly due to a failure to develop basic media literacy and basic value prioritization. But that's another topic. What I want to focus on right now is this news about the early days of What's Left. And I want to do so for people who are, like me, out of the loop. Some of you don't know about What's Left. I'm curious to know if anyone from my network actually does know about it. I've said it before that we have a lot of Why Theory fans, but not a lot of people who used to listen to What's Left. But for anyone who was listening to both 5 years ago, to you will make a lot more sense. What was What's Left? Unlike Why Theory with Todd McGowan and Ryan Angley, What's Left's focus was a scathing materialist critique of the political scene and of especially what calls itself left in the United States. Amy Therese was the memester outsider from Australia with charisma and a delightful death drive, hellbound on exposing the hypocrisies of those Democratic candidates and pundits who were working to undermine the Bernie campaign. Benjamin Studebaker's role on the podcast was the voice of reason and theory. He would talk her back to earth or roll out a history lesson to help contextualize things. To hear what their dynamic was like from before they started What's Left, you can listen to this ancient episode of Dead Pundit Society when Amy and Adam, the co-hosts, had Benjamin on. There's a killer bit in this episode about materialist versus idealist theories of racism. Eventually, Benjamin and Amy parted ways with seemingly no hard feelings. They simply had changed in ways too substantial after Super Tuesday in 2020. If not for Benjamin leaving when he did, I would have discovered him shortly thereafter, which would have changed everything. So I guess I'm grateful everything worked out the way it did. How did What's Left become relevant to me? When I had given up on politics and activism in 2020, I checked out post-left content and felt like it was lacking. I went to it ready to learn, expecting that it would be a quality alternative or antidote to the problems I had experienced trying to organize a working class movement for the left. It was disappointing. Both the What's Left and Red Scare podcasts, having monopolized the term post-left, was enough for me to avoid that label. Not because I lack a feeling of kinship with others who have been through similar things, and not because I think talking to people who are excluded from left-only discourses is unimportant. No, the issue was the lack of rigor concerning fundamental problems, questions, and concepts. Those podcasts are and were ultimately political entertainment. What I saw were people becoming captured by their audiences. I saw people that were made slaves to the duopolistic media machine. So it's not the left, then it must be the right. We must become anti-left. I saw that the implicit theory of social change Amy was operating under was still the old model of smug influencers who make examples of others by shaming and ridiculing. Now, some of that might be necessary. I admit to a great deal of jouissance seeing Amy trigger or dunk on the leftoids. If you don't find these kinds of tweets fun, you simply didn't spend enough time doing politics before you burnt out, or you never burnt out, which I would argue means you never tried to do politics. But can we resist the worst tendencies of the attention economy? Are there ways to counter those tendencies while still harnessing other aspects of the medium? These questions grew out of me because I had already felt myself becoming overly influenced by my relatively small audience at Theory Plebe. Those tendencies were something I felt long before I had the theory to conceptualize them. What tendencies, you ask? Perhaps there is no better summary of the issue at stake than Studebaker's call out of Vosh over the weekend at TUCon. Vosh, whose real name is Ian Kaczynski, operates an enormously popular YouTube channel that thrives on controversy and agonism. Vosh continuously polices the discourse for his customers, telling them what's cool and what's not cool, who is okay and who is not. What he really sells is smugness and contempt. The further he goes with this routine, the more he is utterly dominated by it. He has completely lost the ability to think for himself. He is constantly seeking to have the right line on every bit of political and cultural minutia the algorithm commands him to discuss. He cannot choose his own topics or even take his own positions on the topics he discusses. He is a slave of the market, of the audience, of the algorithm. This is why, especially between 2018 and 2019, I felt a war occurring between my desire to contribute positively to the simulacrum of a movement and my intellectual moral integrity. This had less to do with the fact that the movement wasn't going anywhere and more to do with me becoming rewired by the medium. How perfect that Studebaker used Vosh as his example, considering the fact that I was there at the dawn of Vosh's channel. I was watching Vosh before he had 20K subscribers. He now has 438 or 483K. I could see the trajectory Vosh and I were on. I knew that I would have to do what I would have to do to be more successful in that scene. I pray endless thank yous to a non existent God for saving me from the algorithmic capture of the dead left, with all due respect to both. Origins of Theory Underground. As early as 2019, I was realizing my own implicit theory of social change was a product of the cultural duopoly combined with residue of assumptions belonging to the old media model: Overton window, influencership, consensus, etc. I was a bread tuber, making left content during the Bernie era. Influencership is a natural way of playing a non-passive, Baudrillard would say pseudo-active, role in the medium. But such pseudo-activity destroys the conditions of genuine thinking, which is why Benjamin Studebaker went on to say, there is perhaps no one today who is less free. Even wage laborers in desperately poor circumstances have more freedom to think for themselves than Vosh does. That is exactly why I chose a slow growth approach to my project, choosing to work at Amazon rather than depend on Patreon. In those early days, after closing down the Theory Plea Patreon, I wished that there was a place where I could go to meet others who were not simply interested in seeing one of the two sides dunk on the other. A place where people were committed to tackling fundamental problems, questions, and concepts in an attempt to understand the situation. I wanted something like a post-left university to emerge from the underground, like Platypus, but not just from the standpoint of the old left trying to sublate every left tendency. This is absolutely essential work that must be done, but dialectics does not only apply within Marxism, socialism, anarchism, social democracy, communism. Dialectics would also work through thinkers who never shared any of these assumptions or goals of those movements. I wanted a place where all that gets included alongside Heidegger, Lacan, Bourdieu, Baudrillard, Levinas, Burnham, Ehrenreich, Arendt, the ancients, and so many more heavyweights who absolutely must be worked through in order to come to an updated understanding of our situation. To that end, and in the interest of a secure founding, the first course at Theory Underground was one guaranteed to not attract many people at all. We deliberately chose an obscure author, not good for SEO at all, the topic for which was equally alien to the current scene. As interested as people are to talk about the corruption of the university system, there's little interest in fleshing out ideals against which to measure actually existing institutions. That's why we chose The Idea of the University by Karl Jaspers. The idea is, in short, a community of truth seekers trying to approximate universal truth across their differences in field-specific and experiential existential standpoints and backgrounds. Karl Jaspers is keen on the fact that both politics and business work against the idea of the university, often from opposed sides. A professor or admin might be well aware of the ways that politics foil the genuine striving for truth, while never being critical of the coercive influence of business. More often, though, it is assumed that truth is generally left, or in other words, liberal, progressive, or socialist, and that the only real issue is business neoliberalizing the institution. Platypus-affiliated society inspired me a great deal, though, as Catrone pointed out in one of his first interviews with me at Theory Underground, they don't tend to focus on the French side of theory. He framed it as though Theory Underground is the French theory side, whereas Platypus is the German theory side. I think this is a natural conclusion from a quick look at our early catalog, if not paying attention to the important role of Jaspers, Burnham, and Ehrenreich, who are German or American. But yes, with that said, Theory Underground is where you go for some Lacan, Levinas, Bourdieu, Deleuze, and Baudrillard. From my standpoint, though, the goal of Theory Underground has always been a non-dogmatic and non-sectarian approach to understanding the situation. One that would not steer clear of a thinker because, yep.
One sec, this might cause a problem. I'm about to undo the aux cord. One sec.
Oh, no.
Hello?
Yo.
Oh shit, I can hear you now. Okay, good.
Sick. Are we going?
Yeah, we're going. Okay, you can keep reading. I just want to interject that I can't believe I left Marx and Heidegger out of the list of German thinkers who are foundational to TU, considering that they're 2/3 of my most important thinkers. But, let's keep going.
Heidegger, Levinas, and Marx. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, that I think it's like it's so close to you. You always assume it's always already there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly what happened.
Bing bong, bing bong.
Bing.
As
Okay.
anyone who
I'll eat these quesadillas and shut up. Take it away. Yeah.
Okay. As anyone who took the course I taught on Being in Time will be able to tell you, I think Heidegger bracketing out or deconstructing most of the operating assumptions of both liberalism and socialism while trying to reconceptualize the human situation is an essential aspect of what makes his work valuable to us still to this day. Though Platypus, with its slogan, "The left is dead, long live the left," drew me in, and I took a ton of inspiration from the organizational feat it has become, my main concern was that it was not dialectical enough. Contradictions do not just exist within the left. If the left is dead, then the contradictions that must be worked through in order to understand our moment would not only be within the left. Benedict Cryptofash was someone I was paying attention to at that time. He argued that to be like Marx today meant being anti-left. Chris Catrone at the Platypus Affiliated Society came close to agreeing, though he will say that Marxism is a critique of socialism from the left. Cryptofash, before becoming the author of the anti-leftist Marx Substack, had first been a reply guy in the What's Left community. I wanted to see Catrone and Cryptofash talk through their different perspectives on Marx and the left. I wasn't able to make it happen because Cryptofash wanted to maintain anonymity, so I brought Catrone on for a contradiction conversation wherein I tried to represent what I took to be the Cryptofash position. This was the beginning of what became an epic series of conversations with Chris Catrone, culminating in the course he is currently teaching at Theory Underground called Introduction to Marxism. Thinking through the contradiction between Cryptofash and What's Left and Platypus helped me figure out what it was I was seeking. An institution for working class intellectuals who are more interested in understanding the contradictions that constitute our reality than simply the correct definition and history of the term left, or trying to understand only the contradictions that happened within it. As I said in my critique of Cryptofash, and by extension What's Left, Marx did not only rail against the left as the nice face of capitalism. The real task Marx set himself to was a ruthless critique of everything and existence, done from the shoulders of giants in the French, British, and German philosophical traditions. This thinking inside out, or immanent critique, of all the most current, formative, or fertile theories, if done today, would look very different from Marx's time. Marx, if born today, would not just read what is on the platypus syllabuses, octopuses, octopi, would not just read what is on the platypus syllabuses. He would also read Nietzsche, Heidegger, Levinas, Lacan, Lyotard, Baudrillard, et al., and run the contemporary debates and assessments of the situation through the nexus created by these powerhouses being put in dialogue with each other. It ends on a W, but I'm assuming it's with each other. Too many Marxists want to act like that stuff is all just idealist claptrap. They haven't set themselves the task of tarrying with the failures of the left, many of the most crucial being based in representation and its complications given the new media environment that forever changed the coordinates of social change. In the same way that Platypus only looks within the left, Amy Therese, after severing ties with Benjamin Studebaker, was only focused on positions and relationships happening outside of the left. In both cases, though, left still functions as the master signifier, the thing that orients and quilts the entire constellation of their thinking, discourses, and options. The genuinely critical thing would be to suspend the signifier left while deconstructing its signified, which is itself only intelligible in relation to others, or the left, necessarily bases itself in opposition to a scapegoated right, or otherwise takes up a resolute stance in one or more of the following mutually exclusive binary terms: past versus future, hierarchy versus equality, order versus chaos, liberty versus subjugation, democracy versus authority at all. An entire presuppositional framework from the early days of capitalism must be deconstructed, as CryptoFash started to do in the early days of his Substack, while at the same time the cultural left-right framework of the late 20th century also needs a serious deconstruction. That's something I've been working at since 2020. It's something Theory Underground was founded to do. It's why my first book had critical media theory and culture war in the subtitle, along with the term timenergy, which is what ultimately gets us to the stakes of the current situation. The current situation is that of the PCFM, or post-class fractured mass, something that cannot be understood or organized without serious time spent doing the work we have been engaged with at Theory Underground for the last year and a half of critical media theory, professional managerial critique, and time energy theory. In summary, Theory Underground comes out of a response to something that was seen as lacking in the underground theory scene, because at the time that I needed a place to go for the kind of research referenced above, I had nowhere to go. What's Left and Platypus were the closest things I could find besides entities I had already tried out, such as the New Center, or supposedly new ideologies that diagnose our situation, such as Alexander Dugin or metamodernism. But for some reason, Platypus and What's Left had a bigger impact on me during the initial stage of my burnout. This is why it's crazy to discover that Studebaker was the co-founder of What's Left podcast. Over the last year of getting to know him, I've always come away impressed. Now that everyone got to hear his keynote at TUCon on day 3, I think everyone feels that way. As my wife Anne said to me a couple days after TUCon, I already knew Benjamin was a thoughtful, rigorous, and charismatic guy, but I had no idea his politics are as close to our own. Close is an important word here. Benjamin and I have at least one essential contradiction between our perspectives so far, and it is ultimately the one he would have to work through with Amy if they could have worked through their contradictions on What's Left at the time that she was becoming anti-left. There's almost nothing more offensive to say to a leftist than Democrats are the left, and all your disavowal does is provide their Antifa shock troops with some kind of fantasy that they are something other than puppets for the actually existing American left. That is basically the position that Amy and CryptoFash had taken by the time I was checking out their stuff. And that is very close to the position I have held since that time, although for different reasons. In close, Theory Underground exists as a response to a demand created by a lack of something I was looking for when I was first drawn to Platypus and What's Left. If Benjamin Studebaker had still been on What's Left when I checked it out, chances are there would be no Theory Underground today, and I would have instead become a deeply invested listener, hanging on to their every word as they worked through that contradiction. Instead, I've spent the last 4 years base building for the foundation of something that will hopefully allow that contradiction to work itself out, not just between Benjamin and I, but within and between all of us. You can check out Benjamin and I talking about this today on a live stream that will launch our new podcast called Why Left, linked below. Fire, Benjamin.
Yo.
Dude, see you.
Hey,
Welcome
yeah,
to
this
the.
is exciting. I'm excited to do this.
It's great to have you.
Dude, Benjamin, I'm excited too. And Dave and I were just like, when you weren't talking to Dave, I was talking to Dave, and we were just like geeking out and stoked and stuff. And I'm really excited about this. And I like I'm post politics, post political, whatever that means, right? Birds aren't real, neither are politics. And it doesn't make sense for me to be excited about this, at least like outside looking in. But the reason I'm excited about this is the point that Dave brought up in this piece that I just read, and kind of the stuff that's come up in the conversations that have gone on that haven't been live on YouTube. And it's this like you don't have to be anti-left just because you have problems with left as such. Like, you don't have to then take up this anti-left position. And I don't think anyone else is really doing that. Like, the whole post-left thing did kind of just like fizzle out. Because it became, I don't know, like a weird excuse to be just like a dick, and become a bully and shit on people, and not really do anything constructive, but just like, well, let's just sit around and talk shit and be assholes, and kind of stoke the reactionary fires on both sides, in quotes, of the issue. Like, it never appealed to me. It grosses me out. It turns me off. But I'm excited because I know the tension that's being opened up and held by the two of you having these conversations. I think it will be productive. I think it will be generative for a lot of young people and a lot of not so young people alike, who are like questioning, like, what the fuck is going on? I believe in emancipation. I believe in a human future. I believe in, liberty and the individual and community. And I believe in all these things. Why do I not see myself represented in any, broad political program or project? So it excites me. You're exciting me about politics again. And thank you for that, Benjamin.
Well, I have to thank Toucan for exciting me about politics to the point where I think there's a point to doing this. I stopped doing What's Left because I thought there had ceased to be a point to it. I had friends on two sides. I had people like Nathan Robinson, who I've debated on the 2020 election, who said we just have to be for Biden. We have to be supporting the Democrats. It's the only move. And then I had friends like Amy Therese, who said that we have to reject the left as a signifier, and that involves taking up the right. And it seemed to me that the people I was speaking to went in those two directions, and the set of people that I could talk to contracted to just about nothing. And the Bernie campaign fell apart. The DSA turned into something I couldn't even imagine myself trying to positively influence. And so I felt like politically I was speaking to nobody. So I went into a long period of writing and doing other things. But coming to Toucan, I went, wait a minute, there are still people who have politics that's pretty close to my politics. And maybe there's, just as when I started with What's Left, the thought was maybe there are more people who think this way than are expressing it. Maybe that's true now in a different way. And maybe instead of trying to get people to support Bernie or to have the right kind of politics in the DSA, it can be about trying to help people just think, just do theory and think about stuff with a view to eventually maybe acting if we find something good to do. But first, I think we have to get out of not thinking and taking sides, especially in wars, in emerging global conflicts between, say, the United States and China. This side taking and the posting of the flags in the profile. We are not going to avoid major conflicts if people are side taking in foreign policy disputes. We have to be looking for a way to overcome those tensions if we're going to have some kind of big supranational project. But anyway, it's very exciting to do this. I'm looking forward to it.
Nance, thanks for warming it up in the live audience. I think we have over 30 people now watching this live, which is only big for this side of the internet. Where we don't do this kind of content that we're starting to do today. So, it's big in the world of theory, not big in the world of politics. This podcast is going to be a bridge between those two worlds. How will we do it without me losing my soul and going crazy? Well, I've got my Aristotelian virtuous friend present and accounted for. He's going to help keep me out of the dumps that Nance was constitutionally incapable of keeping me out of, because we would just negative spiral together. Obviously, Nance is still here. He's not fired. He and I will continue to do M-Stews together. We'll continue to do all kinds of shit together. But yeah, no, Why Left? It's a new thing. And we'll be right back after this little commercial break with our first guest And we'll explain who the guest is and why they are here joining us today when we come back right after this. So thank you everybody for listening. Make sure to smash the like button. You know the things. Do them. Do what you're supposed to do. God damn it. Just do it. Okay. All right. Love you guys. Be right back. All right. Peace.
We cannot do direct revolution, but the only way to lay the foundation for it is to do what you are doing to move the underground. It's a theoretically correct title.
Welcome to Theory Underground, a place for workers with earbuds who are tired of letting others read and think on their behalf, slipstreaming our way into an understanding of a situation that short-circuits the deadlocks of our moment.
Research at Theory Underground focuses on what is most important for understanding our current situation: theory of the subject, capital, time-energy theory, critical media theory, CMT, and the most essential critiques necessary for understanding why the theory, ideology, and common sense of influencers left to right misses the mark.
Theory Underground is coming to a city near you. What that has meant in the last year is traveling across the United States, into Canada, and then all over Europe to promote our books, courses, and ideas related to time energy and underground theory. You've been reading Underground Theory.
I'm a publisher and an editor. I run and review books. Literally, it's my living. This is the best edited collection I've ever read.
Okay, picture this scene. America, early 2021. An Amazon warehouse worker arises from the emerging underground theory internet scene to create spaces for untimely topics and concerns that are too often neglected or kept in isolation today. Joined by a revolving cast of underground theorists, academics, and critics, he establishes what will become Theory Underground, a teaching, research, and publishing platform by and for working-class intellectuals, autodidacts, and academics who want to do more than they're able to do within the confines of academia. That warehouse worker's name is David McKerracher, and his book Time Energy is his first major contribution to the world of theory. It was recently reprinted with a foreword by none other than Slavoj Žižek, who also contributed to Theory Underground's latest book.
My Bible, it's an excellent book.
A collection of essays called Underground Theory.
What you just heard is an excerpt from the Strange Exiles podcast, episode 23, where Bram from Strange Exiles interviewed me and Mikey. For those who don't know, Mikey is the author of the Dangerous Maybe blog. We are publishing one of his books here shortly at Theory Underground. He's also a lecturer at Theory Underground, and he's someone I've been friends and a collaborator with for over 10 years. But most importantly for you all, he's a fantastic lecturer, and it's a crime that he has to do wage labor right now. One of the long-term goals of Theory Underground has been now for a couple of years to hashtag free Mikey. That is something that I've been really pushing, but first I had to get freed from wage labor, which was achieved this year. That's right. Thanks to my monthly seminar subscribers, I was able to quit Amazon and do Theory Underground full time. Now I'm announcing the next big phase of the plan, which is the Mikey Down seminar. What monthly subscribers to the Mikey seminar are paying for is a survey of philosophy, including deep dives into Zizek, Land, Lacan, Baudrillard, Bataille, Lyotard, and ultimately the whole history of philosophy.
We're trying to build like this ongoing seminar, right? And that's what I really like about this thing, where, you know, if I'm teaching a main text, that's something I got to focus on. I got to really, but the seminar thing, we can do this stuff all the time, where we dive deeper into concepts, we dive deeper into certain, you know, sections of books or whatever, and we can really do this nuanced stuff.
I think that there's probably no better way for us to accelerate our learning in these areas than by slipstreaming Mikey. And that has been my belief for years and years and years now. It's official. You're able to help out. You're able to get involved. You're able to benefit directly from liberating him from wage labor. Get on it right now. Do it. Just go. Stop what you're doing. Go click the button, subscribe. This is what you do. Subscribe to him. If you're already signed up for the ongoing Theory Underground seminars, then that's the ones that I do with my wife, Anne. Though that's getting an upgrade, which means that I will be doing one session per month that is just me, and then I will also be doing the ones with Anne, which are a crash course in sociology, anthropology, the social sciences, and ultimately Marx, Heidegger, Levinas, Bourdieu, imminently critiquing pop psychology, sociology, self-help, and ultimately the doxa of our time. But if you would like to be a subscriber to both Mikey's seminar and the seminar that the Snellgrove McKerrachers are doing, then the best way is to become a Tier 4 subscriber, or you can be a Tier 2 subscriber to each of us. The reason this matters is because Tier 2 is like pretty much the best bang for your buck. It gives you huge discounts on all of the courses that we do. But if you can't afford it, Tier 4 is amazing because it gives you Tier 3 access at both Mikey's seminar and ours.
And finally, not everybody has time to be part of these ongoing research seminars, and they just want to fund the paid content for the YouTube and podcast. And so thank you so much to our patrons over at Patreon. They're the ones funding all the free stuff. So big thank you to Bert, Marilyn, Carl, Sahil, Zozandra, Nikolai, Darian, Tyler, and Mandeep, and all the other wonderful patron people. Patreon people. And thank you to all the other wonderful Patreon people. Thank you so much to all of you patrons, and also to the special subscribers and the paying subscribers. Oh my god, it's just so awkward. Thank you, patrons. Thank you. Oh, okay. And to all the other wonderful patrons, thank you so much, all you patrons. And also a special thanks to the subscribers on the YouTube side, as well as the paying subscribers over at Substack. Why can't we do this? Fuck. You guys, just thank you. Thank you, everyone, for making this bullshit possible. Thank you to the subscribers. You do it. You did so good.
Hi, I'm Benjamin Studebaker.
Oh, wait, hold on.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. Let me hit the record. We're live,
right.
but we're not recording. Yeah, okay. We've got quite the
we'll
chat.
try it again.
I'm going to engage with the chat here before we start recording. I just wanted to say we've got a lot of familiar faces or avatars in the chat. I see Matthew Stanley. I see Nance. I see Michael Downs. I see a lot of awesome people. Oh, there's Kier. Great to see you. All right. Well, I'm going to go ahead and click record in 3, 2, 1.
Hi, I'm Benjamin Studebaker.
And this is David McKerracher with Why Left.
So today on Why Left, which is a new show, a kind of reconstitution, but with new features of a podcast I used to do called What's Left, we are going to interview members of Dave's family. Dave McKerracher is known to some of you as the Theory Underground guy, perhaps Theory Plebe from back in the day. He's done a variety of different kinds of projects. And in talking to him and interacting with him, I was persuaded to take this kind of thing up again. It's something I've not done for about half a decade now, talking about contemporary politics regularly on a podcast. So Dave, why don't you introduce your father and let's get going.
Thanks, Benjamin. So I want to say a couple of things before I introduce him. Everyone in the chat's like, oh my God, it's Dave's dad. Whoa. Yeah. So that's right. People listening to this on podcasts in the future, we are doing this live, though you will not be able to find it after the fact unless you have the special link or subscribe through the Substack where we have this podcast hosted. But the thing I want to say in introduction to my dad is that in the reconstitution of this sort of podcasting thing, or my intervention into it, or Benjamin getting back into it, or whatever, there was a lot of thought that went into the kind of approach that we want to take. Neither of us are Democrats. Neither of us are Republicans. And I'm not a leftist, and Benjamin still is. And so that opens a weird sort of space, and it's a very, very online space. And so that's why I wanted to start out with my favorite Trump voter. I say it that way because he's not like an enthusiast, but he is a Trump voter. And then after that, we're going to go to the would have been Biden voter, now turned Harris voter, because my family is split. I have on the one side people who have historically voted Republican, and on the other side, people who have historically voted Democratic. And my soul is torn in these directions, but also repulsed by both. And I think there's a lot of agreement across the board, and people will be surprised how much there actually is. And anyway, all right, that's all I pretty much wanted to say about the context that Dad's coming in on here. His real name is Kerry McKerracher. He is first generation immigrant in the United States, moved here from Canada a long time ago, and he started his own business. He's lived the American dream in a lot of ways, and right now he's coming to us from a farm in the middle of nowhere, North Idaho, where I grew up. Welcome to the show, Dad. How you doing?
I'm doing very well, thank you. Appreciate that introduction.
Yeah, it's great to have you. So we're going to start out with some very, very basic questions, and maybe we'll never even go beyond that. The first question is just, who are you voting for and why?
Well, as you said, I'm going to vote for Donald Trump. I think that I have enough of a suspicion and cynicism against all politicians to really appreciate the fact that Donald Trump is not a politician. He's starting to become one more and more all the time as he understands how Washington works, which is going to be a good thing because he was caught flat-footed when he was elected in last time. And he ended up hiring a lot of people that I think that he regrets. But I think he has a much better chance now to do the what's against all politicians. I don't know if anybody's been keeping score, but the Republicans were as mad at him last time as the Democrats were. Like he had nobody backing him up practically. But I think that this is something positive in my eyes.
And the election is next week. That's why we were in kind of a hurry to bring you on now, because there's a lot. I mean, for the last several months, every time I poked my head into the world of politics, all I could see was, oh, look, everybody's saying the polls say this or the polls say that. And now we're here. We're a week away. I'm curious what you both think is going to happen.
I think it's a very tight race. I think all of the statistical indicators that we have show it to be more or less a coin toss, maybe a very, very slight lead for Trump, but very slight. I would not at all try to make a big sweeping claim about what's going to happen. I think probably in terms of states, a lot hinges on North Carolina. If North Carolina goes for Harris, I don't think the Republicans can win. But if North Carolina goes red, then it just takes one of either Pennsylvania or Michigan. And I think that is probably what it will come down to. But we'll have to see. It's very, very tight. Every indicator says it's tight.
What do you think, Dad?
I'm certainly no prognosticator either, but the fact is, I just read recently that Kamala Harris, for example, has withdrawn a $2 million ad buy out of North Carolina, and she's basically just pulling out of there. And to me, that sounds like a desperation move. Like she's giving up on that and going to focus on other areas. But I don't think it's razor thin. It's razor thin when you look nationwide, but certainly in the what they call the swing states. I think that he has a percentage that's typically higher than what we call the Democrat cheat factor. I'm sorry, was that inflammatory? I didn't mean it to be. It's historical. It's been going on for 100 years, and we expect it, so it's fine.
So the questions that we have here are pretty standard, like survey questions, and that's because we're kind of treating this a little bit like a sociological survey or a political science kind of poll that we're going to use for real people in our actual lives, just starting out, and then eventually we hope to bring you guys back over time. You know, you were saying before we were recording that this show already has a little bit of a man on the street vibe to it. Could you expand on what that is for people who have no idea?
Back in the day, you know, long before computers and all of that, when people actually trusted the media, a journalist or reporter with a hat and a little tag in his brim that said he was a newsman, he'd be out in the street and he'd actually just walk up to people and he'd talk about like some special issue that was big that day, and just ask them, well, how do you feel about that? And you know, ostensibly, he'd get a number of opinions, and he would air a good smattering of them to give people, the public, the idea of how people are thinking about it. I'm a bit more of a cynic now. I'm not sure how much of that was orchestrated or not, and how much of it ended up on the cutting room floor. I don't know. Like I said, I'm a cynic.
At what point did you become so cynical?
I was raised non-political. As a Western Canadian, there is no such thing as politics, because I'll tell you what, none of the Alberta votes ever counts in Ontario politics, or what they call national politics. But I remember very clearly, I was about 20, so that was 48 years ago, by the way. But I started work for a company. It was an international company, construction, road crews, actually, building bridges. It was union, the only union job I ever had. And I was there for 90 days. And then this guy showed up on our work site with a white hard hat and a business suit, and he wanted to talk to me. And he came up, I was getting $5.60 an hour. And he came up to me and put his arm around me, and he showed me what they were going after in the next contract. And with it, I would get $10.50 an hour. I looked at that, and I looked at him, and I said, won't that eventually double the price of sugar? Like, I don't know even where that came from. But I tell you, I was not a political, I was not a conservative or a liberal. I didn't think too hard about anything except having a beer, maybe. Seriously. I think that shows, to me, that was just common sense. But, and in high school, which I don't have any post-secondary education other than tech school, they certainly didn't teach economics. So I don't even know where that came from. But
yeah, it's interesting that became so much a part of your common sense in Alberta, of all places. But I mean, we're in Idaho. I'm in South Idaho. You're in North Idaho, and it's similar in a sense here, right? In the like, it's I guess it's more political than where you grew up, but our vote doesn't count in Idaho. Like, it doesn't. Nothing Benjamin just said about his predictions was hinging on the direction that Idaho's going to go, right? It doesn't seem like that's so. I mean, I guess that's my question is, why even vote, right? The title of this episode is, in part, why vote? Because we're a week away. We're in a state where it shouldn't even matter in a sort of sense.
Well, let me address it this way. The fact is, when I first moved here, I was still basically non-political, okay? But I wasn't here very long before I started paying attention to things. I had to take a civics course in order to get my American citizenship. And that included an interview by an INS agent, and everything else had to be approved. And like, it was a real process. In fact, you know how broke I've been all my life. It cost me $1,500, and that was without hiring an immigration attorney, which would have smoothed the process, but would have cost me a lot more money. Anyway, the bottom line is I did it right. And why did I do it? I could have lived here forever with just what they call a green card, although I don't know what that means. I had resident alien status. I could work here, I could live here, I could do everything but vote. And so the only thing I got out of it was to be able to vote. But I was excited to join what was called the American experiment. That's what they used to call it. I don't know if that's still a thing or not. But seriously, I happen to be a history buff, and I had done some reading, and the other side wants to denigrate us for always talking about the American dream, or how we American exceptionalism, for example. It's not that we're better than anybody in the planet, but every nation in the world had a king, a queen, an emperor, whatever, except, that's the word, except America. We are each sovereign citizens. Imbued in American citizen is a sovereignty that within ourselves that we are the bottom line. We are the ones that make the actual things happen. Now that was a long answer, and I'm sorry about the rabbit trails.
No, it's good.
The bottom line is I just knew so many people that could vote and didn't care, but I cared because I thought it was real. Like, this is when I was living in California, and my vote was just as much wasted there as here, right? If you're going to go that path. But don't forget, it's all the downvote things. It's all the down ballot things. The name at the top is not the bottom line here. Everything else has a lot to do with, right down to dog catcher. Like, that's an exaggeration, but like school superintendent, that's huge. And I think that we often forget that as we make these discussions.
So when you were a young man in Canada, why did the Alberta provincial elections not have the same weight for you? What was different about the Idaho elections versus Alberta?
Well, that I really appreciate that question. You see, because most even Americans don't understand this, and certainly there's not one Canadian I've ever met that could. It's all about the Electoral College. It is so extremely valuable. In Canada, as the polls closed at 8 o'clock, as it goes, this is such an immense land, right? At 8 o'clock, as it hits coming across the country, by the time it got to Alberta, they'd already counted all the Quebec and Ontario votes and settled every national question before they counted our votes, every time, practically. And so, you sort of you get lazy, you don't care because you're not going to be counted anyway. Now, Idaho, I think, what do we have? 6 electoral college votes. Maybe that'll change to 15 once we get Greater Oregon going. We get a whole bunch of counties from Oregon and California moving in. That's what they want to do. But even still, that's why Western Canadians are so apolitical. Idahoans, there's just really lazy voters here too, because they look at the top of the ticket. But the vote for governor is incredibly important, especially the primary, frankly, because the Democrat is probably not going to win. So the primary becomes extremely important. And so being conscious and aware of those type of votes is very important, I think.
Mm-hmm. So it sounds like you got into politics because you wanted to be a part of the American experiment, in which being represented by government via the vote is said to matter. I frame it that way because it's a big question mark for me about whether it does matter, but at least at the level of your symbolic identity, it of course matters. Is there any other reason? Are there any other reasons that you got into politics?
Well, yes, there's several, and I'm not sure if these will carry through well. But the fact is, as you're probably aware, I have quite a number of children, and I'm probably going to end up with a pile of grandchildren. And I care about what's going to be happening in the country that they live in. Mm-hmm. Now, people go, "Oh, well, what's one crummy vote?" Well, the fact is, last election, for example, it hinged on just a few thousand. That's not very many in a country of, what are we, 350,000 people now or something? You know, it does. There was some elections where it came down to a couple of hundred. And, you know, and then people kicking themselves, oh, gee, I should have voted. Well, no, yeah, vote when you get a chance. Vote. It's worth it.
And I think,
remember when Saddam Hussein first fell and they had their first election and people had to elect it with their thumbprint dipped in blue ink and then stuck on a ballot. And then they were very proud of that thumb because they were painted black. Big deal. What's one other vote, right? Yeah, well, they had to crawl behind concrete bunkers in order to go and vote because they were being shot at for doing it. That's the passion that they had to vote. I think it's more important than what people make it.
So for you, there's a very clear difference between the two parties, right? If the other party were to win, that would make a big difference.
Absolutely. Now, I don't want you to misunderstand me. And this isn't original with me either, but the fact is, I don't think the Republicans are the answers to all our problems. But I think the Democrats are basically the cause of most of our problems. Bottom line.
And what would you take our major problems to be?
Well, of course, since I'm an immigrant who did it right, illegal immigration is really important to me because I know that in places like Guatemala and Nicaragua and Mexico, there are people who are taking years and saving up and doing it right, and they're not cutting through and cheating the process, and they're doing it right. And I welcome them with open arms. They'll become wonderful, great Americans. They were motivated to come here for better reasons, I think. I just think that was my position, and that's a big reason why I came here was for the opportunity.
we always joke about how I was the McKerracher family anchor baby, but it is a joke, and it's not your joke. No, you and Mom don't make that joke. It's always been like my joke because, of course, it's not an anchor baby thing. You did actually go through the process to get the citizenship, but I was the first one born here, and that was in the Bay Area. And before I was born, before I was conceived, how to say this? I mean, you made a decision, and you were going through a life change, and you decided, and then you decided to have children again, right? And those things that led up to that, my conception and that whole new chapter of your life, we could say that was a religious thing, but it also seems political. And I want to know a little bit about what the politics in the Bay Area did for you or to you, or what was your relation to, we'll say, Bay Area liberalism, and what was and how did religion factor in for you?
Well, I was an appliance repairman, right? So I made my living going into people's homes, 8 or 10 a day, and I was always, garrulous. I don't even know how to pronounce that word, but enough to be able to engage in conversation with my customers. And, we always had great conversations. I had wonderful people that would, they had huge houses, mansions. This was Marin County, California. At the time, if not the wealthiest county in America, it was one of them. And a lot of people had big mansions and stuff like that, and a lot of appliances. So, I was going there regularly. But I remember one time in particular, right after I got my citizenship, and just being the dumb Canadian, or at least acting like it so that I could draw out a conversation. I said, well, I don't really get it. This whole thing about Democrat, Republican, we didn't have that in Canada. All we had was Liberal Party A and Liberal Party B, called the Conservatives. So it's really meaningless. And so I remember this lady, I knew her well, and she says, oh, don't worry about it. Just remember that the Democrats represent the little guy, the working man, and the Republicans are for the rich people. And even by then, that was not my experience. And maybe what triggered it was the fact that here I was in Marin County and everybody was fabulously rich and they're all Democrats. So that I found that at least interesting. And then as I learned more about, the money that's involved in politics, it certainly sounded like there was sure a lot of people that went in normal and came out millionaires, and it wasn't because they were making $100,000 a year salary. I don't know what that's for. Anyway, and then, all these really rich, incredibly wealthy athletes and movie stars, and they're all Democrats. And it seemed like, especially once it started to be, instead of like a brick and mortar type of wealth, it became more .com type of wealth, and internet and electronics, right by Silicon Valley there, and all these mega millionaires, and they're all liberals. They're all liberals. I didn't feel any relationship to that party at all, and maybe that's what started the whole thing, but I don't know. I never really thought about it that deeply, I guess. It just, there just wasn't any common sense to it to me. Things like that they wanted to do. Like, I know I probably sound horrible for saying this, but the fact is, during COVID, they said, follow the science. Okay, what about chromosome science? The boy's a boy and the girl's a girl. Like, is that so hard to understand? It sounds like common sense to me. Anyway, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, and it became popular for them to say, well, that is the science. It's like, well, that's pretty new science. It's like 5 years old. Usually science has to be around for a while before it's settled. And how could the science be settled in a political environment where you can't talk about it? Yeah, I sympathize. I sympathize 100%.
It's not very liberal to tell people what you have to think on the basis of some kind of technocratic authority, appeal to somebody with a degree. That's not very pluralist. It's not very open society.
That's exactly right.
So then I guess I want to ask, who was the first person that you voted for, and what was that like?
Well, I remember somewhere around the house, I still have my official document saying that I became an American citizen, and it had the signature at the bottom of Bill Clinton's immigration secretary. But I didn't vote for Bill Clinton. I don't know. Honestly, more to your point of this whole podcast, there sure has been a lot of times I've had to hold my nose and vote for people that, like Bob Dole. It's my turn. What, I got to vote for you because it's your turn? Oh, yeah, because next time I'll be too old. No, it's, if you're not the right person, you're not the right person. That's it. Anyway, it's been difficult for sure. And one of the reasons why I don't characterize myself as a Republican, except I have to tell you, in Idaho, if I want to vote in a primary, I have to declare a party.
Right.
Therefore, I have declared myself a Republican so that I could vote in the primary.
But Prop 1 would change that, right?
Yeah, it changed a lot of things.
Yeah. So
is there any particular politician that you felt really good about voting for in your life?
I did vote for Donald Trump the first time. In fact, the second time too, as did 80 million others. The second time. Now, by then, I had read long before Donald Trump came down that escalator, when he was just a businessman. I'd actually read a couple of his books. I kind of could understand his viewpoint. I always called him the blue collar billionaire because, long before he was a politician, he'd go right down to the work sites. You could talk to the foreman of any of his construction projects. He was there quite often and he'd be joking with the guys, and like he was in no way a racist. He like if anybody thinks they could build anything in New York without being in with everybody, then they don't know New York. He's and he's got Jewish grandchildren, but he was still called a anti-Semite, which is weird. But anyway, as you're all aware, yes, I was glad to vote for him.
I mean, I'm sure you voted for George Bush. Were you not excited to vote for him?
George W.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, only because, well, Al Gore, here he jets all over the world with a private jet, and talking about how he's just one of the guys, but he was raised in a very wealthy oil family. Like Occidental Oil was where he got all his money, and yet he just wanted, he didn't want anybody to know that. He certainly didn't mention that on anything. And also the media was so obviously patently for him. I've always been rooting for the underdog. That's me. Like, well, except when it came to the Edmonton Oilers. I used to really support the Edmonton Oilers. That's a football team for anybody who doesn't know. Anyway, that was a long time ago.
But it makes sense. As you said, for you, the Democrats are the problem and the Republicans aren't perfect, but for you, the Democrats are the problem. So in most of these elections,
I think it's important to say that the Democrats are Americans that I love and I want to hear from them, but their policies are the problem. Okay. And I'd like to
thank you for that clarification.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
No, I've actually known many Democrats. When I was an appliance repairman in Marin County, I had a large percentage of my clientele that were homosexuals, and got along great. We had great conversations. It just, and I hope that when I left, they had a better view of what a Christian was like, because I at the time, during the AIDS crisis and everything like that, they were told by the same media that lies to everybody all the time that Christians were against them. No, we're not against them. They're sinners, just like me, saved by grace if they've allowed Christ to come into their life. But yeah.
I think this is probably a good segue back to my question earlier about the Bay Area. You kind of got off on a class basis talking about how rich they were, and I imagine a lot of snobbery and weird kinds of dynamics that you've run into in the Bay. But this is
true.
Oh no?
No. One thing I did learn was what I started calling by myself. I came up with this myself. I call it the 80-10-10 rule. And that is, everybody's used that. But the way I use it is that, amazingly enough, 80% of Americans are really, really nice people. 10% are incredibly nice, and 10% just aren't. And it was exactly the same in extremely wealthy homes as it was in the poorest homes. And there was poorer home too. The rich people had to have people serving them. So yeah. I did go into a lot of homes that were like rental, what they called Section 8 home housing and things like that. Some of my jobs were paid for by the county, that type of thing,
In the live chat, which I do want to kind of bring in from time to time, I had started a poll that said, smash the like button in all caps. And then it said, only if you stop yelling was one answer. And the other answer was done. And right now there's a 50-50 split between 26 people who voted. And I keep seeing it toggle this way and that way. So we've got a mixture of people who are nice and don't like yelling, and people who have a sense of humor, I think. And so, folks in the chat, part of the reason you're all here is obviously jump-starting this podcast, getting it into everybody's eyeballs so that you all realize it's a thing. But I also want to hear from you all. I think we all do. And I'm especially curious to hear from the people in the chat who are who think that Donald Trump would be the literal worst thing ever. It's kind of like that email that I received today that I'm going to read the first couple of maybe the first paragraph only, out on stream here. Because we had Nick Land on Theory Underground not too long ago. And Dad, all you need to know about him is that he's the father of the neo-reactionary accelerationist right, or at least he's one of them. And what does that actually count for in U.S. politics? I don't actually think it counts for much. But we had him on to talk about theory because he's one of the most important theorists in our lifetimes. And we received an email this morning saying that what's the subject? Says, very disappointed with Land appearing on your show. And then they said, to whom it may concern, I am very disappointed with your show giving a platform to Nick Land to the point of being frantic. I'm literally shaking and feel sick to my stomach. I'm writing from this anonymous email because I'm honestly not sure if I'm overreacting with what I'm about to share with you. Now, I just want a quick aside to the person who is potentially in the audience who wrote this. I just wanted to let you know, that little bit of self-awareness that says, hey, maybe I'm overreacting, props, because what follows is like 20 pages long. Maybe I'm exaggerating, but it's very, very long. I obviously can't read it all on stream. You're not going to get a fair shot here. Because it's anonymous and now it's ours, we're going to publish it in the Human Futures volume because we think it really accentuates some points, and you're even bringing theory fiction into everything. And so, but no, this is the next paragraph is the part that I feel like, Dad, you're going to want to tune in for this part here. He or she said, however, I do know I am not overreacting with how big a mistake you made with having Land on your show. In my view, having him on was no different than having fucking Donald Trump on the show. In my view, what your show did was no different than what Joe Rogan did. Just how irresponsible this is cannot be understated. And what they shared next, they said, so that we can agree on. Here is where we are headed if that fascist wins. I call him the evil one. And the link is to a video on YouTube. I'll be happy to share it with you after. Maybe if we get bored, I don't think it'll happen, but we could always watch it here on the show. But it's basically just like kind of like a, in the near future, after World War III, everything is wrecked, and it's like this blue-haired lady and how she was living before. And she didn't, she doubted the mainstream media, and she was mad at the Democrats for what they were, for Palestine and for, big business connections. And so we didn't vote. And now look at what happened. It's like this whole oh, now we're after Armageddon and we're wishing we could go back and vote Democrat. That's what this video ultimately is. And there's a lot packed into everything I just read off. But I guess I'll turn it into a question by saying, that a lot of people think that Donald Trump is a fascist. That Donald Trump was just on Joe Rogan. That a lot of people are upset with Joe Rogan and think that this is potentially the worst thing that's ever happened. So what would you want to tell a person who wrote something like that? Like, what would you actually want to convey to them, considering the fact that they are as they said, shaking?
Well, I'd like to just a little background here. I'm really sorry to everyone who is listening. If I'm shouting, I'm hard of hearing, and so sometimes I turn up the volume. I really don't mean to shout.
No, it's good.
The fact is, another thing I'd like to underscore from what she said is if this podcast is about the importance of voting, she just gave an excellent case for why you should vote. If you feel that passionately about it, please do vote. And I know you won't vote for Trump, but please do vote. I think that our founding fathers had it right. I'm going to misquote this like crazy, but the sense of what they were saying was individuals can be wrong, but massive amount of people is very rarely wrong. It can happen, of course. But anyway, the fact is, I trust that this lady has never met Donald Trump. So, and I'll bet you she's never read his books either, right? Almost certainly. I've never met Kamala Harris either. But the fact is, I would be very careful to ascribe so much hatred and vitriol against someone you've never met. And all you've ever done is heard what his enemies say about him. Why don't you try and listen to what some of his supporters say about him? You might get a different idea. Because I really think that the enemy of the people is basically the media. And the media has gotten extremely good over the last many decades of crafting these narratives. And, they call George W. Bush a Nazi as well. They have a long history of rejecting elections and rejecting whoever won. I remember the bumper stickers in '91. People would drive around, even up here in northern Idaho. It said bumper sticker that said, "Not my president." Well, that's not fair. Joe Biden's my president. I don't understand the concept. Even if you lose, you're still an American. He's the president. Okay, suck it up, Buttercup. The fact is, I think that what has to be understood is that Donald Trump, for example, was never a racist until he started running for politics. He was never he was never an ogre until he started being a politician in New York. He has a long history of supporting politicians on both sides of the aisle, but as soon as he started running as a Republican, he's the devil himself, as the lady said. There's all kinds of narratives that have been crafted, and I use that word advisedly. These narratives have been crafted to make him sound so horrible, so bad that people are taking shots at him. They want to kill him. Nobody wants to kill Kamala Harris or Joe Biden. I think that's a real mistake. I remember just a few election cycles ago, Sarah Palin had one of her ads, and it showed crosshairs in a telescope at something about the election, and she was lambasted for it because she was introducing the idea of someone getting shot. Well, and now they're floating all kinds of ideas about how, if you could go back in time, and you could shoot Adolf Hitler in 1937, would you do it? And they tie that into as if Donald Trump should be shot. That's what they're saying. It just, I think the narrative has gotten off the rails, and it's just way too far out. I want to deal with Kamala Harris on her policies, although she hasn't really talked about her policies or still hasn't given even one media. She's given some interviews, but they're very carefully crafted. That's why she couldn't do Rogan. The fact is, I want to deal with Kamala with her policies, because those, I think, are going to be a problem for this country, where I think Donald Trump is on the right track. And he has 4 years of experience as president. And during those 4 years, we had no wars. We all did better financially. there was all kinds of problems, but there was problems being solved as well. And I think that it's going to take more than one term to get this country back on the rails, and we're not going to have Donald Trump. I'm sure that he's only going to run one term, but I would like to give him the opportunity to do whatever he can, at least.
So it sounds that for you, it's people who have this kind of perspective who pose the real threat to democracy, people who talk about targeting presidential candidates, people who demonize presidential candidates as affiliated with authoritarian ideologies. And that's very different from the narrative that we tend to hear from the media, which goes along the lines of the Republicans won't accept the results of the election, that the Republicans are the authoritarians. But in our discussion, you've emphasized very much the value of voting, your commitment to an American experiment, which you tie back into the founders. Do you think that democracy is in trouble? And if it is, where does that trouble come from?
Well, I think that democracy is in trouble. I think that the trouble. See, I always have to clarify. I hope you don't mind me saying so, but it's we don't have a democracy. You understand that, right? We have.
You would characterize it as a republic.
Well, it's a representative democracy, and that's a completely different thing. Otherwise, it's just mob rule. This is quite a bit different. But anyway, I digress. The fact is, the way that we operate our elections is certainly in trouble when, well, who did you vote for in the Democrat primary? Oh, yeah, didn't have one. Now, where did that come from? Like, how did she get shoved into that situation? And you see, the Democrat process is a vetting system that people of that party can go through and say, okay, and people have to prove their worth before they get that primary election, and the people never had that opportunity, and I think that's going to be a problem. That is an attack against the electoral process right there. But certainly, in every case that you look across this country and you see where people are going to court to make sure that they count the illegal alien vote. Well, wait a minute. That doesn't sit well with me at all, being an illegal. I'm an legal immigrant that worked so hard to get that vote. How can they? See, to me, that's an outrage. It doesn't make any sense at all, and nowhere else in the world can they do it. You think you can go to Mexico and vote for the El Presidente there? Nope, it ain't happening. But in this country, there's only one side of the aisle that is working extremely hard to be able to count the votes of felons, 16-year-olds, illegal aliens, just anybody trying. The Democrat Party, since I moved here, has been a conglomeration of all kinds of groups that they put them together, and all of these groups, like the union members, and over here, and then you have the police associations over here, and all these different associations would vote Democrat, and they've lost a number of those, and they're replacing them with these others that, frankly, never historically have been trusted with that sovereignty that I discussed earlier. And I think that also is an attack against our electoral process.
What would be these other groups?
What groups?
The other groups that are replacing, say, the unions and the police.
Well, the illegal aliens, the convicted felons, the young. They want to turn it into so that the voting age is at 16 in some places. I got to tell you something. I was a moron at 16, and I would vote for the last person. I go all gung ho about whoever talked to me last, and I think that's, and certainly as a male, I certainly would have been pro-abortion. Are you kidding? I didn't want my girlfriend getting caught with that. It was, you can't just give the vote to 16-year-olds. I think that would be insane.
I thank you for answering that question, because I think some people, when they hear groups, they might think that you're referring to racial groups or something like that, especially given the narratives about Republicans in the media. So I wanted to make sure that no false impression was conveyed.
Thank you. I appreciate that opportunity. I didn't see that anybody would take it that way. Seriously. I don't, honestly, I do not.
I've spent too much time around left-wing people. I know what tends to happen. Dave, you wanted to ask a question about religion that we have not quite managed to get into.
Sorry.
Dad, you were about to say something though. You were about to say something though. What were you about to say? If you forgot, it's fine.
Me?
Oh yeah. Oh, I thought you had something. No worries. Okay, so we have the religion question, but before we get to it, I have a question from the chat. A couple of people in the chat had insinuated very vaguely and nicely. So it wasn't an accusation, but I think maybe there were some people concerned that we're going to go a little, we're a little soft on you, maybe like put the kid gloves on. And I wanted to remind everybody that anybody I've ever brought on, anybody who I've ever interviewed, I've always been respectful, and I've never tried to pull gotchas on anybody. So at least that's something I try to live by. Maybe every once in a while I go off the rails, but I try to stand by that. And of course, I have to see Dad at Thanksgiving, so it's going to be a little bit stronger than normal. But I get to see Dad. I don't have to. I get to. But yeah, a lot of people don't, get together on Thanksgiving, but we do. And with that said, absolutely, I'm going to go gloves off here and ask a hard question if I can think of one. But part of the point is that this is the introduction of a guest. And after this conversation, we're going to do a couple other things, and then we'll have on my wife's father, my father-in-law, Dave Snellgrove, also like my father in the sense that he's not doing politics professionally, but he has his opinions and convictions and track record in politics, and we're going to talk to him about that. And he's going to be the Biden-Harris, now Harris guy. But with that said, the harder questions are ones that will probably reveal themselves over time. And of course, Dad and Dave Snellgrove will both have those kinds of questions for us. And that could really be quite the challenge, because we're going to come back to it. The point is this is just the getting to know one another. We'll have plenty of time to think and come back.
On this point, Dave, I just want to throw in, as the guy with the PhD from Cambridge, there's been quite enough of people with degrees talking over ordinary folks and telling them what they're supposed to think and saying how you ought to interpret what people are saying. One of the functions of this pair of episodes is that somebody like me can ask some questions and just hear what people are saying without trying to tell them what they are saying or should be saying or to impose a particular interpretation. If you don't agree with the guest, whether it's Dave's dad or Ann's dad, that's perfectly fine. You don't have to agree. The purpose of this show is not to consistently reinforce a view that we all assume that we have. That's something that we're trying to get away from.
I really appreciate that. I think that this type of thing in all kinds of different forms are basically what needs to happen to bring this country back together again.
So with all of that said, and thank you both of you, the question that Nuri Yank asked me to ask you, Dad, is a good one. I think he said, can you ask your guest for evidence to back up his claims of illegals voting?
Not firsthand. Well, I think that the media reports that I read, that I try to get a smattering from both sides, but basically there would be accusations about illegals voting, and there'd be interviews on the street, like I said, where they'd ask people, illegals, if they'd voted, and they said yes, and maybe they were lying. I don't know, but I'm just saying it's a big problem. They're saying it's a big problem in Virginia, and if illegals weren't voting, I don't know why the Democrat Party, through their arm of the Justice Department for the state of Virginia, I don't know why they would be all up in arms making sure that illegals could vote. If illegals aren't voting, why would they even do that? See, this is the way my mind works. But and to me, that's evidence. But and it's not just Virginia. There's all kinds of different places like that. I think that it's a true saying, and I forget where I heard it, but if illegals weren't voting Democrat, then the Democrats wouldn't be so supportive of illegal immigration.
Yeah.
Just about, because they're basically, that's one of their people groups.
Could you respond to the slogan that we often hear, I think nowadays? You probably heard it. It goes, "No human is illegal," or "Nobody is illegal."
I totally agree with that. It's what they've done that's illegal. If I rob a bank, people after that, I guess they'll characterize me as a bank robber. But that doesn't make me, that doesn't change the intrinsic me. I'm still Terry McKerracher, okay? But so an illegal immigration as a whole is a way to understand a thing that's happening at our borders, okay, as a terminology. And then just to make sure that they maintain the confusion, they keep changing the goal line and say, oh, you can't call them illegal immigrants. Well, as a legal immigrant, I think I have every right to call them illegal immigrants. We're supposed to call them undocumented. Well, I got documents. By the way, Benjamin, you were born in this country? Do you
Yes, I was born in Indiana.
Do you have a document that proves that you're an American citizen?
I've got a birth certificate, a driver's license, and a passport.
Okay, the passport will do it, but none of those other two will, and not everybody has a passport. So I think that's a problem. When I became an American citizen, I was the only one I knew that could prove that they were American citizen, but because I had the documentation. But anyway, the point is, it's unmistakable that they are voting. In what kind of numbers? It's hard to say because they're not being tracked when they really should be.
Is Mom on the other side of the laptop with a bag of chips by any chance? Because I hear something crackling.
That's my paper. It's my note paper.
Okay. No worries. No worries. It would have been funny though if she was. I can just imagine. Okay, so with that said, I want to get to the other question, but really quick, just to spend a moment longer on this one, just for the sake of clarity. Illegals, I understand, especially if you look at that, the journalism Vice has done recently. It's not just people from South America or Central America coming through the border. There's a lot of middle-class Chinese people coming through the border. There's all kinds of people coming. I understand. And as Trump said, some of them are great people, but, overall, they're not setting their best. And of course, that was clipped out of context to acknowledge every person, every one of the people in this country who voted for Trump, 80 million, you said last time. That was clipped out of context, and they tried to make it sound like he was saying they're all rapists and they're all murderers. And obviously that is not what he said. If anybody listened to the context, where he said, hey, some of them are very fine people. So he was willing to admit that. Or maybe I shouldn't even say willing. The fact is, yeah, obviously they're not all bad people. But I guess what I want to drill into here, because I think we could just sit here and kind of relish in some anecdotal stuff we've heard about the cartels and the raping and the drugs and the sex slavery and whatever. There's all kinds of stuff we could, but I kind of want to just say, for granted, that's obviously a part of the picture. But I want to focus on a different part of the picture, and that is the fact that it's not people who are crossing the border who are the people that are hiring the people crossing the border. The people hiring the people crossing the border are construction contractors and farmers. This is like big agriculture that requires this form of cheap, unprotected labor. And I'm curious, what your thoughts are on that part of the dynamic, because both sides, left and right, tend to focus on whether the border should or should not exist, whether people who've been here a certain amount of time should or should not be sent back. And this question of, but why are they coming and who's hiring them? That's always conveniently left off.
Well, I'll even go bigger. Not just who is hiring, why are they hiring them? For example, when we lived in San Rafael, there was a place under the bridge where in the morning there would be a big gathering of people, young men mostly, and a contractor would pull up with a truck and pick up a bunch, and off they'd go. Those were illegals. Now, those people could have come into the country legally because they do have a farm program, for example, where people follow the harvest coming up north. They would harvest the crops in California, and then as it got later in the season, Oregon, up into Washington, picking apples and whatnot. And and then when they were all done, they'd go back to Mexico. That was a legal program. But there was a lot of people that wanted to circumvent that because maybe they had a criminal record or something, so they wouldn't be allowed into that program that way. There's just, alongside the whole thing about the illegal immigration, it's always confused with just immigration in general. And I think that's part of the confusion. But now, if you're a contractor and you had to pay, like in California, probably $25 an hour for unskilled construction labor, or you can get these guys down the street for $12, or I don't even know how much they pay them. That would be very tempting. So why aren't they arrested for it? I don't know. I think they should be. I wouldn't hire an illegal immigrant. Now, you want me to talk about farming? That's a whole new podcast, brother, because I'm telling you what, our little farm is a kind of an oasis against the whole farming thing. If you know anything about Joel Salatin and Food Inc. and all those type of things, that's why we're doing what we're doing, is small farms that, and we pay for the whatever help we need and things like that. But anyway, like I said, that's a different issue.
And that could be a whole follow-up that we do, actually. But the Republicans seem to be more against the immigration, at least at this. I guess I have to stop myself right there, because just listening to Waltz and Kamala here and there, depends on where I listen, whenever I peek in, they will say that they're doing things to stem immigration and do things to but they never go after the people doing the hiring. That was my point. And I don't think that the Republicans don't seem to be doing anything about the people doing the hiring either.
I'd like to, when you say Republicans don't seem to be doing that, I'd like to know where, for example, you're talking about. Because, for example, in what they call a red state like Texas, I'm sure it's happening, but nothing like in California. I'm telling you, it's night and day different. And as a sanctuary state, of course, ICE is not even allowed to operate in those situations. So if they can't go after the undocumented, they certainly can't go after that guy either, because that would prove that those guys are undocumented, and then they would have to do something about it.
Part of what makes this issue very difficult is that people get information about immigration and about the border from totally different sources, and then they act as if their sources are authoritative and should be able to discipline other people. So some people in the chat might want me to challenge the sources that you use to make these claims, and to insist that there's some set of facts that I or people on the left have access to that we could use to impose a certain image of what's going on. But the trouble is that there is a real lack of trust in a lot of these media sources. That lack of trust was hard won. The media worked very hard over the years to destroy its reputation with people and eliminate the trust. And one of the consequences of this is that people are going to think things that seem to be false to people who still trust these media sources. And there's no way of adjudicating that. I could try to say, you should think this, you should think that about the border. It wouldn't have any kind of positive effect. It would just create an acrimonious discussion. And I think a lot of people in the chat who think that that would be a way forward, or that would advance the conversation in some way, are really missing the boat. A part of what we have to deal with is the fact that we don't have a shared picture of the border or a shared picture of immigration, and we have no common sources that we could use to try to adjudicate that question. And that's part of what's gone wrong in the country today.
Well, let me give you an example. Ted Cruz, who's a senator from Texas, he has his own podcast. You've probably never heard it. He regularly goes down to the border, and he takes a film crew with him, and he's going with border guards, and they find the people coming over the fence or whatever is there at the border, and they go down in the tunnels. They if they're not coming over, why do they have tunnels? I don't know. Anyway, so you see, this is he's actually on site. Texas is his state. He's representing them, so he has a vested interest. Now, I know that the other side will say that this is not true, but I've heard it myself with my own ears that Kamala Harris was the border czar. She denies it now, but the fact is, was she ever on the border? Did she ever actually go down there? She was finally shamed into it, and then she went into one of the border cities, never went to the border, but went to a border city and had a photo op and got out of there. That's not what I'm talking about. Okay, so see, sometimes instead of just listening to the narrative of one side or the other, you have to look a little deeper and say, well, wait a minute, what is the motivations that people have for saying what they're saying? And it's pretty unmistakable, just on its face. She is the border czar, and she never goes to the border. You never hear her talk about it. She's not addressing anything down there. And that's not just our media saying that. The other media they'll sugarcoat it, but they're saying the same thing. It's not hard. Those are not hard facts to get, especially nowadays with the internet. Like, you can just Google Harris at the border or whatever, and you'll get a report.
Yeah, one of the things that I think a lot of people don't notice is that if you ask people in issue polling, what are the important issues in the country, what are the important problems that we face, immigration is consistently right at the top of that list, along with the cost of living. So I do think it's important to listen to this perspective, and even whether you agree with it or you don't agree with it, this is something that we have to wrestle with. A lot of people in the country think what you think, and this is important that people think this. And if you want people to think something else, that's also a problem that would have to be grappled with in some kind of way. I do want us to talk about some other stuff apart from immigration.
Sure.
And so this is why I
100%.
would push on Dave to ask that religion question, because it will take us in a different direction.
Sure.
Yeah. So then, just to bring it back up, I was born in the United States after you and mom had lived here for a while. I don't know how much of the story you want to tell, but you can tell as much as you like. This is the introduction to a lot of people who've gotten to know certain sides of me thanks to this medium over time. And so there are people who are just like, oh my God, it's Dave's dad. But there are other people who are just like trying for the first time in years to understand why somebody would vote for Trump. And so I'm hoping that both kinds of listeners are getting something out of this and will get something out of your testimony, really.
Well, I don't know how much you want me to go into it either. The fact is, my former behavior drove your mother to the Lord. She got saved as a direct result of my neglect of her, because I was a party animal and just really pretty freewheeling. We got married as kids. We've been married 48 years last July.
Hold on, I've got a button for that. So yeah. Just there you go.
Right. The fact is, I was very firmly entrenched in Canadian party animals in our little town and surrounding towns and stuff like that. And our marriage just hit finally rock bottom. Oh, wow. I wasn't ready for this, but see,
sorry.
Mother and I, what we did was I was spending way too much time unemployed. By the way, that's another thing that made me not a leftist. Was when there was times where I was unemployed for months at a time, and I fell into a trap where I had to, at the time, I had to make $9 an hour, or else I did better with welfare or unemployment or whatever program was happening. The government could pay my way, and I could stay on the couch and get drunk every night. Like, that was a trap, and it's a trap that exists today. I broke out of it, but I'll tell you, there's one thing that broke me out, and it wasn't directly what you call religion. It was my love for your mother. Crazy about that girl. I'm serious. I can't explain it. Anyway, the fact is, we decided, me being always also unemployed, because I was a heavy-duty mechanic. Alberta is a real oil producing province. So with the price of oil would plummet, I'd be unemployed again. In order to get some consistency, my father-in-law, Julian, down in, at the time, Sausalito, California, had an appliance repair business, and he invited me to move down and take over the business for him. And so we applied for American citizenship, or at least a green card type of thing. And then we forgot about it, because it took forever. It took like 2 years. And by then, our marriage was on the rocks. I was given an ultimatum. It was like early December in 1985. And your mother said, "You're sleeping on the couch until after Christmas," because we didn't want to ruin everybody's Christmas. So, but right after Christmas, I was to depart and leave. And it was right then, thank you, Lord, that it happened, that we got this notification from the American consulate in Calgary that said, "Carrie and Julie, come on down." So we came down to get an interview, and they, Julie could go, your mom could go, because she was the daughter of a landed immigrant who was Julian. But I was only the son-in-law of a landed immigrant, and that didn't give me enough status to overcome the felony charge I had against me, which was possession of marijuana, which in Canada at the time was a felony. Now it's a laugh, and even in California it was a laugh. But anyway, so they said, "Okay, Julie, your mom could move down with the two kids, Robin and Stephen, and she could she'd live there, and then I'd be the husband of a landed immigrant, which changed my status, and that would allow me to go down." Look at the hoops we had to jump through, by the way. Not just storming the border and walking across in numbers or whatever. this is part of what had to happen in order to be able to move to the United States at the time. Anyway, so then I moved to California. Now I'm gonna cut this down a little bit. I got saved. I just wanted to be with your mom, and she was going to church all the time, so I went with her and I heard the message. Anyway, what we did was we decided to have a child, one more child, which would prove to us and the world and the Lord and everything that we were solid again. That was you. We didn't decide then to have a whole pile of children. It was only you. But then after that, your mother started reading books about, anyway, just we started to getting convicted that we should let the Lord decide how many children. He's in charge of this, so go for it. Okay. I guess he likes big families. Anyway, go for it.
What did Mom say in the background there?
I don't know. I couldn't hear it either.
Okay, Mom. You can always come over and say something. I told her earlier on the phone the reason that we're talking to Dad instead of her is because Dad's so much more diplomatic. But if you ever just need to fly off the handle, you are welcome. It's good for the algorithm. But with that said, I want to respond to something that came up in the chat, and then we'll come back to everything you just said about the testimony. Right. It's tangentially related. Mandy, who we know and love here, said, my roommate thinks Trump is supernatural evil. She asks, why would a Christian vote for Trump since he is a total misogynist and she yells pussy grabber really loud in public whenever a Christian says they will vote for Trump. She has a point. And then she said, she yells in their face. And then Mandy said, I've become numb to it when she does it now. Before Dad can respond to that, Benjamin, I just want to know what you make of this person who's doing this.
Well, I think for a lot of Christians, and now I'm projecting about what somebody else thinks, and I think your dad will give an answer that's more authentic to the experience, but my impression is that for many Christians, it's what the man does as a politician that is relevant and not his personal life. And even insofar as he has made mistakes or sinned in his personal life, I think from that point of view, those can be forgiven through the power of Christ. What really makes a politician worthy or not worthy of a vote, I think, from the point of view of Christians, is whether their political action advances the Christian cause in some meaningful sense. And I would think that for many Christians, although not as many as used to be, because Trump spearheaded taking the abortion ban out of the Republican Party platform, for many Christians, they still have the view that Trump advances their objectives politically, although some no longer do. I was doing a documentary with Sublation where we visited the Republican and Democratic national conventions, and there was a significant contingent of Christians protesting Trump at the Republican National Convention over his, in their view, abandonment of the abortion issue. So I would be very interested to hear what your dad thinks, because I have a set of impressions from reading and listening to people, but that's very different from being on the team.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. See, I think what people have to understand is Christians, far more than anybody else, believe in the separation of church and state. I am not voting for Trump to be my pastor. He wouldn't make it. By the way, neither would I. But Donald Trump, he's in his 70s. When he was younger and a multimillionaire in New York, I could imagine he had all kinds of offers, and sometimes he probably took them up on it. I can't speak to that. It's like you said, and like I said formerly, it's about the policies. If anybody thinks that Joe Biden has been in Washington politics for 50 years without any kind of moral issues, I think that they're being rather naive. It's just that they're not ballyhooed from the rooftops because he's a Democrat, and so is the media. So yeah, that. But now, there are some things about Donald Trump that I don't agree with. By the way, there's issues that in myself I'd have to change. Some things that 2 years ago I was solid on, I'm not that solid on anymore because life experience has changed these things. I think that certainly Donald Trump has hit a certain age. He's got a wonderful relationship apparently with his wife, and I think there is evidence of that. Look at his children; they're not crackheads like Hunter Biden. Like they're very successful, very well spoken, very polite individuals. It speaks to a family home life that's pretty decent. Like you never hear anybody say it, but Donald Trump has never had an alcoholic drink in his life. Wow,
I didn't know that.
That is absolutely true. He's not a drinker. He's certainly no drug taker. He's never smoked cigarettes. He is not a politician. He didn't take poli-sci at New York College. What he did was he went to Wharton Business School, and I think that that background in business is very valuable for a president. Biden, for example, was all about how things work in Washington, and Trump was not very good at that. So maybe there's something to be said for that a little bit, to be at least wary of how that's going to operate. But I just think it's a mess.
What did she say?
She says she wants her own podcast. I'm not putting it as vociferously as she will. But
Mom, Mom, I said you can always just walk over and say what you want.
She can't. No, she can't. I don't want her in this thing.
Okay.
No, seriously. But getting back to my faith and how it applies to voting. For example, socialism was tried in the Bible and it failed. Right? Socialism was tried in America before and it failed. Right? In the Bible, when you had all these believers that first got saved, there was rich and poor people, and they took everything from everybody, and everybody just lived out of one pot. It didn't work. Ananias and Sapphira cheated and suffered consequences for that. Like it's just human nature that socialism does not work. In America, when the first pilgrims landed, their way was paid for by rich men in England, but they were forced to live in villages where the village was viewed as kind of a commune, and everybody had to work for the common pot and then receive from the common pot. And you had a lot of people that were just really lazy and just laid around because they're going to get the same amount no matter what. And it didn't work then either. I don't think it works anywhere in the world. And if the United States wasn't propping up in some way every socialist country in the world, they would collapse too. There, that's why left. Yeah. Why left at all?
That's kind of my line on this show, but I haven't even gotten to bring it up yet, and I would bring it up for, I think, different reasons than human nature or the history of humanity going back all the way to the Bible, which is, I think, very interesting. I've got socialist Christians in my life who would, I back in the days of People in Our Lives, that old podcast that's no longer available. Right. I did a 3-hour interview with a socialist pastor here in Boise. And, for him, Jesus is this radical anarcho-socialist. But I want to ask Benjamin, you're the guy who's saying, like, why not the left? Or like, actually, here this is the left, or like what the left should be, or I'll let you put it your own way, but you definitely have some attachment to some idea of socialism, and you also have opinions about business and government, or a businessman going into government, going back to ancient Greece and the fact that I think you said something like, anybody who muddied their hands in business wasn't allowed in the political sphere for like until 15 years after exiting commerce. What are your thoughts about all of this?
I was quoting a bit from Aristotle. He praises a Theban law that barred anyone who had been in the marketplace for the last 10 years from participating in politics. Of course, that's a law you can only have in an ancient Greek society that's grounded on slavery, where some people don't work and other people do all the work. But I think it's an interesting thing to highlight to show differences in the ways in which ancient people conceived of politics and conceived of freedom. For them, freedom was very much freedom from labor rather than labor giving you a right to participate as a citizen, as we tend to have these days. But in terms of socialism, I would say this, Kerry, I completely agree with you that primitive communism doesn't work. And I would very much agree with your critiques of state socialism in the 20th century, the Soviet Union, the People's Republic of China, many of the third world developmentalist socialist states, Cuba, so on. I think, yes, these models have not been successful. There are isolated things somebody could say in defense of them in terms of healthcare outcomes or percentages of people who go to college, but I don't think on the whole that those provide an adequate defense of those systems. For me, socialism is this possibility that people might over time, by working hard, produce a situation where it might not really be necessary for them to work, or at least to work for money. But that's something that would happen over time, and it would be a consequence of many generations of people having worked very hard to create a situation in which there might be other possible ways of living that aren't possible at very early stages of human civilization. So for me, socialism would be something that might happen in the future if we work hard, but not something that you can achieve by enslaving a lot of people or by entering into some kind of anarcho commune. I'm very much not an anarchist. That would not be my kind of socialism.
I can appreciate that. I was born and raised in a socialist country. If you talk to Canadians, they don't understand what I'm talking about because socialism is like breathing. It's all they've ever known. And I will say that in Canada, I believe that the national healthcare system started in the 1950s. And back then, it was easy. Canada was very low population. It was, the expectations on doctors were not that high. Most people, if you had a problem, if you could fix it yourself, you did. They didn't go to the doctor with a sniffle, but Americans now are at such a state now. I don't see how it could ever work because expectations on poor doctors are astronomical. It's like they're some kind of god. And if you don't get the outcome you want, you sue them. That's another thing you didn't see in Canada a whole lot was lawsuits, and I'm certainly it was happening, but nothing like the United States. And I think a lot of that is medical, and it's unfortunate because those type of expectations levels are never going to be satisfied. And I don't think it can happen in a socialist model or in a capitalist model. I think that it's kind of a salad of things that happen in this country to make healthcare, but somehow it's working. I think it's still operating as one of the best in the world. People still from socialist countries fly here to get surgeries. I'm not going to fly to Cuba and get a surgery.
No, I wouldn't expect you to. My issue with the healthcare system is just how big it is as a sector in this country. It's 17% of GDP at this point in the United States. And while, yes, that does produce world-beating healthcare, very good, high-quality healthcare, especially for those who have good quality insurance at the top end, I cannot help but think that it must be possible to produce similar kinds of healthcare outcomes without spending quite so much money. And so when I think about socializing healthcare, it's really about trying to contract the size of the healthcare sector so that there isn't so much waste in it. I think there's a lot of bureaucratic waste in the American healthcare system, and that it could probably be reduced from 17% of GDP to maybe 14 or 12. A lot of those European healthcare systems, they run at 9% or 10% of GDP. They're very, very threadbare. And those countries are poorer too. So 9 or 10% is very little money for the system. And I think if we ran a system that was bigger and had more investment flowing in it than that, but was stripped down a bit relative to now in terms of the insurance bureaucracy, in terms of the healthcare administrative bureaucracy, we could probably save some money, and that might give us opportunities to do other things with it.
I could give you two things that would drastically reduce our what we pay for healthcare in this country almost overnight. One is pass a law, then it would be federal, to make it so that insurance company could compete across state lines. Right now, every insurance company has to only compete with others in their own state, and that makes it so that they get isolated and the costs go up. If they had to compete on a nationwide level, that would bring down that would have a reduction in price and an increase in effectiveness, in my opinion. And then the second thing was, you got to reform the legal system. It really is, when a doctor gives in the middle of a surgery, the insurance company comes and brushes him aside and says, "No, we're not paying for that." What drives that doctor's prices way up is what he has to pay for legal insurance, and what the hospital has to pay for malpractice insurance, and all of these different insurances. And so legal and lawyers are so intrinsically involved that's a big part of the problem. And honestly, in America, I don't see that changing if we went single payer. Frankly, I think the legal system would still be bustling in that situation as well. I just think that just those two things, insurance companies being able to go across state lines, and a reformation of the legal system, which, by the way, isn't going to happen because practically everybody in Washington is a lawyer, and they don't want to take away any of their own power.
Well, and if they're not lawyers, they're healthcare lobbyists. There's a ton of those as well. It's very difficult to do. I agree with you on the lawyers. I think that any kind of reform to the system should include reform of the legal system. It is ridiculous in the United States, the degree to which the legal system is involved. And that's not the case anywhere else, not to the same degree. With regard to the insurance companies, I do have a concern that we could get into a situation where there's an oligopoly of 3 or 4 nationwide insurance companies. And while those insurance companies would have a lot of leverage relative to the hospitals and the administrators and the providers, they might also start carving out very large cuts for themselves. Because the trouble is that the patients, they have no choice but to pay. If you're diagnosed with cancer, you need chemotherapy, you have no choice but to buy it. Otherwise, you die. And I think that while we might be able to shift who's taking advantage of them from the administrators to the insurance companies or vice versa, unless there's somebody involved here who's negotiating on behalf of the patients, I think that the patients will continue to be exploited since they need healthcare to go on living and working.
It certainly is a larger question than we can settle in this podcast for sure. But I think both of us, between the two of us, we could probably come up with something. Then we should run for government. What do you say?
I'm up for it.
Well, Dad, we'll probably wind this thing down pretty soon. There's a couple of things we'll do before then. But on that note, you're right. We're not going to settle those things on this podcast, at least not today. And so, but maybe over time. The fact is I don't want to be an influencer. I care a lot more about the research side of TU and the ongoing lecture courses at TU. And I don't think that playing the role of I have all the solutions is that influencership model is a good look for a teacher. I think that that this kind of thing we're doing here, it matters more. But with that said, it does have a pretty powerful influence, and it's a very often underestimated one. but all kinds of big shots in the world tune in and pay attention to Benjamin Studebaker, and a couple probably maybe sometimes at least accidentally have stumbled upon me, and who knows what's going to become of this. But we wanted to put you and Dave Snellgrove front and center so that people know that for us, Democrats aren't these, crazy, hey, we're going to put your 5-year-old on hormone blockers or whatever. Like we're not talking about like these extremes. And I want people to know that like the Trump voters in my life who I love aren't the people that they've had this sort of exposure to thanks to the media. And I wanted to touch on something that came up in the chat earlier when Mandy was talking about her roommate that runs up to people in restaurants and screams in their faces and calls them pussy grabbers if they can tell that they're Christians voting for Trump. I guess I'm wondering if they have to overhear it or if they're going off of looks alone. I guess we need a little bit more information, but it's quite the image. It's not impossible to imagine, and I mean we've seen stuff like this in cringe reels on the internet, but it's kind of crazy to have somebody in the chat saying that this is her roommate. In the chat, Mandy had mentioned that the misogyny is really, really something that bothers her. And I had I'd responded, that just, I want to just do this to show how fair I am, I guess. But also, I was surprised you didn't touch on it. The fact was, when he was saying you can grab him by the pussy, that tape, not only was it, private, which should matter in some world, I think, a saner world, but also he wasn't saying it about all women, right? He was saying it about a certain type of woman, and I think that maybe everybody's going to cringe out of their skin as I say this, but I think it's a class point, not a sexism point. He's saying as a rich man, there are these people throwing themselves at him and he can do anything he wants to with them. He's not saying that he should. He's just saying that's objectively how gold diggers are throwing themselves at him.
He also said that he didn't say that he actually did it. He said I could do it.
Yeah.
In that tape. So I don't know if he did or not, but he has had divorces. Who knows? When it comes, here's the problem. No matter who we vote for, it's going to be a human being. And there is no such thing as a human being who's not a sinner. And if everybody drug up and threw in my face the person I used to be or things I've done in my past, even in our past, David, there's a lot of things that I did in your raising that I wish I hadn't.
Oh, stop.
And I have asked you for forgiveness and you graciously gave it, and I appreciate that. But none of us have a perfect record. How can anybody run for president?
100%.
Is that the bar? Perfection? Well, that's not going to be anybody in reality.
But I guess what we're getting at is vulgarity, and it's interesting that Christians can back somebody that's very vulgar.
Well, we've certainly had a lot of smooth talking people coming through, even in the church. There's been a lot of smooth talkers that were pastors that had huge TV ministries and stuff like that. Total embarrassment. That has nothing to do with my gentle Christ that I've studied and who did his best to stay out of the limelight and never had a house, never had a wife, kids. It was. He was definitely what you'd call poor, but anyway.
So, like
I said, there's all kinds of. Everyone's a sinner, and by the way, that lady who comes up in my face and screams because I'm wearing it. If I was wearing a Trump hat and screamed that I was voting for a pussy grabber, what she just did was called assault. She just broke the law. By the way, no. I'm not going to press charges, but seriously, a person could. I didn't break the law by wearing the hat. She broke the law by screaming in my face. There should be some reality to the discourse. I don't think people deserve that. I don't, especially in a public place, like you're in a restaurant and somebody's, or some of the stories that you hear about people getting doxxed and stuff like that. It's outrageous. Like, let's all live and be at peace.
On this note, and I know we're about to close out, I just wanted to allow you to say something about misogyny in general, because I want to be sympathetic here and say that from what I can tell, the conservatives that I have met as students, as professors in my life are usually not misogynists, and neither are they homophobic. I don't know. I just feel like it's a kind of crazy stereotype. But what is misogyny to you? What is sexism to you? Is it something that clocks on your concerns? Do your values include that you have some definition of sexism or misogyny that you are opposed to? Or do your values kind of bracket such things out altogether?
Let's make sure that we clarify the terms. What is your definition of the term misogyny?
Well, that's why I said, do your value, I'm interested in how your values would even frame the term, right? Because I think that the basic definition is some kind of disrespect or even hatred towards women. But I mean, really, there's a
yeah. The question would be, is this part of your conceptual scheme? Because even if there's a definition that other people use, if it's not one of your terms, then that doesn't matter.
Right.
Well, I don't use it. I don't use that term. I've known people, in fact, some guys that I knew very well were probably what you would call a misogynist. And I had no respect for them in that area. And they, generally speaking, live through the consequences of their error. Now, David, you know for a fact that in my authority that the Bible gives me to be the final authority in my house, you know that with that authority, I use it to cede most of the responsibilities and the authority to your mother. So I guess that's cheating. But the fact is, when I was an appliance repairman going into people's homes, practically in every case, I would be met by the woman. And there was times, and I don't know what the term is when females do it, but I've had customers of mine, especially in Marin County, that would love to have grabbed me somewhere. What does that make them? Because it does happen the other way too, by the way. Now, like I said, we're all sinners. We're all trying to live our lives and in some form of righteousness. At the end of the day, I think everyone wants to have a good night's sleep and not have a whole lot of that kind of stuff on them. These people that I know that have destroyed their families by misogyny, they're total wrecks. The lesson that they are before everyone is it's not something that anybody would want in their life. That's why I know that it doesn't apply to Donald Trump, not at this stage of his life at least, and not in history either. Because in every case where I knew a guy that was a misogynist, as you term it, his children are a mess. And Donald Trump's children are not a mess. I think that's some evidence. And you can always tell how a husband treats the wife by looking at the countenance of the wife. You get to know the wife, and if she talks easily, she smiles a lot, you know that her husband is not a misogynist, right? I think that you would know. Am I circling like a buzzard around the point without really landing here? Possibility.
No, you did great. Benjamin, any closing sort of thoughts? Any final remaining question or anything?
I really appreciate you coming on. I think that it's been difficult for people to have these kinds of conversations or to find places where they can listen to them without somebody trying to boss somebody around and tell somebody what to think. So I'm sure our listeners are capable of critical thinking. And if they don't agree with some of the things, they're able to hold their own views and take their own positions. I don't think that we're all so weak in our ability to think that if we hear somebody on a podcast or on a YouTube channel say something that we don't agree with, we'll just be controlled by what we've heard. And we'll just, all of a sudden, everything that we've thought and believed our whole lives will go out the window, and we'll just adopt whatever perspective has been put in front of us. I don't think that's how the media works. I don't think that's how politics works. And if you want to do politics, if you really want to bring people into causes with you, it starts by actually getting to know them and getting to know what they care about and their life experience and perspective. And I think it's been really wonderful to get to know some of that about you.
Well, I really appreciate your comments as well. And the fact is, one of the things that you and I share, which are many, is a respect for the average person, and how just because a person says something in the media, you don't become an automaton and go down and vote a certain way. I think that there's the American people are much deeper than that, and I think it's insulting when the media and some politicians talk as if that's the effect. And I just think that that if they stay in Washington D.C. for too long, they kind of get an attitude. They think it's us and them. They take kind of a siege mentality, and I think that's unfortunate. Both parties, they do it, and I think just out here in the hinterlands, it's easier to think, and it's we all have neighbors that we depend on each other, no matter what color or gender or proclivities that they have, whatever. It doesn't matter what they vote. Like when a tree falls down the road, we're going to go out with our chainsaws and help clear it, right? It's just the way we are. Look at the people, the outpouring of love coming from places like all over the United States for a Samaritan's Purse, down in North Carolina and Georgia and Florida. It's just awesome. People putting their own lives on hold to go down and help people they've never even met before. It really is wonderful. I love Americans.
And the chat loves you, Dad. A lot of people in here saying thank you. Bogdan says, bless you, Dad. David and Nance, Nance said, thank you, Carrie. My wonderful wife Anne had also said, pass along a heartfelt hello. So yeah, we really appreciate you for coming by, and we look forward to having you back sometime soon. And if you are right about the things that you believe, then I hope your guy wins next week. Personally, I don't think it'll make any difference, or if it does, it's not substantial. But it's but genuinely, from the bottom of my heart, I hope that he wins if you're right. So there we go.
All right, sounds great. Yeah, great to talk to you. And love to the missus.
Yeah. All right. Take care. And everybody listening, we'll be right back after this.
All right. Great.
We cannot do direct revolution, but the only way to lay the foundation for it is to do what you are doing to move the underground. It's a theoretically correct title.
Welcome to Theory Underground, a place for workers with earbuds who are tired of letting others read and think on their behalf, slipstreaming our way into an understanding of the situation that short-circuits the deadlocks of our moment.
Research at Theory Underground focuses on what is most important for understanding our current situation: theory of the subject, capital, time-energy theory, critical media theory, CMT, and the most essential critiques necessary for understanding why the theory, ideology, and common sense of influencers left to right misses the mark.
Theory Underground is coming to a city near you. What that has meant in the last year is traveling across the United States, into Canada, and then all over Europe to promote our books, courses, and ideas related to time energy and underground theory. You've been reading Underground Theory.
I'm a publisher and an editor. I run and review books. Literally, it's my living. This is the best edited collection I've ever read.
Okay, picture this scene. America, early 2021. An Amazon warehouse worker arises from the emerging underground theory internet scene to create spaces for untimely topics and concerns that are too often neglected or kept in isolation today. Joined by a revolving cast of underground theorists, academics, and critics, he establishes what will become Theory Underground, a teaching, research, and publishing platform by and for working-class intellectuals, autodidacts, and academics who want to do more than they're able to do within the confines of academia. That warehouse worker's name is David McKerracher, and his book Time Energy is his first major contribution to the world of theory. It was recently reprinted with a foreword by none other than Slavoj Žižek, who also contributed to Theory Underground's latest book.
My Bible, it's an excellent book.
A collection of essays called Underground Theory.
What you just heard is an excerpt from the Strange Exiles podcast, episode 23, where Bram from Strange Exiles interviewed me and Mikey. For those who don't know, Mikey is the author of the Dangerous Maybe blog. We are publishing one of his books here shortly at Theory Underground. He's also a lecturer at Theory Underground, and he's someone I've been friends and a collaborator with for over 10 years. But most importantly for you all, he's a fantastic lecturer, and it's a crime that he has to do wage labor right now. One of the long-term goals of Theory Underground has been now for a couple of years to hashtag free Mikey. That is something that I've been really pushing, but first I had to get freed from wage labor, which was achieved this year. That's right. Thanks to my monthly seminar subscribers, I was able to quit Amazon and do Theory Underground full time. Now I'm announcing the next big phase of the plan, which is the Mikey Down seminar. What monthly subscribers to the Mikey seminar are paying for is a survey of philosophy, including deep dives into Zizek, Land, Lacan, Baudrillard, Bataille, Lyotard, and ultimately the whole history of philosophy.
We're trying to build like this ongoing seminar, right? And that's what I really like about this thing, where, you know, if I'm teaching a main text, that's something I got to focus on. I got to really, but the seminar thing, we can do this stuff all the time where we dive deeper into concepts, we dive deeper into certain, you know, sections of books or whatever, and we can really do this nuanced stuff.
I think that there's probably no better way for us to accelerate our learning in these areas than by slipstreaming Mikey. And that has been my belief for years and years and years now. It's official. You're able to help out. You're able to get involved. You're able to benefit directly from liberating him from wage labor. Get on it right now. Do it. Just go. Stop what you're doing. Go click the button, subscribe. This is what you do. Subscribe to him. If you're already signed up for the ongoing Theory Underground seminars, then that's the ones that I do with my wife, Anne. Though that's getting an upgrade, which means that I will be doing one session per month that is just me, and then I will also be doing the ones with Anne, which are a crash course in sociology, anthropology, the social sciences, and ultimately Marx, Heidegger, Levinas, Bourdieu, imminently critiquing pop psychology, sociology, self-help, and ultimately the doxa of our time. But if you would like to be a subscriber to both Mikey's seminar and the seminar that the Snellgrove McKerrachers are doing, then the best way is to become a tier 4 subscriber, or you can be a tier 2 subscriber to each of us. The reason this matters is because tier 2 is like pretty much the best bang for your buck. It gives you huge discounts on all of the courses that we do. But if you can't afford it, tier 4 is amazing because it gives you tier 3 access at both Mikey's seminar and ours.
And finally, not everybody has time to be part of these ongoing research seminars, and they just want to fund the paid content for the YouTube and podcast. And so thank you so much to our patrons over at Patreon. They're the ones funding all the free stuff. So big thank you to Bert, Marilyn, Carl, Sahil, Zozandra, Nikolai, Darian, Tyler, and Mandeep, and all the other wonderful patron people. Patreon people. And thank you to all the other wonderful Patreon people. And thank you to all the other wonderful Patreon people. Thank you so much to all of you patrons and also to the special subscribers and the paying subscribers. Oh my God. It's just so awkward. Thank you, Patreon. Patrons. Thank you. Oh, okay. And to all the other wonderful.
Yo, what's up, listener or viewer?
Yo, yo, yo.
How you doing?
So I noticed you sitting there watching this video.
Yep.
And yeah, you're listening, you're paying attention. You're definitely not hearing everything we're saying though.
Yep. Nope, definitely not. You're not taking notes.
Yeah, take notes, dude. What are you doing?
Hey, you know what? If you want to be passive and just enjoy this content while multitasking, that's what we do as well. Everyone does that most of the time. We very rarely switch into this more active mode. And that's fine. That's fine because you're kind of absorbing this content as you go through your life. And that's great. But if you're going to do that, then we just have a little request of you. What's our little request, Nance?
We want you to do the algorithm things. We want you to hit the button, the thumbs up, or the thumbs down. Hit the subscribe button. You could even hit the bell so you get notified when there's an epic marathon stream.
Yep.
Or one of the dope ass interviews. We just finished a dope ass interview.
Absolutely.
But do the things to help train your algorithm to actually give you content that you prefer. And at least here we are aware of the problem. We are aware that we're all infected with the algorithm, and we're trying to do something about it. So while you can like maintain a cynical distance of like not being an enthusiastic vocal supporter,
right?
Doing those actions actually, first of all, it helps the channel. It helps Theory Underground. But it helps your algorithm too. You will get less kind of shitty clickbait React content if you train your algorithm to give you what you prefer. I mean, you're already here. You're already watching this.
Yeah.
So
enthusiastic, unironic, genuine support might be a little too much for some of you who are way too cool for that kind of thing. But you can at least hit the little like button and then we'll say we're even. Okay.
There we go. You owe us nothing now.
Yeah. Let's get back to it. Yo, we're back, everybody. Welcome back. Where did Benjamin go? The famous Benjamin disappearing act. Oh, here he is.
I'm right here.
Great to have you back, Benjamin. We're not recording yet. Let's engage with the chat and each other a little bit before we start recording so we can talking about, what we're about to do. Wow, if Nance...
A meta conversation.
Nance deleted somebody's messages, man, you have to be pretty bad to make Nance delete your message. You have to be pretty bad. Nance is the most easygoing guy in the world, so shame on you. And I'm just joking. Anyway, what do you think about that one, Ben?
Well, yeah, I'm up for doing the kind of first episode. We're going to do some of these discussion episodes that are like the show that you used to do. And we're also going to do some of these you and I talk about things that are going on episodes that are like What's Left, but for a different era and with a different intention or purpose. I'm excited to do that in particular, because that's something that I would have liked to have done if it had been possible to keep having those kinds of conversations.
Everybody, I kind of want that to be our segue into recording, but I have to go grab my coffee. 1 sec. Got to go get the French press.
Right.
Benjamin, the audience is yours.
Yeah. So, guys, how's life? How are things treating everybody? I'm really excited to do this with Dave because I don't know anything about YouTube. I'm 32, but I use the internet like I'm a fossil. I am just really, really old-fashioned. People should know What's Left was made with 2 Audacity files that would be put together by our sound editor. And our sound editor, he did the music. He would put the music and the 2 Audacity files together. And that was it. I didn't know how to use StreamYard, didn't know how to get on YouTube. I've never really been very good at being up to date. So even though I am 32 and I'm born in the 90s, and theoretically I should know what I'm doing, in practice I would not at all be capable of doing this in this way without Dave. And now Dave is back. Or is he not back?
I'm back.
No, he is back. There you are.
And I've got a kitty with me now. Yeah, so let's get it going here. We'll have basically 50 minutes to talk. And I don't want to waste a single second of that. So without further ado, I'll do the countdown, and then I'll do the signal once we're recording. 3, 2, 1.
Hi, I'm Benjamin Studebaker.
And I'm David McKerracher with Why Left. This is episode 1 of Why Left. And, well, it's kind of weird. Okay, we're doing the first episode second. So when people listen to this in chronological order, they will obviously hear this one first. Then they'll hear a conversation that we had with my dad. And then they'll hear a conversation that we had with my father-in-law. And so I think maybe before we get into a whole lot else, we could first say a little bit about why we're having those conversations up front, and then the different kinds of content that we, at least at this point, aim to produce on this podcast.
Yeah, so Why Left, anybody who knows me will know that Why Left is a callback to What's Left, a show that I originally founded with Amy Therese back in 2019. Now, most people who remember What's Left remember it for the era after I was gone. I quit shortly after Super Tuesday in the spring of 2020, and then Amy replaced me with Malcolm Cayuni and Oliver Bateman, and the show took a different turn. It became a different kind of show. And the old episodes with me on them are mostly purged from the internet, as far as I can tell. You can't really hear very much of those episodes. But the kind of purpose or function of What's Left had been initially me and Amy, and briefly Adam Proctor of the Dead Pundit Society, were in a conversation about how could we prevent the left from slipping into a kind of radical liberalism, progressive liberalism, that we felt would be very counterproductive from the point of view of, say, electing Bernie Sanders or achieving goals that we had, political goals that we had, like Medicare for all. And so, very much the purpose of that show was to make interventions into the DSA, into the Sanders campaign, into progressive and liberal circles to say this prioritizing of identity issues that are divisive, that are unconstructive, that come out of a professional class with a particular set of interests, a particular way of viewing the world, that this was counterproductive from the point of view of getting healthcare for all people. It was creating enmities, it was creating divisions, it was making it very hard for people to talk to each other and to talk to members of their family and bring them into the movement if they had different positions on other issues outside of the core set of economic concerns that we had. And I think you could say more fundamentally that we were trying to we would often use the term materialist to describe what we were doing and counterpose it with idealism. But what we were really doing was counterposing Marxism with non-Marxist socialism, say anarchism and other strands of socialism that we took to be not productive in the sense of how they understand problems. People who begin from the premise that racism is a pathogen, a kind of ism that gets into people's heads, and that's the reason why we have capitalism, because people believe in race. We thought that had it totally the wrong way around, that racism came out of a set of events that happened historically, say the colonization of Africa, the taking of slaves from Africa, and a back rationalization by the Europeans who participated in that process as they tried to explain to themselves and each other why it was that they could do this and why it was, in their view, okay to do it. And as long as we're living in a world where there are these sharp differences, people will try to rationalize those differences and make sense of them and naturalize them and reify them. The thing to do is not to scream at them about the way that they're talking or thinking. The thing to do is to change the situation that gives rise to those ideas and to really prioritize the change. So that was a lot of what we were doing, and it involved a lot of opposition research directed at Elizabeth Warren and Pete Buttigieg and Kamala Harris, all of whom are running back in 2020. And we talked about a lot of different issues, a lot of which were to do with the professional class and the kind of professionalization of the Bernie campaign, something that we thought in 2016 had real potential to unite people across the country from different religious backgrounds, urban versus rural, college versus not. But by 2020, increasingly, it was clear that wasn't going to come off. And as that happened, as the campaign fell apart and everything turned very, very bad, my co-host and I started to sharply disagree about where to go from there. I thought that we needed to process this as a major defeat and that it was going to require some time for us to think about what could possibly come next. We'd have to have conversations about where to go from here because we'd learned certain lessons. The Democratic Party wasn't going to do Medicare for all. The professional class wasn't going to prioritize Medicare for all over the issues that are more important to it. And this has to be digested. We have to figure out what to do with this. My co-host had the view that we might instead be able to find some traction in the Republican Party. And there are still people who have this kind of view today, like, say, Batia Ungar-Sargon. It's a view that isn't my view, but I understand why people might want to try it. You know, we'd been trying to do a kind of party capture strategy. We'd been trying to capture the Democratic Party. And it's not that outside the box to think, well, what if instead you tried to capture the Republican Party? What if you tried to realign it and make it into something else? What if you try to make the Republican Party the Workers' Party? Many people have tried to make this argument recently with regard to Vance or with regard to the Teamsters Union head speaking at the Republican convention. I don't think this works. I think for various reasons, the Republican Party has no proper economic base in the working class. I think the party doesn't belong and can't belong to the workers in the kind of way it would need to for it to be an effective vehicle. And I think that the same mistakes we made in the Democratic Party are being replicated by people trying to take control of the Republican Party. But I respected Amy's right to go that way and to have a show that was about that. And I decided to pull out and allow Amy to have the show that she wanted to have. I really thought that there was no more base really for my kind of politics, that the Sanders movement was wrecked, that the DSA had drifted in a direction that I couldn't have much to do with, and that most people in my life, they either had the Amy Therese view or the kind of Nathan Robinson view that we have to tactically support the Democrats and Joe Biden. And I couldn't embrace either of those perspectives. So I got out of doing political shows for a while. I went and wrote books like The Chronic Crisis of American Democracy, The Way It's Shut, and Legitimacy in Liberal Democracies, which will be out at the end of November 2024. But, you know, then in and amongst all of these things, I did promotion. I went on various YouTube channels to talk about my book. And one of the people I talked to was Dave McKerracher of Theory Underground. And I went to Dave's conference that he had out in Boise, where he and his wife live. And in the course of talking to Dave, I realized that there are still people who want to talk about politics, want to talk about contemporary politics in a way that is not reducible to this, Nathan Robinson versus Amy Therese, tailing the Democrats versus tailing the Republicans. Which one is the appropriate one to do? Or the Green Party for that matter, which I have my own set of reasons for why I don't go anywhere near that, that we can get into another time. But talking to Dave and Anne and Nance and some of the people in that circle, I went, there really is some people here who we can have a conversation with. And it might be small at first, and it might not be about trying to get you to do some kind of immediate political action in this electoral cycle. But at the very least, I think there's some people who want to think more seriously about the issues that are going on and to really try to understand our present moment as well as we can, so we can figure out what, if anything, there is that we can do. And I think Dave is really interested in that. And that's why we're trying to relaunch or to launch a reconstituted version of this thing. And that's why Left acknowledges the connection to What's Left, because while Amy took that show in a different direction from the direction I would have taken it, there is something continuous about it. But I've gone on for a long time summarizing some history there for people. And I'd really like to hear from Dave. Dave, why do you care about What's Left? This is an old podcast I did half a decade ago. Why does it matter to you at all?
The clicks, the algorithm, the clout, the symbolic valor. No, I'm just joking. What's Left was formative for me, extremely so. Maybe more Benedict Cryptofash was. But I see the two as like the same thing, and maybe that's a mistake, and we can get into that. But What's Left was one of the first flowers I landed on after I left my beehive. which was the Bernie movement. I was out scrounging for sweet nectar, and I was looking for community and education amongst other malcontents. I was looking for people who were also experiencing some kind of deep pessimism after seeing most of their friends say that BLM, smashing windows for 7 months, was revolution, and that this is socialism, guys. But just shut up and take the knee, you know. And I was like, yeah, no, that's not gonna cut it. So I was looking for what would cut it, and my rambling on Twitch live streams at the time led to people saying, "Oh, you're post-leftist now. That's what this is. You're post-left. You're post-left." And I was like, I mean, I like the sound of it, but what does it mean? So then I was trying to look into what it meant, and I didn't relate too strongly to the project, even though I think, and in the article that I wrote on Substack about finding out that you were the co-founder of What's Left, I said that look, guys, basically I just want to short circuit this whole process and say that the project of the post left in the podcast sphere in 2020 to 2021 was just shit talking. It was just shit talking. And I got off on that to some extent. I can always get off on that to some extent. There is a side of me that can enjoy that in a Lacanian sense. I'm enjoying it, but it's not obviously redemptive once you've overcome certain fundamental operating assumptions of the old media model. And it's an old media model that I don't blame people for participating in. I don't think you're an idiot if you do it. And of course people go, what are you talking about? It's YouTube, it's podcasts. Like, this is not the same thing as like the old media model. Yeah, but it is in a sense, because it assumes that there is a mass of the populace that is that has its opinion shaped by this sort of manufacturing consent system that was outlined by Chomsky, right? Like, oh yeah, that's a thing. It's not a thing. It's not that way anymore at all. Like, obviously media still has a large influence of some sort, but the milieu that I was coming out of after I had been some kind of like bread tube, influencer, and also that you guys were coming out of, assumed that people need to be pushed left. And then eventually, some people said, no, it's push them right, but reconstitute the right. And this is the language of the Overton window model of social change. It has a specific historical and material basis, and it's been exhausted. Its potential has not only been exhausted, but also is no longer possible because of the changes in the actual medium itself. And kind of a sort of, a liberal heretic, sort of pseudo-populist liberal heretic like Matt Taibbi will say, and I say pseudo-populist, I don't mean to cast any shade his way. I just don't even know what it would mean to be a genuine populist at this point. But he does take that more populist approach. And in his wonderful book, Hate Inc., he details, over the course of all those chapters, he carefully details the way that the game changed from one of big, silent majority, consensus, where an Overton window being pushed one way or the other actually meant something, to the duopolistic, my enemy is Hitler, anything is justified. We actually we have to stop it. This is the most important thing in the world. And I think we'll be getting a bit more into that in the next interview that we're going to do, but which is episode 2 for people listening chronologically. But I was realizing certain things about the changed landscape and the operating assumptions that I had been running on, and I wanted to reassess. And what I was looking for was something a bit more like the Platypus Affiliated Society, except more expansive. And so I think that the work they do is very important. Expanding the scope or frame for what you're doing has a lot more potential to lead you astray than not. So I don't want this to be shade either. Catrone is a good friend of the show and everything like that. But as he said, when I first got into dialogue with Chris, platypus is more like the German theory people, whereas Theory Underground, from his conception at the time, is like this more French theory thing. And I would say that's more like Y theory with Todd McGowan. But of course, you know, he loves his German idealists and all of that nonetheless. But Platypus Affiliated Society, for those who don't know, has a slogan, "The left is dead, long live the left." Their logo is a platypus. The reason they use that is because Frederick Engels was shook down to his bones when he actually saw a real life platypus, because up until that point of empirical validation, he had thought that the platypus was an urban legend, that it was fake news, that this was pseudoscience, because dialectical materialism, which to him was the same as evolution, did not allow for the platypus. And so, of course, like when Engels found out about this, he knew that, well, it is real, and he's going to have to change something about his approach to reality. And I liked that a lot about platypus. And of course, the reason I was going to platypus at that time was because, and I don't want to be like one of these people who's like, I was a serious student of platypus and then I defected, or no, it's not like that at all. I was never a serious student of anything. I have no right to claim such things. But I did go to some of their meetings and you know, look over their syllabi, and I was very interested in, oh my God, like we've got this 15 or 14 at the time year project of coming to terms with the left being dead. And so that's valuable. That seems like it's where my people are going to be. But they tended to talk like progressives. They talked either like progressives or like people who think that the only revolutionary subject is going to come from progressives being pushed left. So my short summary version of that is, it's an organization that is directed towards undergraduates. They assume those undergraduates will be progressives. Their goal is to show them your progressivism, your liberalism, your socialism, this is not the real left. The real left is this historical thing. Let us show you, comrade, some real Marxism. And also, Marxism's not the solution because it's a critique of socialism. So we'd have to have actual socialism to even get a Marxist project going again. And so it's like all of these steps, and there's a lot of priors that go with those steps, or at least with them, those steps even being intelligible. And so from my position, I was like, well, but why, if they're like this old left group, why are they going with this new left assumption about undergraduates? Like, that's like, there's nothing more new left to me than thinking that the change, the hope, it's all going to come from working with college students. I mean, if that made sense in the 60s, I don't think it makes sense in 2020 or 2024. And so, you know, that's what I was that's kind of where I was coming from and kind of what I was thinking with platypus. And at the same time, I was like looking at other things on the table. Oh, the fourth political ideology from Alexander Dugin. That's something people are talking about. Oh, what about metamodernism? That's something that people are talking about. All these things being presented as something new. I'm like, okay, well, I'll tune in. I'll take it seriously. And if you dig up old videos about from me when I was doing the Theory Plebe thing, after I'd closed down my Patreon, but was still, talking to people sometimes on there. There's a point when I'm talking about, I've found out about metamodernism. I've found out about platypus. I'm kind of excited about that. What I didn't say was that I'd found out about what's left, but I had, and I was listening. And you can tell by the fact that I'm engaging with Benedict Cryptofash in some of my writing. And so I'll say something short about that and then pass it back over to you. Basically, Benedict Cryptofash was a reply guy in the What's Left community who turned out to have a brain between his ears. He wrote some really great pieces, and I was very impressed by those pieces. And he was arguing the left is not this historical category that actually goes back to the founding of socialism or Marxism. Actually, they didn't have that term. So, this whole this idea of that being a left movement is retroactively projected onto a different historical situation. The left, as we think about it, comes about through the Second International, I think. But really, it gets popular thanks to Lenin and Rosa Luxemburg and Kautsky, all these people who were Marxists. And they were talking about the left, but in this case, the left was the left side of capital, according to Cryptofash. And that's not changed. Whether we're talking about the old left or the new left, we're always talking about the human face of capitalism. We're always talking about the good cop as opposed to the bad cop. We're always talking about these people who are able to disavow the actually existing left while washing their hands of it in a sort of sense, and at the same time, they get to have their cake and eat it too, right? Because they get to be of the left, but as I say, lefter than thou, right? So it's like anything that the left is doing wrong in the actually existing world, whether we're talking about Soviet Russia or we're talking about, Biden, it doesn't matter. That's not really the left. The real left is the thing that they'll say, and my burnout and all my time spent with dirtbags and class reductionists and post-leftists and anti-leftists led me to the conclusion this is all still lefter than thou-ism. The lefter than thou-ism kind of really concretized for me in the piece that I wrote in Underground Theory that is called Lefter Than Thou. And basically what I say is that there's all these different takes on what's wrong with the left or where the left went wrong or why we have to be for a different specific definition of the left. I talk about Todd McGowan's, it's non-belonging, right? Todd McGowan of Y Theory. It's non-belonging. The left is this catch-all for those who don't belong anywhere, and it's for centering the interests of our sort of universal lack. And I like that, except that the left is a spatial metaphor that necessarily is in relation to the right, and that the right is therefore necessarily scapegoated. That the right could reconstitute 1,000 times over, it would still be the right. Right? The right could be the good guy one day, the bad guy the next day, but there's always going to be a left in relation to a right, and that this doesn't really get us back to a large scale kind of project that would include people who aren't just progressive college students. So realizing that platypus wasn't going to do the kind of, not all the kinds of research that I wanted to do, and that places like What's Left weren't either, eventually led me to starting Theory Underground, which is a lecture course, ongoing research seminar, and book publishing platform for workers with earbuds. And that's a very important sort of a description, because all of those things are not necessarily spelled out by any of those other influences, right? Workers with earbuds. We're talking about people getting into theory, people who want to understand the situation. And it's the kind of critical theory, because I say there's two kinds, right? It's the kind of critical theory that's not saying what is to be done. It's the kind of critical theory that says that didn't work. So what now? And so the question, what's left, that doesn't go away. But the question why left comes from me, because I'm genuinely challenging you, Benjamin. Why? Why still attach your buggy to a term that has, I would say, more baggage than almost any other term in the world?
Well, the alternative term at the time was Marxism, which I do think has more baggage than left. Astoundingly, we can come up with terms that have more baggage than left. Marxism, for me, really, I did my PhD at Cambridge. I read a lot of political theory. I'm very syncretic. I like to take stuff from lots of different traditions. And there are really three core traditions that are part of my fundamental background. I read stuff from other places, but there's really three things that I would say are eminently mine, right? One would be Marxism. Another would be a kind of Hobbesian liberalism. And the third would be the Platonic tradition. And, really for me, I think that all of these traditions are incomplete without the others, right? If you just have Platonism on its own will tell you that while there are some people who can do philosophy and who can make the distinctions between the necessary and unnecessary desires and apply them politically, that's only a very, very narrow set of people, and that you can't possibly expect it to be anything more than that very, very narrow set of people. And where I think Marxism adds interest is that Marxism has a mechanism for thinking through how it might become possible for a much larger number of people to become much more conscious than was possible in antiquity. And I think that's an extremely powerful and important challenge to the tradition of human thinking prior to Marxism. And I emphasize Marxism rather than socialism because I think a lot of socialists were not able to think this through in the way that Marxists did in terms of labor overcoming itself, the self-overcoming of labor as the objective here, something that can't be achieved through, say, primitive communism, primitive socialism, anarchism. This is something that you do in and through capitalism. Capitalism is eventually redeemed in Marxism by its capacity to produce this condition in which the workers can abolish work and abolish the working class as a class. I don't know that it can happen in the particular way in which Marx schematizes it out, that the workers can socially organize and have a revolution and get the dictatorship of the proletariat and so on and so forth. I don't necessarily know that it can work like that. But I do think that there is a challenge in Marxism that the human tradition needs to deal with. At the same time, the Marxists by themselves, they tend to drop out these other values. What is it ultimately for? What is this emancipation for? I think it's very unclear in the Marxist tradition what it's for. I think that it can be held open apophatically and negatively, but to really do that well, to really grasp what it means to hold open a concept apophatically and negatively, you would need the negative theology that comes out of the Platonic tradition. I don't think Marxism does an adequate job of supplying that, and that's why there's been such a tendency in Marxism to dogmatize it and to turn it into something rigid and narrow and very limited in scope and not able at all to deliver upon the promise. And I praise Chris Catrone here in particular for not being like that. There are
100%.
some people in Platypus who don't grasp some of the things that Chris has to say, but Chris is not like that. Chris is a much more interesting kind of Marxist than most Marxists who are out there, and it comes from his engagement with politics, his study of politics. And I think in particular, that study of politics involves interfacing to some degree with Hobbesian liberal realism, which is very much to do with power and how power works. And what happens when you're in a situation where you don't have structures? What kinds of behavior comes out of that? This notion of regression that Platypus talks about a lot is a loss of the organizing structures, the social organizations that produce the conditions for consciousness. And in Hobbesian liberal realism, there's an emphasis on the role the state plays in, if not directly constituting consciousness itself, in making space for consciousness. And while I wouldn't call Chris a Hobbesian liberal, I do think Chris has a certain respect for and interest in the ways in which the state affects society. He's not someone who thinks that it goes all in one direction, that it's all society transforming the state. There's a recognition that the state also acts, that it affects society, and that it can help people or it can barbarize them. And a lot of his critique of Bonapartism, his critique of the New Deal, his critique of the total society following Adorno, is this critique of a process of barbarization which the state is engaging in behavior, which is disrupting the capacity of the subjects to be socialized. And I think that point really needs to be taken seriously. But for me, if we put all three of these things together, if we have an awareness of a kind of the Platonic orienting object, at the same time, this need to widen access to that orienting object beyond the narrow elite that the ancients assumed was the only part of the population naturally capable. Then we have something which you could describe as neither left nor right, but in practice, I don't find people who self-identify with the right having that horizon or that ambition. Most of them, as far as I can tell, are operating from the premise that most people are not capable of doing very much in terms of intellectual, theological, cosmological approaches. They're not able to think in abstract terms, according to most of the right. And the right recently has gotten very much focused on things like IQ theory, very much focused on race realism, large parts of the right, not all of it, of course. And much of the right doesn't really have a horizon beyond Lockean property theory. They don't really think we can get beyond labor. They don't really have these kinds of aspirations. Now, that doesn't mean I'm wedded to the left-right distinction. I think that all political terms are up for grabs in the sense that we should always be thinking about, is this the best way to understand a term? Is this the best way to use a term? Is it helpful to use this term in this instance? And I'm perfectly content, because I'm negative and apophatic, to change the words I use and to be open to reconceptualizing the terms I use. So I'm very open to this kind of discussion that Dave and I are going to have about, are these signifiers still useful? And if they are they useful in the way they used to be useful, or do we need to reconceptualize them? And so my argument would be that a concept of the left could still be useful if reconceptualized. But I recognize this point that right now, because of the domination of a particular strand of progressive liberalism, it's very difficult for people to understand the concept of the left in the way in which I'm understanding it. And that may mean that the term has to go. At the same time, I'm not sure that the other terms that I have used here, Hobbesian realist, Marxist, Platonist, I don't think that these terms are necessarily more tractable politically in our environment now. So my sense is that there really isn't good language for the position that I have and for the kind of project that I want to undertake. But I take your point very seriously, Dave, that there is a real sense in which Marxism becomes just another kind of ultra-leftism or another kind of rad-libism if it's not connected to organizations or structures, if it's not embedded in an ongoing live active working class movement. I think Platypus would share your problematization of that. Certainly they recognize that there are limits that are imposed by their need to be in the student population and in the university setting. And I've made this point. I made this point at their recent Platypus East Coast conference, that they are limited by their dependence on universities and on university students. So I think that that's a valuable and important point to make. But we need to talk through this. And when I was trying to do What's Left back in 2020, we couldn't. There were all kinds of reasons why we couldn't talk through it. It was an extremely stressful time for everybody, what with COVID and the collapse of the Sanders movement, the infighting within the DSA, which still continues. That will never go away.
Sure.
But also, my dad died of prostate cancer in 2021. I finished my PhD at Cambridge. There were huge changes going on in my life, and the people around me were adopting very different positions. People that I used to agree with or have much more in common with moved away from me in multiple different directions. So I had a hard time figuring out what to do, and I appreciate meeting you because it has given me some sense that maybe there's something to be done. Not that that's the way we have to talk about it.
Thank you. Likewise. Bringing it back to the relationship between What's Left and platypus-affiliated society in my mind. Really quick, I have to make an aside to say that those who are just joining right now, this has been going on for 3 hours. There are people listening to this episode in the future, in which case, obviously, they're only 33 minutes into it or so. But we have, at this point, already interviewed my dad. And in about 20 minutes, we'll be bringing on Dave Snellgrove, my father-in-law, who is in the audience actually right now listening to our introductions here in episode 1. It's kind of confusing, but we are right now doing our recording for episode 1 between the recordings of episodes 2 and 3. And we're bringing in people in our lives. And so I wanted to kind of say that at the same time that I was listening to What's Left and checking out Platypus and all these other sort of competing ideologies and everything like that, going through all of my burnout, I really wanted to humanize people, right? I think maybe I felt dehumanized a little bit. Maybe I saw other people in my life being dehumanized. And so actually I had a podcast. It definitely didn't take off the way that What's Left did. But that we didn't promote it though, because we were calling this a sort of anthropological archivist project, chronicling our moment. And so what we were doing was 3-hour conversations. That was the sort of standard. 3-hour conversations with people in our lives. Coworkers, past roommates, family members. And we tried to find people who were all over the place, politically, spiritually. And part of the point of that was like, I'm a strong believer that most people, I think maybe I get this from my dad, that most people mean well, like most people are good most of the time, and people aren't just out here voting for Trump because he's a misogynist or whatever. No, like people have reasons. And if you accepted enough of their priors, you'd be able to see that. And so when people are like, I just can't imagine why someone would vote for Kamala or whatever, it's like, for me, it's just kind of mind-blowing. It's like, really, like you can't imagine? Doesn't that mean that you don't know how to think in a way where you assume the priors of another person? Because if you don't know how to do that, you're bottom of the barrel, my friend. Like if you can't do that, I don't trust your ability to think about almost anything, right? Because sure, maybe you could know a lot about something, but when it comes to people, like taking on their perspective means assuming their priors. So when people have heard me for the last couple of years saying operating assumptions this, operating assumptions that, it's because those are priors. And so people can be extremely dogmatic about their priors. Yeah. And what is a prior? It's a presupposition. And presuppositions aren't usually standalone. They're often held together in frameworks. There are presuppositional frameworks. Left versus right is a presuppositional framework. It's not purely conceptual. It's rooted in actual reality. It's got real people with blood, sweat, and tears behind these concepts. But these concepts get reified because people believe in them, sure, but they also have a certain kind of efficacy. And I want to understand that efficacy. And part of the efficacy, I'm convinced, is not just, it serves the elite or it serves those in power. Like, right? There is this sort of really cheap ideology critique that just says people believe the things that they believe, sorry, I'll put it this way. When people believe the things that they believe, if those things serve those in power, then they've just internalized this view that only serves those people in power. And I don't believe that that's true at all. I think that for an ideology to work, there has to be something there. Like that people, the institutions and, throughout history have tried to get people to go along with different things, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. And a lot of times when it doesn't, it's because, I could see why somebody in a robe thought that the people would go along with that. But sorry, it actually has to cash out in people's real life experience to some degree. And so People in Our Lives as a podcast experiment was about trying to get to know people's priors and their presuppositions, and also humanizing them to our audience, which was really just us because we weren't promoting it. And, maybe someday we can get into it. For now, I'll just say we are sublating, an aspect of the People in Our Lives project into this Why Left project. And that's, what we just did together with my dad is a perfect example of that, because as people will find out when they listen to episode 2, it's about humanizing him first and foremost. And one of the things that really drove me crazy about being an activist or an advocate for anything was that it became so cliche. You'd hear people say, oh, he went easy on that person. And, oh, Joe Rogan goes so easy on people. And it's like, no, that's called being a human being where you kind of respect the other person and there's some kind of dignity, and you let a person say their piece. You don't just sit there and pick them apart every step of the way. That just drives me crazy, and I don't think that there's any future in it at all.
Yeah, there's been a lot of Schmittian distinctions in recent years. Friend-enemy thinking. Somebody either has to agree with you about all of the questions you take to be important, or they're your enemy and you can do anything to them. This kind of thinking, it's not the only way to do politics. It's not what politics essentially is. This claim that Carl Schmitt, the Nazi theorist, makes in the concept of the political, it's not a position that is obviously true. It is something we can challenge. We can have different conceptions of politics apart from this. And for me, a lot of this would come back to Plato's Gorgias, where Plato talks about this guy Callicles, who he thinks has Socrates is talking to Callicles, and he thinks Callicles has got entirely the wrong view. But he always refers to Callicles as our dear friend. And there's never an attempt to demonize Callicles. There's an argument that people shouldn't live the way Callicles does, that people shouldn't think the way Callicles thinks or act the way Callicles acts. But at the end of the day, Callicles is a friend, and he's one of Socrates' friends. And that friendship, that philia, is going to be there regardless of whether they ultimately are able to come out on the same side of the political issue. And this is a way of doing politics that's been lost. And it's also so important if you're trying to bring together a very large number of people, as everybody who thinks of themselves on the left, they all claim that they're trying to create a mass movement to demand fundamental change. You can't do that if you don't try to understand people who think differently from you and try to find ways of interfacing and having social relations with them. Sociality is so important to be able to do the kinds of theories of change that not just Marxists, but anarchists and socialists and even liberals of many stripes advocate for. You have to have social relations with other people to be able to work with them. And if you operate from the premise that people are your enemy, you can't have social relations with them. And therefore, you can't do politics with them ultimately. So I very much like what you have to say about all of that. And what I would just throw into the mix, is that Aristotle makes this point, or at least he's said to make this point. I'm struggling to remember exactly where he makes it. It might just be stuck in my head from somewhere else. But he makes this point that, a mark of reasonableness or intelligence is being to entertain an idea without embracing it. And one of the things that we're going to try to model here, we're going to entertain the ideas of people in our lives, even if we don't agree, even if we think they're based on information that we might think is not accurate. We're going to entertain it for the purposes of understanding it. Because if you want to get these people who are not just in our lives, but they're in your lives too, whether you know it or not, to join you in any kind of constructive project for any purpose, whatever your purpose might be, you've got to find a way to talk to them. You've got to find a way to interface with their thinking. And this is something that we had always advocated for on What's Left. If the old episodes were up, you could see these occasions where Amy and I talked about how just because your boomer parents don't agree with you doesn't mean that they're bad people that you have to demonize. And things changed a bit on the show after I left. It became more, in my view, about audience capture and some of the things that come out of those incentives, those algorithmic incentives. But for me, What's Left was always about pushing against that tendency that I saw very much in the DSA, in progressive liberalism, to go after people on a personal level and to demonize and blame and shame and moralize. That's not to say that morality doesn't have a place in politics, but the targeting of individuals doesn't have a place in politics. The going after of individuals for problems that are structural in character and require cooperation to solve, that I don't think has a place in politics, except in the rarest of possible tactical situations where you can make a very esoteric argument. But I'm not doing that here because I think really people have gone far too far with that sort of thing in recent years.
Yeah, the podcast, once you were not on it, became this other thing. And this other thing is what I encountered when I went looking for it. When people were saying, "Oh, Dave, you sound like this," and I went and checked it out, I was like, no, it's fun, but it's just a podcast. Like, to me, podcasts are people working through things with their friends. And if you don't feel like, oh yeah, these are my people immediately, then what's the point? And for me, I already have my people. I do. It's not that I can't find anything there relatable. I do find a lot there relatable, but it's not I have my people already. So what am I on the internet to do? It's not to find my people. It's to get after the research that I think needs to be done. And whereas Platypus wants to work through every contradiction that exists within anything that's ever called itself left, What's Left at the time that I was coming to it seemed to want to work through everything except for anything that's ever called itself left. Well, neither of those approaches are dialectical in my sense, which is, I think, the proper sense, which is to say the contradictions that constitute our current moment, the contradictions that have led to our current moment, these have to be worked through. And to imminently work through them doesn't mean going through them just to dunk on them. It means actually tarrying with the negativity of where they reach a limit, or when they collide with something else that you believe, or that for me, whereas for Marx it was, sitting in the British Museum for all those years, working through British political economy and French socialism and anarchism and German idealism, and doing a immanent critique of all three, not a synthesis of all three, but an immanent critique of all three. For us, it's not those three traditions that are dominating our moment. There's all kinds of potential contradictions that dominate our moment that are actually not real contradictions. They're merely these sort of superficial antagonisms that take us away from the real contradictions that constitute our moment. But that's something we have to figure out. And what I find is that people are like, oh no, that's just culture war. We can't even talk about that. It's a waste of time if it's what they would call a superficial antagonism, or that's all that matters. And for me, it's like, no, but we got to sublate the whole thing into some higher form. And I don't know what that even requires yet, because there's not a place that's teaching all the things that I feel we would even have to have introductory courses in. And maybe this is a very naive academic sort of approach, but for me, there is life before the life of the mind. There was life before getting turned on to philosophy. There was life before I had working concepts for things. And then there was life afterwards. And I don't really appreciate the pseudo-populist approach that kind of just goes, yes, but salt of the earth people, they don't have to read books. And of course, I would say no one should have to read books. That freedom in a rent sense includes freedom to not be political, and I would say freedom also should include freedom to not be academic. But the conditions of possibility for actually understanding things is something that I care deeply about. And the idea of the university is a community of truth seekers coming from their different specialized fields and experiences or particular existential experiences and trying to talk across the contradictions, work through the contradictions, and approximate some universal conception of the true, the good, the beautiful. And I find a lot of inspiration and motivation from that idea. But for me, that's not left coded. That's not right coded. That's human coded. And the right, the left, the center, and most importantly, the independents, which is 50% of this country, by the way, have pieces of that puzzle. And we ultimately have to do what they're doing at Platypus, except what we're doing, sort of our generation is doing. We're bringing in Baudrillard, right? We're bringing in McLuhan. We're bringing in Heidegger, Levinas, Lyotard, right? Like, and all these French guys. But then you have this amazing contribution that you'll be bringing to Theory Underground, especially over the next year as we roll out our plans to really get people thinking with the ancients. And so, yeah, I guess we got to basically wrap it down here for this episode. What do we need to hit on before we can close this thing out?
Well, I think that this question about just is it still possible for us to think? Do we have the organizations and structures where thinking can occur? Because if we can't think at all, how are we supposed to act any better? How are we supposed to learn anything from what we went through in the last 10 years? I think this is really a critical question. And I think the answer is that unfortunately the universities are no longer capable of performing that role. And therefore, there's a need when you don't have institutions that are being handed down to you to socially organize and fill that need with other kinds of structures that can do the things that those institutions couldn't do. And that is what I think we're doing. And I think we're doing it not just with people who would think of themselves as on the left, but people from lots of different traditions. Certainly two of the three traditions I mentioned as part of my own background, most people would not regard as traditions of the left. Right? Hobbesian liberalism would maybe be regarded as of the center if you're dealing with someone generous. And then, of course, Platonism is very often treated as a right-wing thing. Right. So in terms of the things that inform me, there is a diversity, certainly, in terms of how other people code that stuff. And very often when people try to code ancient thinkers as left-right, I go, that's anachronistic, that's superficial, that doesn't really fit. And maybe we're coming around to such a time now. But I do think that Marxism still has a role to play. And in particular, I think that in both of our cases, the time that we've spent with Marxism has grounded some of what we do in a way that makes it difficult for us to get knocked off the path. Both of us are focused on, do we have material conditions, time energy, the right kind of organization for a possibility of thinking? So we're thinking in terms of, does the physical environment exist for the thinking? We're recognizing that this has a physicality to it, and it involves social relations of cultural and intellectual production. We're thinking in those terms because of the time we've spent with Marxism. And I think we couldn't think in that kind of way without that tradition. I think that tradition is indispensable. And that is part of why I can never do what some people have done and denigrate it or throw it out for the purposes of trying to get away from progressive liberalism.
Yeah, I can't seem to burn that bridge. But that bridge is not one that necessarily leads me to or keeps me cooped up in any of these little communities of capture I see that have formed around the podcast constellations or the other places where people try to get an education while working. I guess my closing thoughts are, I kind of want to come back to the question, why I left? And say that for me, I think the biggest breakdown in the concept of the left came from just realizing I wasn't a left fusionist anymore. And a left fusionist, I think, is best described by Todd Gitlin in his wonderful book on the 60s. I know lots of people have these sort of derogatory remarks about Gitlin based in, oh, he's a liberal, social democrat, blah, 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 or whatever they have to say. There's all kinds of things you hear people say. I've even heard Dr. Adolf Reed Jr. kind of make offhanded remarks about Gitlin. I don't know. I just couldn't care less. That's a great book. And what makes a great book is that it bears repeating. It gives you like this deep informed image of the moment that it was written in, coming out of the 60s and the Students for a Democratic Society. And this thing that I'm calling left fusionism, it's a term I came up with in 2020 when I was burning out, and I was reading Todd Gitlin, and I just felt like this eerie sense of, what's the word? Deja vu, right? Reading about what was going on in the late 60s, early 70s sounded like a lot of like what was going on in 2020 with the George Floyd protests and everything, and the kinds of stuff that people were saying. Read Settlers. Oh, we're an imperialist country. America, like that kind of thing. And I was like, the thing is, as Mark says, first is tragedy, then is farce. In the 60s, it made sense to say a lot of things they were saying. And here people were like resuscitating these slogans out of thin air, it seemed like, putting them into a context where I didn't feel like they made sense. Well, what Gitlin said, while I'm feeling like this deja vu, is that terms like contradiction and synthesis became so like mainstreamed. Every activist and advocate was talking about it. And basically they would use the term contradiction to sweep contradictions under the rug. They just go like, oh, that's a contradiction. And they use the contradictions between black liberation and the women's movement or gay liberation, like the contradictions that were emerging. They would use these as like, they'd use a term contradiction to sort of wink to the fact that they believed, oh yes, well, reality generates contradictions, and you see it's all going to be taken care of in a grand synthesis, which is the revolutionary moment. And so the idea was, we don't have to work through our differences. We just have to push for the absolute collapse of this coronation, right? This empire. And so, of course, the Weatherman was like this extreme version of like these PMC students, disillusioned, saying, well, all we can do is try to create unrest and push for the collapse of empire. And so I saw people repeating themselves, but in a sort of like, it's like, okay, nothing's new here. That's the main thing I was thinking. Nothing's new. Nothing's like genuinely original. They're acting like nothing's changed. A lot has changed. And to me, it was like, oh, the left doesn't learn. That's what I'm seeing. And it was a big moment of burnout, because I was also realizing I've been this synthesis guy. For me, dialectics was all about synthesis. Thesis, antithesis, synthesis. Thesis, antithesis, synthesis. I'd apply this formula to everything, and it was wrong. And Zizek is so amazing for really highlighting how wrong it is, and I know Adorno is as well. That's why we did For They Know Not What They Do. Michael Downs taught Slavoj Zizek's second most important early book at Theory Underground, very early into Theory Underground's time, because we had to think contradiction. So I just want people to sit on that and think about it. Synthesis is not the solution for everything. Working through contradictions that cannot be resolved is part of the process. And this fusionism ideal is one that says, we're all part of the same thing. Let's just not focus on disagreement. Oh my God, there's so much infighting. It's cannibalism. We just have to get over it. We just have to focus on the prize, focus on the real enemy here. And in doing that, we become anti-intellectual, and we become closed off to conceptual distinction. And all that just becomes this blur. And it was not good for my own thinking. That it set me back a long ways. And in a lot of ways, I'm still just going to be a student for another, the rest of my life probably. Just working through the blurriness that everyone puts on everything when they think, oh, we're all in this together, so we can just blur that. But, oh, we have crystal clear clarity about who we hate. And I think we have to overcome that. So, yeah, man, I'm really excited to do this podcast with you.
Definitely, Dave. Thank you. And you're echoing a point that Spencer Leonard of Platypus makes in the beginning of the Platypus anthology, which is that the millennial left began with a critique of the new left, of the 60s generation, and then repeated the same mistakes and failed ultimately to overcome and escape those. So I do see still some platypus in you, Dave.
We'll talk about that more later. Thank you. All right, everybody, we'll be right back after this commercial break with Dave Snellgrove, my father-in-law, and we're going to get into the Democratic perspective according to him. All right, be right back.
We cannot do direct revolution, but the only way to lay the foundation for it is to do what you are doing to move the underground. It's a theoretically correct title.
Welcome to Theory Underground, a place for workers with earbuds who are tired of letting others read and think on their behalf, slipstreaming our way into an understanding of the situation that short-circuits the deadlocks of our moment.
Research at Theory Underground focuses on what is most important for understanding our current situation: theory of the subject, capital, time-energy theory, critical media theory, CMT, and the most essential critiques necessary for understanding why the theory, ideology, and common sense of influencers left to right misses the mark.
Theory Underground is coming to a city near you. What that has meant in the last year is traveling across the United States, into Canada, and then all over Europe to promote our books, courses, and ideas related to time energy and underground theory. You've been reading Underground Theory.
I'm a publisher and an editor. I run and review books. Literally, it's my living. This is the best edited collection I've ever read.
Okay, picture this scene. America, early 2021. An Amazon warehouse worker arises from the emerging underground theory internet scene to create spaces for untimely topics and concerns that are too often neglected or kept in isolation today. Joined by a revolving cast of underground theorists, academics, and critics, he establishes what will become Theory Underground, a teaching, research, and publishing platform by and for working-class intellectuals, autodidacts, and academics who want to do more than they're able to do within the confines of academia. That warehouse worker's name is David McKerracher, and his book Time Energy is his first major contribution to the world of theory. It was recently reprinted with a foreword by none other than Slavoj Žižek, who also contributed to Theory Underground's latest book.
My Bible, it's an excellent book.
A collection of essays called Underground Theory.
What you just heard is an excerpt from the Strange Exiles podcast, episode 23, where Bram from Strange Exiles interviewed me and Mikey. For those who don't know, Mikey is the author of the Dangerous Maybe blog. We are publishing one of his books here shortly at Theory Underground. He's also a lecturer at Theory Underground, and he's someone I've been friends and a collaborator with for over 10 years. But most importantly for you all, he's a fantastic lecturer, and it's a crime that he has to do wage labor right now. One of the long-term goals of Theory Underground has been now for a couple of years to hashtag free Mikey. That is something that I've been really pushing, but first I had to get freed from wage labor, which was achieved this year. That's right. Thanks to my monthly seminar subscribers, I was able to quit Amazon and do Theory Underground full time. Now I'm announcing the next big phase of the plan, which is the Mikey Down seminar. What monthly subscribers to the Mikey seminar are paying for is a survey of philosophy, including deep dives into Zizek, Land, Lacan, Baudrillard, Bataille, Lyotard, and ultimately the whole history of philosophy.
We're trying to build like this ongoing seminar, right? And that's what I really like about this thing, where, you know, if I'm teaching a main text, that's something I got to focus on. I got to really, but the seminar thing, we can do this stuff all the time where we dive deeper into concepts, we dive deeper into certain, you know, sections of books or whatever, and we can really do this nuanced stuff.
I think that there's probably no better way for us to accelerate our learning in these areas than by slipstreaming Mikey. And that has been my belief for years and years and years now. It's official. You're able to help out. You're able to get involved. You're able to benefit directly from liberating him from wage labor. Get on it right now. Do it. Just go. Stop what you're doing. Go click the button. Subscribe. This is what you do. Subscribe to him. If you're already signed up for the ongoing Theory Underground seminars, then that's the ones that I do with my wife, Anne. Though that's getting an upgrade, which means that I will be doing one session per month that is just me, and then I will also be doing the ones with Anne which are a crash course in sociology, anthropology, the social sciences, and ultimately Marx, Heidegger, Levinas, Bourdieu, imminently critiquing pop psychology, sociology, self-help, and ultimately the doxa of our time. But if you would like to be a subscriber to both Mikey's seminar and the seminar that the Snellgrove McKerrachers are doing, then the best way is to become a Tier 4 subscriber, or you can be a Tier 2 subscriber to each of us. The reason this matters is because Tier 2 is like pretty much the best bang for your buck. It gives you huge discounts on all of the courses that we do. But if you can't afford it, Tier 4 is amazing because it gives you Tier 3 access at both Mikey's seminar and ours.
And finally, not everybody has time to be part of these ongoing research seminars, and they just want to fund the paid content for the YouTube and podcast. And so thank you so much to our patrons over at Patreon. They're the ones funding all the free stuff. So big thank you to Bert, Marilyn, Carl, Sahil, Zozandra, Nikolai, Darian, Tyler, and Mandeep, and all the other wonderful patron people, Patreon people. And thank you to all the other wonderful Patreon people. Thank you so much to all of you patrons, and also to the special subscribers and the paying subscribers. Oh my god, it's just so awkward. Thank you, Patreon. Patrons, thank you. Oh, okay. And to all the other wonderful patrons, thank you so much, all you patrons. And also a special thanks to the subscribers on the YouTube side, as well as the paying subscribers over at Substack.
3, 2, 1, and we're live. We're not recording yet. We're going to engage with the audience for a quick moment here before we introduce our next guest. I want to say hello to everybody. The Dangerous Maybe is still with us. He says, "This has been so fantastic, guys. Mikey, it's great to see you, man. I figured you would kind of dig this, and I'm happy to see I was right." Evan Wells said one thing as far as origins is that the U.S. of current generations did not have a comparison for Trump how to deal with what did seem like a radical intolerance and brutishness and personality and violation of decorum was not known of obligation towards minorities and others, etc. Yeah, I think you're right. A lot of people are still just shocked to just see the mode he's in, because people will point out that he's an actor, that Ronald Reagan was an actor. Yeah, but Ronald Reagan didn't talk like that, right? But we'll get into all this in a second. We've got with us today, I'll say this shit once we get recording. For now, the whole thing about Adorno and dialectics is something I want to come back to, Verisalungen. But for now, everybody, thank you for your participation. Smash like, blah, blah, blah. Let's get it going. I'm going to hit record in 3, 2, 1.
Hi, I'm Benjamin Studebaker.
And this is David McKerracher with Why Left. Today, we're joined by Dave Snellgrove, my father-in-law. How are you doing, Dave?
Fantastic. I appreciate you inviting me to be on.
Yeah, it's great to have you. I'll say a couple nice things about you real quick. Dave has proven a lot of the kinds of fears I think most people, but including myself, have going into a marriage, with the in-laws. He's proven a lot of those fears wrong. And really, I feel very loved and included by this family, and it's an absolute honor to be a part of it. And with that said, I feel this sort of battle for the soul of America is something that's being waged all around me, because I think there's a lot of good people on both sides, and there's also a lot of good people who aren't on either side. In fact, 50% of Americans are neither left nor right, or at least they don't vote, and that's interesting. But my family is, on the one side, Republican, though hesitant. They call most of those people rhinos. They were very influenced by the Tea Party movement back in the day. And the other side is Democrats. And I thought, what better way to kick off this podcast than by bringing them together? Dave and my dad both thought, I think until like an hour before this thing started today, that they were going to be debating each other. I was like, no, guys, no, we want to get to know you each separate. Like, sure, I know that Dave will say he loves a good debate. Sure, absolutely. But first, just really getting to know you. It's sort of coming from political science and sociology and just like, who are you, Dave? That's kind of the setting for everything we're about to do here. But you are, like my dad, someone who proves a lot of the stereotypes wrong. You're a gregarious, open-minded person, but you also you're a critical thinker, and you're not afraid to back down from a disagreement. And so it's great to have you here. Benjamin, anything that you want to say to open this up?
I'm really excited to do this. I think it's going to be interesting. I think having the two different personalities, but not really personalities. I think the personalities might be rather similar, actually, at the end of the day. It's two different political views, but both put in, I think, an open-minded and way. And of course, there will be instances, I'm sure, where people in the chat who are following along may disagree. But we're going to let Dave talk a little bit and hear what Dave has to say and give an airing to the point of view, because I think really that's something that we don't get enough of these days.
So let's just, for the rest of this conversation, I'm David and that's Dave, so we don't get confused. People often ask me which I prefer, and I just always say whichever you have the fewest negative associations with, or the opposite of the other one if he's in the room. And so in this case, you get to have Dave. I've got no interest in it. Dave, who are you voting for and why?
Kamala Harris, and ended up doing, and I don't normally do this. Ended up voting in all the meaningful elections where there was an R or D. I hate voting straight ticket. I voted for a lot of R's. I voted for a lot of D's. I voted for independents. But I'm voting for Kamala Harris. And overall, and I'll just go to my simplistic view on why I find myself better aligned with the Democratic belief is that I grew up, the first year that I could vote was 1984, and Reagan had been in office for 4 years, and the whole trickle-down economic theory, which Bush called voodoo economics, when he was running against Reagan before he became the vice president, I don't believe in trickle-down economics, and there's been a lot of that push really since then, and we've seen it heighten over time. So that's my primary belief as to why. I mean, there are a lot of things that I end up hearing from the conservative end or from Donald Trump that I don't wholly disagree with. It's just the means in which we accomplish it.
Do you think that she's going to win?
Well, I don't know. Every poll, and I listen to a lot of sports talk radio, and honestly, it doesn't matter what the prognosticators say. The game's still going to be played, and the game actually technically ends on the 5th, but we all know it's going to go longer than that in terms of the arguments and debate. But I'm getting really worn out by the constant swing and sway of, oh my gosh, so and so just it made a major error in this, and they're going to lose this state, and all the emails and texts that I end up getting that are trying to convince you to pour money into whichever coffer, and I get all the Democratic ones, and I'm sure that the conservatives get all the conservative ones. It's just guided too much by money. It's a gigantic money grab. I'm not sure what the pay is. I can't recall what the pay is for a president, and a lot of them just donate it back and don't take anything for the job. But the billions of dollars that end up getting spent, it doesn't add up.
So do you feel like your vote really matters?
Absolutely. I do, because it's those little things that everyone needs to do their part to add in. I'm not real happy that we're still working with an electoral college when we know that we can easily go to popular vote. We've had many elections where I think the Bush Gore, I was talking to Benjamin during the break, and he got involved during the Bush Gore. And I think that was a popular vote issue that came down, but Bush ended up winning.
Benjamin, really? You got involved all the way back then?
Yeah, I started following politics when I was 8. I was a weird kid. I could tell you all about the Social Security lockbox debate.
I did. Yeah, I had no idea. I don't even know what that debate was. I have no recollection for what do you remember that one, Dave?
Yes, I do.
What was that?
It was a huge debate.
Yeah.
Social Security lockbox?
Yeah, the question about whether to cut taxes or to put the surplus in a lockbox to fund Social Security as the population ages.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I remember little trickles and pieces of that. My whole life, people have been saying I won't get Social Security, right? I think it probably...
Well, Bush did the Bush tax cuts. And then in 2005, after he was reelected, he tried to privatize Social Security, and that ultimately was unable to pass. And that was kind of the end of the domestic agenda in the second Bush administration, because during the 2006 midterms, the Republicans got badly wiped. They took a thumping. That's what Bush said in that year.
Okay.
Yeah, I followed very closely in the Bush years.
And so this...
What was it, 8 years old? Wow, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, and he's been reading The Week since 2008, right?
2002, the start of the Iraq War. You got to remember, you have to be a weird person to end up being someone who does a PhD at Cambridge when you grew up in Indiana. You have to be quite strange. It's not something most people do.
No, no, it's not. Yeah, I had to explain to Nance what The Week is earlier today. I had no idea, but I mean, my take on it is that it's the magazine that collects assessments on what's going on that week across all of the mainstream outlets. Is that right?
It collects paragraphs, chunks of paragraphs that are edited and put together from all the major establishment media. So often newspapers, some magazines, some TV networks. And so it gives you a little bit of a compendium of what the mainstream establishment press has been talking about. It hasn't done a very good job of keeping up with the digital pivot. It's tried a little bit in places, but it's clearly sticking with the boomer audience. And the ads in the week reflect this. But it's still a very good magazine for getting a sense of what people over the age of 50 or 60 are reading and seeing on TV. And there's also a UK version of it. There was a while where I got both versions at the same time, which was a riot.
Solosky asks, what was your take on Bernie? And I think he's asking you, Dave, what was your take on Bernie?
I like Bernie. I unfortunately didn't think that Bernie was electable, but he was actually the person that I supported the most when he was running. I wanted to see the country take a stronger progressive move, and I thought he'd be the right person. He had the right message. I felt even at that time, I'm an old fart, but he's an older fart than I am, and I think at that time he was already an old fart. So I'm kind of over the old fart white male, even though I'm one of them, being in charge. I think that we need to let other people take a run at it, and I think that we'll get greater empathy if we bring Kamala into the mix. I think that there's a different perspective. And you guys talked earlier about perspective a lot, terming it at priors, and I think that there's a different perspective that can come out of having a female voice ideas and opinions in there.
In 2020, did you support Harris during the primary when she ran in 2019, or did you have somebody else that you liked better?
Trying to remember, been through so many elections. That was one of the fun ones, because we actually got to go through a caucus, and that was in the state of Nevada. We weren't used to doing caucuses, and that was really quite fun. With me, who likes to debate, I threw myself in the middle, and I let people try and convince me, even though I kind of had my leanings already. And it was just a blast for me. It took a lot longer. I think it disenfranchised some people from the process, but I really enjoyed it. And I think it would be nice if our political elections were done that way, so we can have that exchange of ideas, because I don't have the same perspective someone else does. When you're talking about it just on either the Democratic or the Republican side, you're going to be much more similar. But I have so many friends. I'm in a very generally conservative area. We've been turning more purple over the years in Reno, and I have a lot of friends who politically we disagree, but and that's okay. I have a saying, and some of my friends take offense to it. It's not meant to be offensive. It's meant to be honest. Is that most of my friends are wrong, but it doesn't mean they're not my friends, which was kind of a very simple way of something you were talking about previously. It doesn't make you a bad person because you disagree with me. It means that you have different perspectives in your life. And my father-in-law is one. We used to have famous discussions and debates. He's a staunch conservative, I was staunch liberal, and we really had some good discussions about things. And I don't look at debate as something bad. Debate is only an exchange of ideas. I want to learn more about you. And there have been so many debates and discussions that I've gone through where I've come out with a little bit different point of view on things. Did it mean that I changed my overall belief of what my stance was? Absolutely not in most cases, but it gave me a better understanding. And over time, I have shifted and changed and softened in some areas and hardened in others.
Awesome. For the sake of the research instrument here, I kind of want to make sure that we touch on some of the same stuff that we talked about with my dad. And for those who are just joining right now, yes, in episode 2 of Why Left, we talked to my dad. And in that conversation, we went over a bunch of the questions, some of which we've already asked here. We just want to make sure to ask you both some of these. And so I really want to hear kind of your origin story, how you got politicized. How did you get political? You said it started in college with Reagan. Is that right?
Actually, my first political experience was a Reagan rally when I was still in high school. And my sister took me into a mall down in Southern California and went out, heard Ronald Reagan speak on the campaign trail. And God, I'm trying to think. It might have been when I was in junior high, and I couldn't vote. Fortunately, I came of age to vote the same year that there was a presidential election. That was quite exciting for me that I got to vote. Now, I was going into college. I was a young Republican. I was very conservative in belief. I was a math major running into college, and I was going to teach high school math was kind of what my path was. And some of the classes really weren't too kind to me. So I ended up taking a general ed course in economics, in principles of microeconomics, and found out that, wow, this is really exciting. I had an exceptional younger professor who I need to reach out to and let him know how much I appreciate him enlightening me in the field of economics, because it ended up being where I got my bachelor's and my master's. Well, started out as a young Republican. Reagan was in office. And as I started to get more into the theory and thought of economics and started to learn a little bit more, I started to realize about certain inequities and injustices that happen within economic systems, and especially within capitalism. Do I feel that capitalism is inherently bad? Absolutely not. Do I feel that unchecked capitalism is inherently bad? Yes, I do. I think that there's certain regulation that needs to be there. But I ended up kind of swaying over and realizing, hey, there are different modes of thought. And I transferred universities, and the university I ended up graduating from didn't have traditional majors. It had women's studies, I think Chicano studies and Marxist studies. I think there were 4 or 5 majors that we get. So I went for Marxist studies. So I'm definitely not as read as you two individuals and as studied, but I ended up that, if people want to call it that I was indoctrinated, so be it. I was exposed to different thoughts. I don't like this idea of the indoctrination and, oh, this is what our colleges are doing. I think that I had my eyes open to different theories, different thoughts, and I was brought up in capitalism. I kind of know what capitalism is and what capitalism is about, or at least I have my perspective or my prior of that. So I ended up kind of swaying over, and a big part of it went back to this whole idea. And Reagan was a big proponent of it, and the trickle down economics. And that was kind of the thing that made me say, no, I can't support that.
Now, I remember Elizabeth Warren moved from the Republican Party into the Democratic Party, I think in response to some of those same things. And I think it was 1996 that she switched.
I did not know that.
Yeah. Would you say that your position is close to maybe Elizabeth Warren's, or would that be
Similar.
not quite right?
I got to see her speak here locally when she was on the campaign trail. That was really fun. I've been to a Trump rally too. I had to go to a Trump rally. I'm staunch liberal on things, but I said, I got to go see what this is about. And so I'll listen to all sides. But I have my beliefs, my founded beliefs based on my priors. I'm not saying that my priors are right. I'm saying that they just form what my beliefs are. And probably more. I do like Elizabeth Warren. I did like her when she was running as well. And I don't know, Trump is just he's a very charismatic. I don't want to say well-spoken. You talked in the previous episode about Ronald Reagan. He was a fantastic orator.
For sure.
That guy could get you eating out of his hands. Whether you liked him or not, he could convince you that you should like him. And Barack Obama had the same type of charisma.
Yeah.
And Trump doesn't have that. So it's befuddling to me how many people, and a lot of friends who they're either very conservative or they're definitely, I like Trump. I just don't like his style of management. I don't have no appreciation, no respect for it. Taking all credit and blaming everyone else is kind of the path. And I just can't support that.
Would you, let's just say that the policies or the track record was like the same, the background was the same, well, how do I want to phrase this question? What if the roles were reversed? Let's say that there's a Democrat who acts like Trump, but their policies and track record are say the same as Kamala.
And there's a great question, and the fact that during the 2020 election, he was the governor of Ohio, and for the life of me, his name's escaping me, but he was
John
running
Kasich.
against Kasich. I would have voted for Kasich any day of the week over Hillary Clinton. No problem. I thought he was very down to earth. Yes, we wouldn't agree. I wouldn't agree with him on some things, and he would probably take a little bit of a stance that I'd not be too happy with. However, I would have easily chosen Kasich over Hillary.
Yeah, that's interesting. It gets into this question about to what degree is it Trump's policies that bother you, versus to what degree is it his rhetoric, his tone, his way of carrying on as president?
I'm glad you said tone, and I'll apologize to any of your listeners who are really like the Dodgers or Lakers, but I do have an example, and it just dawned on me the other day. I was listening to an ad that I've heard probably 100 times at this point, and it's Trump droning on and on about things. His voice grates on me at this point, and I can go back to my past. I was born and raised down in Southern California, never really despised the Dodgers and hated the Lakers. And again, I'll apologize to any of your subscribers who may be big fans, but Vin Scully, classic broadcaster, sports broadcaster. And I'd say 99 out of 100 people tell you it's probably one of the tops of all time. And Chick Hearn, who was the Lakers announcer, because I despised those two teams so much, I just couldn't tolerate their voices. I mean, whether Vince Scully was doing golf or whatever they were on, I really could not listen to those people. And Trump is the same way for me. I just cannot stand his delivery, his tone, there's just something about it that grates on me.
That's interesting. I might have expected you to say the policies that you don't like, but you didn't do that.
There are actually things, and I kind of alluded to it earlier and mentioned there are certain things in terms of policies I don't wholly disagree with. The means in which we get there, oftentimes I have some heartburn with. When I was part of the Reagan Youth and the Young Republicans, I really believed in protectionism and, close it up, close the borders. We can do it ourselves. And as I've studied more economics, no, I don't agree with it. So I've learned about that more. Now, does it mean that I'm right? No, it may not. I may be wrong. I may be living in my own fool's paradise, but that is my prior.
Harry very much emphasized the issue of immigration. For him, that was a big part of why he supports Trump. What do you think about that issue?
We need immigration. We need, I think in any company, let's just take it down to a small level. And I've worked in companies my whole life and been at many different companies. And I think having new thoughts, new ideas, new blood into a company, and if you relate that over to an economy, I think it's a positive thing. It's how America was built. We're all immigrants. Only the Native Americans can say that they're not immigrants. So we've all immigrated here. Our families have. So to vilify immigrants, I think is just awful, absolutely awful. And it's been a rallying cry with Build the Wall, and I can understand it, and I wholly don't agree with it.
I guess what he would say to that is that he agrees, but that the issue is illegal immigration, and he really emphasized how hard people work to do things the legal way, and how starting off illegal really obviously gets you off on the wrong foot in this country.
I think has the country overall let it get out of hand? Yes. Can I say that the Democrats and Biden administration really let it go unchecked? I don't know if I can. I think I can, because that's what the media tells me, but I also told you earlier about my general distrust for the media. I think I did that. I don't know if it might have been the conversation I was having with Ben during break.
Yeah, I think it was. So, I didn't hear you say
that. When I see news feeds come up, I always have to look at what the source is coming from, because if it bleeds, it leads mentality is what guides our media. Now they're in business in a capitalist society to do what everyone is, and they make the most money for the minimal effort, and they put out the story that is going to get you to click on it or get you to continue watching or whatever it may be. So that's what we've been told. Do I believe what we've been told? I don't know. I really don't know.
There was an effort during the Biden administration to do a comprehensive immigration reform that did not go through, in part because Republicans did not support it. Although it would not be the first time that there's been an effort to do comprehensive immigration reform, and there's been significant chunks that have not supported it. Bush, I remember, tried to do comprehensive immigration reform and was unable to produce the necessary legislative consensus to get it done.
I go back to the Reagan years, and I'm probably older than most of your audience. However, some might be old enough to remember. Even back during the Reagan years, and I really miss the time that while there were definitely two sides and differing opinions, there was still the ability to compromise. And in our government, we've lost that ability. We've become so polarized that it's really disheartening. And it broadcasts over to the interpersonal relationships that we have with our friends, with our family. And unfortunately, that's been part of the collateral damage of all this. Just because somebody, and you said this in the last episode, really rung clear, just because somebody doesn't agree with you doesn't make them an evil or bad person. It means they have a different opinion. They have different perspectives. And our goal, and I have long felt that one of the best things that we could do in this country, get rid of sides of the aisle. If they're going to act like kindergartners, treat them like kindergartners. So basically assigned seating and shuffled seating, because I tend to believe that if you made the Republicans and Democrats sit together and next to each other, you might have two Republicans and a Democrat and another Republican, two Democrats, and so on. If they have to sit and actually talk to each other, they might actually find out that they agree on more than they disagree on. And hopefully we can get rid of some of this just staunch division that we have. It's really doesn't make me pleased about where we're going as a country.
Would you say that, well, I guess, okay, I want to back it up just a little bit. I'll just make a statement and then see if I can turn it into a question. Your disposition and general operating assumptions that you're kind of laying out for us here don't seem to me to be the default setting Democrats are operating on, especially with the resistance ever since Trump's come into office. This idea that we need to listen to each other, that we need to work together. In fact, I would say, like, I see a whole lot of the other side as Hitler, therefore anything is justified from both sides. Like, I feel like this is all around. I'm not saying that comes from you, and I'm not saying that comes from my own dad. I'm just saying that kind of attitude is strong on the Democratic left. And I'll use an example of a person to make it concrete. Destiny is a debate streamer. He's a liberal pundit. He has become pretty famous over the last couple of years. He's appearing on all of these mainstream television shows now, even though he kind of comes out of YouTube and Twitch. And he was recently on Piers Morgan. And this was right after the first assassination attempt on Donald Trump. And I think his name's like Stephen Barnell. But Destiny said to Piers Morgan and the other people who were on the show, basically scoffing over the other people who were kind of clasping their pearls about the assassination attempt. He scoffs and just goes, no, absolutely not. No, you cannot do this. Like after they, being the Republicans, have done what they've done all these years, since Trump got into office, there's this sympathy, this both sidesism, this let's work together. This is off the table. And then when Piers Morgan was trying to be like, well, but can't you at least acknowledge that the man who was shot, the firefighter, was he shouldn't have been killed. Can't you at least denounce the assassination attempt? Stephen was like, no, I won't denounce it. In fact, he deserves it for being there. Right.
I think I heard some news on that. I think that hit the mainstream media, which I'm old enough that that's what I generally pay attention to.
Yeah. So that was, to me, kind of insane also, just because I know that you and Anne have attended a Trump rally. Could have been you who was shot. It doesn't matter if he was a supporter or not. These, people have a right to attend these things and get a sense for what's going on. But I guess I just want to hear your thoughts on the division. Does what the Trumpian right has done justify this kind of...
And before you answer, let's raise the concept of fascism, because we did it with Kerry. A lot of people say that Trump is a fascist, and therefore anything is permitted. Sic semper tyrannis. How do you feel about that?
There have been some movements with the Supreme Court, and there have been some things. Trump is a master at tying up and delaying the legal system. He really knows how to use it. Eh, in terms of fascism, it's a tough one for me. I listened to certain podcasts. There was one podcast that really helped me out, and I'm trying to remember which one it was, but it's not going to be, if your side loses, it's not going to be as bad as you fear. And it's not going to be as good as they say. I have used that term. My work as a land use planner, and I've talked to people and I've let them know, and I've served on advisory boards and different things. And I've let people know that it's not as good as they pitch it in the project, or that we may pitch it, but it's not going to be as bad as you fear. If the zoning's right, allowed to go through. So relative to what we're talking about here, I don't see that it's as drastic as what some people might consider things to be. It's a tough question for me, but sorry, I'm kind of lost on my train of thought with it. I got myself sidetracked.
Well, I feel like the fascism question opens up such a big can of worms that we're probably going to spend a couple of seasons on this podcast just trying to get to the bottom of, because, nowadays there are people who think that absolutely anything is justified as long as it's fighting fascism, and the fascism is on the rise and it's the most important thing that we resist, versus people who are very sick and tired of being called fascists because they are concerned about 7-year-olds being put on puberty blockers. Like, that's kind of the internet right now. That's kind of where we're at. It's kind of crazy,
Right. Yeah, we had a situation here locally. It's gotten some national news media, but there's a trans athlete playing on the San Jose State University volleyball team, and there are teams that are just saying, no, we're not going to play. I think that there's a there are limited examples, and you can be polarized on those limited examples, but I don't think that it's as big as what it needs to be. What ended up happening here locally is that it was used on the Republican side, that there were a lot of Republican candidates and people who were out stumping for them that showed up. They thought, hey, here's an opportunity. We can really drive this. I think a lot of the dialogue, it gets overblown when it is a small issue. Is it an important and may be a polarizing issue? Yes, it is. But does it deserve what attention it ends up getting? I don't believe that.
I think one of the interesting things that has come out of this discussion and the one with Kerry is that there isn't so much hostility to the democratic process being expressed by either side. I'm not hearing from either side that there's a need to do something dramatic if the other side wins because democracy's fate is in the balance. That seems to be a message that hasn't really been persuasive for either side. And I think in the media, it's often portrayed as if all the Trump supporters or all of the Harris supporters are hostile to democracy, won't accept the result, and will cheat and do whatever's necessary to win. I don't hear that, especially from the boomer generation, the older generation. I hear a lot of 20th century, very reasonable disagreement perspectives. And I think that is probably much more common than in our youth. We spend a lot of time online reading the tweets of the most crazy people and watching their videos, and it causes these perspectives to be overrepresented for us.
That's a good take, and I would tend to agree with that, but just because it's the first time I've heard that analysis of it. It's not going to be as bad as everyone fears, and it kind of gets back to some of the things I talked about earlier. It's not going to be this horrible situation. We're going to continue to go on as long as we allow it to continue to go on. I think that there have been a lot of things that have just been overblown, and a lot of it goes back to the sensationalism of media. If it bleeds, it leads. that's what we're largely fed. And I think there are a lot of people in the boomer generation and in my group that we're still getting our media from those traditional sources largely. Some of us are adapting over. I've got to admit I'm slow, but I'm getting there. That it's hard not to just take it and trust it. I try and read news stories that I find on the web with an eye of where's this coming from. You read the headlines, you see that it's something to grab your attention because the clicks sell, get more money. We still work in a capitalist society, so yeah, it's incentivized for them.
Okay. Thank you. So I think this does a good job to sort of lay a good picture for your general disposition, which is like, guys, we can get through this, and we can work together. And I like that. And I think that, you're sort of diplomatic and predisposed towards working with other people in a way that I think my dad is also. So, in the future, maybe someday we'll be able to have like a conversation about something going on, and we'll be able to bring you guys in sort of as our trusted, different perspectives on some kind of a situation. And I'm stoked that we now have that. But I kind of want to bring it back to something like, there were some people in the chat who were just kind of like face palming a little bit earlier, and I brought a couple of those in when my dad was on, and so I figure let's do it. And one of the big ones was this idea that Kamala brings this different perspective because she's a woman, and that empathy and all of this stuff, and I think that there's a lot of jaded Bernie bros, or like ex-Bernie people, Bernie crats, right? I don't think a lot of them probably like being referred to as Bernie bros, because that was something that was weaponized against a lot of people, not just men, back in 2016 and 2020. But one of the things that was also weaponized against people who cared about Medicare for all was identity politics. And the idea that Bernie was a white man was constantly being used by people whose policies were not substantially different from Joe Biden's or from any other sort of austerity, neoliberal, democratic washed version of Reagan that became so popular under Clinton. And so I guess I'm just curious to, set you up for what would you say to the people who care about like something universalist, broad based, like Medicare for all, people who had this kind of, oh, well, he's not a woman, used against them when they were, doing the ground game for Bernie?
Well, and I think I understand where you're going with it, and I'll try and answer. I don't have the same perspective that Dave, you have, Benjamin, that you have, that any woman has. And this is where, in terms of my debate and discussion strategy, I don't have the same perspective that other people do, which goes back to the start. Most of my friends are wrong, but doesn't mean they're not my friends. Type of belief is that really we need to be able to kind of envision what somebody else may think. So in Kamala, she's going to have a different perspective. She had a different bringing up than I did. And just being a woman is going to bring a different perspective. And I believe, and I may be wrong in this belief, but I believe there's going to be a different level of empathy that comes out, and in a different way to treat certain situations that we've seen through our history, how generally males will treat it. I'm not saying that every male is going to treat things exactly the same, but I think it is time to allow, and allow is a horrible word, but I think it's time for that different perspective in terms of leadership. And, whether we get a more positive outcome out of that, not everything has to be based on machismo and I think that there is some greater empathy that, and I may be wrong on this, but I do believe that there would be a greater level of empathy that a female leader can bring.
One of the things we talked about with Kerry was healthcare. Medicare for all came up in the context of socialism, and where Kerry came down on socialism. What do you think about something like Medicare for all?
I think it's fantastic. We were one of the last countries to actually take care of our citizenry. And in terms of that, I do see healthcare being a basic need. I feel that generally in this country we're approaching it wrong and not in as much of a holistic fashion as we should be. But I don't believe that just because you live in America, it's only the wealthy that should get the treatment. I think that we would be better off as a society if we did have Medicare for all, if we had some sort of healthcare where instead of people running to the emergency room to treat a problem that they let go too far because they were afraid they couldn't afford it, when it becomes a catastrophe for them, that now they've got to go to the emergency room, and now they're dealing with it in an acute situation rather than dealing with it early.
Yeah, so I think for some people out there, because politicians like Harris don't support a policy like that, there's skepticism of whether that empathy really goes very far. What would you say to that?
You're not gonna get the agreement. Whatever leader ends up being chosen democratically in our election, you're not going to agree with everything everyone says. I mean, I don't agree with a lot of things that my friends say, and that's okay. We can disagree, and I can't think of any presidential candidate, and they tend to be the ones that come under the greatest focus because the microphone's always on them, the camera's always on them. But I can't think of any one presidential vote, and I voted for Democrats, I voted for Republicans. Can't think of any one that I've agreed with everything that they've done. I mean, there are things that I do agree with on the Republican agenda and the Republican side, but there are more that I agree with on the Democratic side. If we have to come down to those polar opposites, and I really wish we didn't have to come down to those polar opposites, but generally that's what we have to do.
I want to ask about neoliberalism, and if that's a term that you've encountered a lot, if that's a term that you use to think about things, if that's something that came out of your time in that Marxism studies period of your life, or if it's something that's kind of surfaced since then. Is it a concept you think with?
It's something that I'm familiar with the term, but less familiar with it overall. It wasn't something that was coming. I was just in school and I was just learning. I was just soaking things up, and it was really interesting when I was going through school. I was kind of disconnected from kind of what was going on in the world. If it was a presidential election, I was interested, but a lot of the other things I wasn't paying as much attention to. And I think you can get lost in the college and academic environment at times to what is actually going on. Mm-hmm. And then in this day and age, you honestly have to kind of pay attention to the source that is coming from too, because there's a lot of things out there that just aren't right.
Yeah. And I understand the term to basically just be the Reaganization of politics across the political spectrum from left to right. The idea, really what you were against from day one, it sounds like, was trickle-down economics. And that trickle-down economics, there is no society, it's all just a bunch of individuals. That was kind of the Reagan-Thatcher ideology that apparently, and I don't know too much about the period, maybe Benjamin could fill us in a bit on it, Clinton and Biden mainstreamed to the nth degree from the Democratic side, which made it so that the two parties basically agreed on a lot of economic issues. But it sounds to me like you're not down with neoliberalism.
No, and I think that a lot of I lost my train of thought on that.
Well, it was a loaded question.
Yeah, there was a lot there.
Yeah, I had to
it was starting on one end, and then it came at me at another.
I had to define it, and then I got bogged down. Benjamin, you could set it back up.
Yeah, I think that Dave is trying to identify that the Democratic Party may have shifted over the course of the 70s and 80s and adopted many of the economic positions that you in your youth had been inspired to reject, that you moved from being a Republican to a Democrat at precisely the point at which the Democrats adopted the policies that had inspired you to reject the Republicans.
Again, there are a lot of things that I do agree with on the Republican agenda. There are more things that I agree with, and my one guiding principle in terms of trickle down versus trickle up. If we look at where the money went during the pandemic, just as an example, and bailing out companies versus bailing out people, I tend to believe having an economics degree and master's, I tend to believe that you're going to get more bang for your buck as a nation if you give things out to people who are going to spend it on more on basic needs, that they need more of those things, arguably are going to be created within your own country. So you get more economic benefit out of that. And now I've been told by the media on this, so I'll couch it with that. But my understanding is through the pandemic, we've actually fared better than many other nations. Maybe not all, but we fared better. And I think some of the things, there were trillions of dollars that were handed out in response to the pandemic to try and stabilize the economy. And those trillions of dollars, I think, helped us weather the storm better than most nations. So I tend to think that I agree with many of the things on the Republican side. There are certain things that there has been a shift over time. I've been voting for a long time now, and some of these changes have been subtle. Don't really notice they're happening, but I have my beliefs, and I can be convinced otherwise through good debate. Doesn't mean I'm going to change wholeheartedly overnight. No, it probably doesn't, but I will take those things in and soak them in and subtly change my beliefs. And I probably have through my years, from when I first said, no, I'm not supporting the Reagan agenda anymore. I don't believe in it. I have voted for Republicans. I voted for more Democrats, but I have voted for Republicans, and I would vote for a Republican again if it was the right person and the right message and what I felt was right for the country.
So in the interest of making this interesting, in the last half hour or so, maybe 20 minutes, who knows, I wanted to share a tweet. I went digging through Benjamin Studebaker's Twitter for the last 20 years, and I found something offensive he said 15 years ago. No, I'm kidding. No, he actually said this 2 days ago. So this is pretty current. He probably still agrees with it. And I want to maybe if there's a contradiction here, see if we can't address it a little bit. He said, the most good you can do with your vote, write in the name of a friend or family member. Take a picture if you can. Send it to them. Tell them why they would make a better president than Harris or Trump. Show them you love them and make them feel special. Benjamin, is there anything else you want to say about that before Dave responds?
Well, I did tweet that. I'm not going to deny it. And I do agree with it. I do. And if I have to defend it, I will.
Now, Benjamin, is that in lieu of voting? In lieu of actually casting a ballot?
Well, I will go and vote. I plan to write in names of people that I know because I don't see any possibility of things improving with either party's slate of candidates this time. And I don't think either party's slate should be encouraged by my vote. I don't want to encourage the parties to keep going in the directions that they're going. And I see an opportunity to maybe surprise some of my friends and cheer them up. And to me, I think that's a lot of good. If you think about what a vote is in terms of the percentage of the total votes that are cast, actually making somebody smile would probably do more good, especially given that, I live in the state of Indiana. I'm pretty sure how that state is going to go.
Yeah. Well, and that goes back to, kind of winner take all in each state. But yeah, we're not going to agree with everything that a candidate says, does, believes. You got to pick the best choice. And this is where I'm very discouraged by our political system. So I kind of agree with you, Benjamin, on some of that. I really wish that we had more realistic choices. The problem is that those third, hopefully someday fourth, and so far party candidates and further candidates, that if we went to more of a parliamentary form of government, I think that we would have more people participating, voting. There would be more feelings out there, and we'd actually have better results as a government, because it's not so polarized at that point. You win, I lose, which is kind of what things have unfortunately gone to. I still remember back, even when I first started voting, that while they disagreed, they were still able to get things done. There was some mode of compromise that could happen. I don't think that we're told about as much of the compromise that actually does happen by our media, but I just see and I feel that we hit a roadblock way too many times. And if we had that, other sibling in the argument that could say, no, you know what, they're right, they're wrong, and help to mediate that, I think that would help this nation. So
yeah, I think a lot of the
politicians.
I think a lot of the politicians do agree with each other and do socialize across party lines much more than they let on. And they make a point to pretend that they dislike each other much more than they do, in part because there is so much overlap. The thing that really struck me about the Harris administration is how much continuity there was with the policy of the Trump administration. All of the things that they said that they would change, whether it was children in cages or whether it was the tariffs, they largely embraced all of those things. The building the wall, all of the things that they had criticized, they largely embraced. So, I do think that they have a lot better social relations than they let on in public, and that is it's not something I would be interested in disrupting. I don't want the politicians to be unable to talk to each other, but I think that because they pretend to disagree more than they do, there's an impression people have that we have a more substantive choice than we really have. And when I look at the third party candidates, I wasn't inspired by any of them either. I've never really been keen on the Greens. I think that they're too college campusy. I don't think they reach enough to working people. And the other options I saw in Indiana are not much better. We could do a whole episode on why I don't like the Green Party.
Could I? So you're touching on all these things that they kind of secretly agree on, or don't, that they'll avoid talking about, maybe even in some cases. So sometimes they're overstating differences that they're not really committed to, and then also there's times when they agree when they won't talk about on those agreements because those agreements are generally repulsive to most Americans. But Medicare for All was like 80% of Americans wanted it for a hot minute there, and it was framed as a socialist, communist, crazy thing, and for a while, Bernie was pushing for it, and he was getting nothing but pushback. Next time around, there's a whole line out the door of candidates saying, "Oh no, I'm also for that, but I'm the right color or gender in the moment, or I'm younger." Right? There's all these other candidates pushing for Medicare for All. You just put a piece out with Sublation Media. I got a chance to look at that the other day, Benjamin. And I think what you're basically detailing here is that all of them walked it back. Could you maybe say something about that as well? Yeah. Is it, and I guess I'll turn slogan. I guess I'll also just kind of, is this also part of why you're so disillusioned at the moment? Yeah.
Yeah, they used the slogan as a cover for various other kinds of healthcare plans. So they tried to be deceptive. They tried to use the fact that this was a popular slogan to get people to support other things apart from single payer. And that was just about everybody in that primary apart from Sanders. It was Warren, it was Harris, it was Buttigieg particularly. All of them did this, where they came out at various points for Medicare for all, but really they were talking about Obamacare reforms, and it was deceitful. And they did often use the identity markers as a way of trying to get away with it. For me, the healthcare sector problem is not just another issue. This is a sector that's 17% of GDP in the United States compared to 9, 10% of GDP in many European countries, sometimes 11. There's no reason why we should be spending, not just as a government, but as a society, this much of our very, very high output. We're a much richer country than many of these European countries on healthcare. And too much of it is going to healthcare administrators, too much of it is going to insurance bureaucrats, and patients are paying too much and being not getting covered and having to do without, and scared that if they go, that they're going to receive a gigantic bill, the likes of which they've never seen. And this, I think, is not just another issue. For me, this is a core issue that really determines my political orientation. If somebody can look at what's going on with the healthcare sector and go, that's not really any different from any other issue, I'm not confident that that person will be able to take on the healthcare sector. Because if you want to defeat the healthcare sector, which controls an enormous amount of GDP in the country, you have to have this as your core priority. It has to be the thing you center. You have to have a very clear vision for how you want to take it on. And so for me in 2020, that was a piece of why I couldn't get behind any of the other candidates except for Sanders. Sanders was the only one who had a clear plan to take on the sector as a sector, who understood it as a problem of taking on a sector, and who wasn't looking to use the slogan to hoodwink people. And that really shattered my trust, I think permanently and irreversibly, in all of those Democrats, and in not just them, but in all the people who endorsed them and supported them, that they would try to pull a fast one on the kids.
Yeah, I agree with your take on that. I really like Bernie. Been to a lot of I thought that the 2020 election process and the campaigning, it was quite intriguing. I was able to take my kids out and go see certain things and kind of get them opened up and enlightened more. And you don't have to agree with them. You have to go and listen to them and make your own choices. But I agree on the healthcare issue. I think as a basic healthcare system, we're treating it wrong. We're not treating it early enough. We're triage care much more than anything else, just because that's what our economic reality of that system takes us into. So it's those people who don't have healthcare that they basically wait until it's too late to really deal with things, and now they're in a very acute situation that they have to deal with, rather than maybe dealing with something earlier.
Yeah, I find that our conversation about healthcare kind of mirrors the conversation I had not so long ago with David Shields, the novelist and writer, who I think also shares a lot of the same general views that I have about healthcare, but doesn't prioritize it to the same degree that I do. So isn't as bothered about candidates like Harris, who have been back and forth on that issue. I think there's a generational gap there. I think for older people, healthcare is one of the issues, but not the issue in the way that it is for those of us who came out of the millennial left, the Bernie movement.
To her credit, though, she is seemingly in a more substantial way than Trump addressing the housing crisis, which is for our generation about as big a deal as the healthcare one. And like Harris, I forget what she said in the presidential debate, but she said something about like $40,000 or something to help people with getting their first home. And
down payment assistance was one of the things that she proposed.
That would make a big difference in my actual life, in a way where I'm like, oh, interesting. I understand there's all kinds of problems with this, and trust is a big part of the issue, but housing is one of the biggest complaints that I hear everywhere. And so I'm actually kind of surprised Trump didn't try to match her or say, I'll one up you. $80,000. He just let that one go. And I was like, that's interesting, Trump. The fact that he didn't try to outdo her on that one. I was hoping that they would try to do a little competition to see who could give us something better when it comes to housing.
No, he would say that he'll generate enough growth that the interest rate will come down, and that's how he'll help you. That'll be how he'll position it.
And
Coming from an economic background, and I work in the development industry. We need to get supply and demand issue addressed to bring some of the prices back. Will it do all of it? Absolutely not. I think that there are some realities that have to come home to roost in terms of the pricing. The house that we're living in, I look at on Zillow, the estimated price. Like, you got to be kidding me. There's no way. I feel for the younger generations, and we've got to figure out a way to do it. So I work in land development, and yeah, we've got to figure out a better way to do it.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think that there is a fundamental question of development that neither campaign has really dealt directly with. You can subsidize demand with a down payment program. You can claim that you're going to produce a fantastical level of economic growth that you almost certainly, in fact, cannot deliver. But I don't think either of those strategies really cuts to the root of the housing crisis in the country.
Mm-hmm.
Since I know that we'll get to have Dave and my dad, the two dads, back in the future, and that both of them will, without doubt, listen to at least the first 3 episodes of our podcast, I kind of want to, in our wind down here in the last 10 to 15 minutes, touch on a couple things. I bring you both into dialogue on a couple things, but one in particular that I'd like to just put on the table as a strong thesis is to say that there is a chronic crisis for American democracy, and that the way is shut. And that's the name of Benjamin's book. So yeah, that we're actually at a deadlock right now, and that it doesn't matter who wins next week, it doesn't matter if there's a realignment on either of the two sides or on both sides, or it doesn't really matter. There might be little things that matter locally. There might be little things that can happen from the top down that could be beneficial from either of the two sides. But ultimately, the way is shut. And I have read that book, at least in the sense of a first pass. I do aim to reread it in the near future. And then, of course, Benjamin's got another book coming out soon. But I want to focus on this one. And for the listeners of this podcast who haven't read it, including, of course, Dave and Carrie, I want to give you, the floor just for a minute or two, or 5, whatever, Benjamin, to kind of make your case to Democrats and Republicans of America. Why is the way shut? And what do you think we need to do about it?
It's very kind of you to mention my book. I think that over the last 50 years, really even longer, 70 years, since World War II on, there has been an attempt to reopen capital mobility to make it easier to trade, to move money and goods and people around the world. And I think that territorial states that are locked in place have been forced to compete for money, to compete for investment, to compete for workers, and that this has put pressure on those governments and forced them in various ways to make policy which makes them attractive destinations for investment, that make them attractive to very rich people and transnational corporations. This has gradually eroded the tax base. It's gradually stifled wage growth. It's made it very difficult to fund public services, healthcare, education. It's made it hard to sustain our infrastructure. It's made it hard for us to invest in the future and to sustain a vibrant university system, vibrant research program. And I think that this is something that can't really be solved without doing something at the global level to get some control over these flows. And what I'm seeing from politicians is a lot of avoiding that question and a lot of blaming different groups of people. And in the case of the Republicans, there's blaming immigrants, there's blaming minorities, there's blaming other countries like China for this situation, which of course China is also subject to, and China also is harmed by. And then from the Democrats, there's this tendency to blame the Republicans, to blame the fascists or the white supremacists, the deplorable people, the bigots. And I think that this blame game that's being played has prevented us from really grappling with the problem that has set in over the course of what is, for many people, their entire lifespans. I think at this point, we have a person whose life began when this problem started, is about ready to collect Social Security now. And it's just slowly gotten worse over time. And as it gets worse, it subjects people to enormous amounts of stress. I think many people have a harder time finding a good job with good pay in their field, in a field that interests them. They're having a harder time buying a house. They're having a harder time affording children. They're having a harder time starting a family. And the message that's coming from the politicians is blame other people, blame the people in your family, blame the people that you love, hate those people, target them, bully them, cut them out of your life if they are on the wrong side. And I don't see this as getting to the bottom of it. And I don't see this election as getting to the bottom of it, which is why initially I said to Dave, shouldn't we start this podcast after the election? Because really, is there anything that I can say about the election that will do anybody any good at all? And Dave said, no, we have to start it before the election. Are you crazy? The algorithm, it needs that. And I said, okay.
It's not just the algorithm. It's also, but you're right. But it's also, look, we've got people in our audience who are feeling very strongly, very, very strongly. A couple people said they're voting for Trump out of spite. I've got other people who are saying they're voting against Trump because he's a misogynist. I've got people who are saying that everything is on the line. I've got people in my life, not necessarily in the chat, saying, yeah, nope, this is fascism. And in fact, at TUCon over the weekend, one of the presenters was saying, no, when it comes down to it, there's fascism, and then there's everybody against it. And Trump does represent some kind of resurgence of fascism. And I guess my question then for you, Benjamin, would be, so even in the early days of Trump, did you not see his sort of, I guess, with Bannon in the cabinet, did you not see this as like a response to that situation with global capital flows that you're describing?
Well, I think that the alt-right has a theory of what is to be done about it. But as we saw in practice in the Trump administration, its willingness to go through with the theory is limited. And I also think that if one were to act on the theory, the consequences would be quite severe. If you do what they say needs to be done, and you cut the trade ties, you cut the population mobility, you try to restore the power of the nation state and go it alone and abandon the alliances abroad, abandon the global system, and try to do it yourself, I think what will happen is, for one, you'll disrupt a lot of supply chains doing that, which will cause inflation. It'll cause the costs of goods and services to increase dramatically. And I think it puts us on a path that leads to sharper conflicts with other countries at a time when we have extraordinarily developed militaries, these states, with nuclear weapons. It creates a path to conflict with China across time to have that kind of position. And that's not to say that that is, in fact, what the Republicans believe, because in practice, when they got into office, after talking and talking and talking about that, really what they did was very limited. The deportations that Trump did in the previous administration were much more limited than he claimed that they were. The tariffs that he put on imports were much less significant, much less effective, and much smaller in scope than he led people to believe, or people act as if they are. Indeed, during the first year of the COVID pandemic, Trump backed away from many of the tariffs that he had put on China, in part because he was concerned that weak economic growth that year would cause him to lose the election. And if you have this attitude that you can't have any period of inflation, you can't withdraw from the global system, because any attempt to seriously withdraw will generate a period of inflation. And I think this, and Trump has said many times, these tariffs, they won't be inflationary. I believe him when he says that, because they will never be significant enough to be inflationary. And indeed, the Republicans in the Senate and in Congress during the Trump administration repeatedly threatened to take away his power to tariff if he imposed tariffs that were large enough to have those effects. And it's still the same group of people in the Senate, especially, who would be dealing with him in another term. And I have every reason to believe that those people will have the same effect on him, if not him exercising the restraint himself because he's scared of the economic consequences. And I also think that we should also bear in mind that the many members of the military and the intelligence services have made it very clear that they would remove Trump in a military coup if he tried to establish himself as an authoritarian leader. We have quotes on the record from heads of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, from generals, from the leaders of the CIA, former directors of the CIA and FBI, who have described Trump as an enemy figure, as someone they regard as an enemy. There were many, many leaks during the Trump administration from bureaucrats, civil servants against his administration. So when people act as if Trump is going to be able to transform the state, I mean, he may well have that intention. He may well have that desire. Those may be his values. But to transform a democracy into an authoritarian regime, a leader needs support from other parts of the state. And the other parts of the state, including the Supreme Court, which threw out all of his challenges to the 2020 election, including many of the justices he appointed, threw out his challenges. We do not have a state where the parts of the state are interested in establishing Trump as a military dictator. And also Trump is almost 80 years old. This is not someone who can run the country for very long at all. And it's also not someone who is cognitively improving. This idea that he's learned a bunch of things and is going to be smarter, people don't get smarter at that age. That's not how it works. So I'm not concerned. And I do think that there's been a lot of fear mongering and a lot of scaremongering. And the one thing I would say to people is whatever it is that you're going to do, don't do it on the basis of fear. Moving in fear all the time in politics is not good, because people, especially social scientists, political scientists, people who come from my world, are very good at creating fear in you if you're open to becoming afraid. They're very good at using fear to get you worried or concerned about an outcome that really isn't very likely. And there has been a concerted effort in the media by both left liberal and right conservative media to create a climate of fear about what will happen. I saw somebody joke on Twitter that either one side is going to be put in concentration camps or the other side, and we'll find out in a week. It was tongue in cheek, because very obviously these things aren't going to happen. They're really not going to happen. And if you're sitting there thinking that they will, especially if you're young, you got to remember people say this stuff every cycle. They say this kind of stuff. And we used to make fun of it when they would call, Obama an Obamunist, a communist. And now many people on the left have lapsed into doing the same thing with the Republicans. They're believing the same kind of drivel about the Republicans that Republicans for so many years said about Democrats. And we could obviously tell that it was silly when they were saying it about Democrats. We ought to be able to tell that it's silly when it's said about Republicans.
All that, and you didn't even tell us why the way is shut.
Well, the way is shut because we are not able to elect or to install around the world all at the same time governments that can come together internationally and agree on a set of new rules for governing flows of capital. And if you try to withdraw instead of working together multilaterally, then you get inflation, you get capital flight, you get economic disruption, and your government is going to fall. It's going to lose the next election, or if it's an authoritarian country, it will be cooed out and removed. So you can't go unilaterally. And then multilaterally, there's this problem of coordination that nobody takes seriously. The United States cannot unilaterally change the way the world system works. There has to be sociable relations with the European Union, with China, with India, with other states, and some kind of possibility of coordination. And that really doesn't exist at the international level right now. And that has us on a path to a new Cold War with China. And this is true for both parties. Both parties have tried to build containment rings of allied states around China. And both parties, presidents of both parties, have tried to move trade gradually from China to these allied states, to Vietnam, the Philippines, to Indonesia, to India, in part to create alliances with those states for the purposes of containing China. That's the direction the world system is moving in. It's a direction which creates a possibility of war between the United States and China, and nobody's doing anything to stop that. indeed, many people are cheering it on. They're putting flags of the People's Republic of China in their profile, or they're demonizing the Chinese coming from the opposite direction. There's all this putting flags in the profile. It's part of what leads to war eventually. Taking sides in international conflicts instead of looking for ways to talk through them, work through them, and overcome them. This kind of talk, this kind of thinking leads to conflict. And you can invoke post-colonialism, decolonize, imperialism. You can invoke these things, but it doesn't make it any different because we're at a different moment in history where quite different things are happening. And this language from 100 years ago when the Ottoman Empire and Austria-Hungary were still around, it doesn't have anything to do with this. It isn't going to make any kind of difference to what's going on here. All it does is further the enmities that are emerging around the world that have a non-trivial chance in the years to come of getting people killed. The only sucker I have on that is that a lot of people at this point have an awareness that the world wars were absolutely terrible, horrific experiences that must not be repeated. And I think because many people have an awareness of that, that gives us some possibility of trying to work through this situation. But the thing is, a lot of people before the First World War wrote the same kinds of things about how we've got to solve this problem because it's going to lead to a conflict. We have these big, large states with competing for market share with each other, competing to add states in the periphery in the developing world to their empires. And this competition for states, for allied states, for market share, this dividing the world up into different distinct systems ultimately, which is where it goes, it leads to a lot of conflict and a lot of death and a lot of suffering. And we're not getting at any of that. We're not touching any of that when we talk about whether Trump's a fascist or whether Harris is a communist. None of this touches it. Well, there you go, Dave. You asked me questions that forced me to give my view.
Yeah, I'm reeling. I think I kind of expected something along those lines, though. Anne? Yeah. Oh, no worries. You just kind of triggered the chord there, and I lost the screen for a second, but we're good. By the way, Anne's here. I'm talking to your dad. Yeah, she says, I know. Oh, I don't know how that happened. Anyway, she's dealing with the cats right now. She just went outside to do that. As we wrap it up here, I guess we'll all get a chance here to say a couple things. I'll just say that World War III is a serious concern for me. I didn't think that would be the case back when I started becoming politically conscious. I've been pretty put off by the lack of an interest in diplomacy or a diplomatic attitude on behalf of both parties over the last 8 years. And I maybe you're getting at why, with structurally speaking, there's actual reasons and interests involved. It's dark though, because you're saying that people have this memory of World Wars I and II and how, we don't want to do that again, but I don't see that when it comes to Ukraine and Palestine and the opportunities that were seemingly there at various stages to try to smooth things over,
Americans don't take war seriously when Americans aren't deployed to the conflict zone. When it's somebody else's conflict, Americans put flags in their profiles and cheer for death. They become spectators at the Coliseum when there aren't American troops directly involved. And the people around the country know that. And they make a point to try to fight their conflicts with other countries' soldiers. They put our weapons in other countries' soldiers' hands so that the Americans will pick sides. That question that came up at the debate, who do you want to win? Like it's a football game, Ukraine or Russia. We want it to stop. And that was the moment in that debate where Trump gave the one answer that I thought was an interesting answer, the idea that we should want it to stop. And maybe we should end with that question. Is there a foreign policy difference? I'm not convinced that there is, but I have heard people in my life try to make the case that there is.
I would tend to believe that Trump is a little bit more on the protectionist end, and and looking at getting out of the wars. He touts that he got us out of conflicts, or didn't create new conflicts, and that's one of the strikes against Harris and the Democratic leadership, that we're involved in other things. I do think that there's some serious challenges out there, but I remember when I was graduating from college, and I thought that World War III may start then. I think it's a common occurrence as you're going through that quote unquote draft age. You get concerned when there's conflicts and things that are out of your control. Yeah, I remember being in tears one night over at a friend's house, that I just thought the worst thing was going to happen. I can't even remember what the conflict was at this time. Yeah, some of the difference that I've seen through the years is that the conflicts are not as readily they're more readily digestible in what's really going on. And back, if you look at Korea and Vietnam, you're starting to get more broadcasts of it, and people develop their opinions, and war is distasteful. There are better ways to solve things. Does it mean that we're always going to come to those solutions as easily as we may want? No, but it means that we've got to be able to talk to one another. And I think it's hard on the world stage to be able to do that. I understand that there's going to be difference of opinions, and I understand that there's going to be countries that feel that they've been pushed down, who want to rise up. And there's countries on top that the others want to knock down, or at least be on a level playing field. So I do think that the broadcasting of it and the understanding of what's going on in war really helps people make a better opinion about it. Yeah, it's easy for us as Americans to be able to say, oh yeah, well, that's going on over there. We're just going about our daily lives. But there, what's going on over in the Ukraine, and what's going on over in Israel, those are serious issues. And I'm hopeful, if Trump does win, hopefully he can get them resolved. We do need calmer heads to prevail, so they don't escalate into something much worse for everybody.
Well, yeah, one thing that you do see in issue polling is that the wars don't come up in issue polling. They aren't people's first priority or concern, which I think is understandable and fair. It's not in people's daily lives because we aren't deploying soldiers. It doesn't make the same impression that it would if we were.
Let me ask the two of you a question, because you're much younger than I, but I seem to recall when 9/11 happened, and I don't know how old each of you were at that time, but when 9/11 happened, there was a coalescing that came together. It didn't matter which side of the political spectrum you were on, but we as a nation had been attacked, and that's slowly eroded and dwindled, much to my dismay, and I think much to the dismay of many. That's kind of last time that I honestly do feel that we were brought together as a nation. It was I don't want to say inspiring. I think that's the wrong use of the word. It's a wrong way to describe it, but it was something that we can come together for a common issue. And I really have failed to see that since that happened. What's your recollection of that? I'm not sure what the ages of each of you are, but how do you recall it?
Well, apparently Benjamin was crawling around on diapers, reading The Week. Benjamin, you go first on this one.
Yeah, I remember watching it on TV in elementary school. I was 9, and they put it on TV, and we watched it in elementary school.
What do you recall your feelings being at that? What went through you being in elementary school? What were your thoughts?
Well, I remember thinking that it's a criminal act to murder a lot of people, but it wasn't committed by state actors. It was committed by a group of terrorists who had mainly Saudi citizenship, and yet these other countries were being invaded because it was alleged that they had in some way helped or abetted. I remember that Afghanistan offered to give up Osama bin Laden shortly before the invasion. That offer to give him up was turned down. I thought we got into a lot of quagmires because we wanted there to be a good and easy way of dealing with it, and there wasn't one available to us. The reason that the Saudis, not the Saudis, because the Saudi state did not itself commit the attack, but the reason why Osama bin Laden and Al Qaeda attacked us, we only very briefly discussed that. That there's this question about, do they hate us? Do they hate our freedom? Or do they hate our policy in the Middle East? And if they hate our policy in the Middle East, then there might be a way of changing or adjusting that. But I think that was only really discussed for a week, a month. And then very quickly it was decided that no, this is something that has to be answered with military force, with invading the territorial states. And now we're back in a situation where the Taliban is running Afghanistan. And in the case of Iraq, we now have a weak Iraqi state that is not able to counterbalance Iran in the way that it used to be able to do. So I think even from a kind of very narrowly American national interest standpoint, a lot of the stuff that we got rolling with during that time was counterproductive. We also spent a ton of money that we could have spent on infrastructure or healthcare, all kinds of other things. So while I recognize that a sense of unity and coming together would be a positive thing for us, I worry about that happening at the expense of people somewhere else. If we're coming together to fight somebody somewhere else, then we're coming together to be against something rather than for something. And that's why, for me, I liked Medicare for All as an issue that could maybe bring us together, but in a more positive way. Unfortunately, it didn't happen. We weren't able to get that done. So that speaks against my strategy and my approach. But that was what it was.
I do believe on the Medicare for All issue, we will ultimately get there. We're a slow-moving nation at times, but things have changed through my lifetime that I didn't think would happen, and I think we will get there. We're one of the last nations, capitalized nations to actually do that. I think we'll get there. I do hold out that belief. It's a slow-moving train.
Yeah. So, unlike Benjamin, I wasn't reading yet. And the weird part about that is that I'm older than him. But, I mean, insofar as I was reading, it was like, I could read a stop sign. I couldn't read a magazine, really. I was playing with Legos and running around in the woods and, doing stuff with my friends. I wasn't really conscious yet, more than a cow, probably. But I was... or maybe a dog or a cat, but I was, I completely, I had no references for what was going on, no context. And all I thought was oh, that's terrible. And yeah, terrorism is bad. Right. And it wasn't until years and years later that, WikiLeaks was a thing, and Bradley Manning released those videos of the guys in the helicopter gunning down unarmed journalists like it was funny. It was a game. And that was where I was like, oh, so what's going on over there? That's not cool. And, that started getting my attention. And of course, when you start going down that rabbit hole, you start looking into all kinds of stuff. It was a little late when I found out Bill Maher's response to 9/11, which was that we deserved it. And of course, that got him fired from where he was at the time when he said that. I forget where it was, but he got fired for that. And I at the time that I was going down this American Empire bad rabbit hole, I was like, yeah, we did deserve it. World trade is the problem right now, right? And sure, I might not agree with the people who did it, if it is who we are to believe did it. I don't agree with the reasons why they did it, but if those are religious reasons, for instance. But yeah, world trade right now is the problem. And that was, that perspective that world trade was an issue, globalization was an issue. That was a left issue before I was politically conscious. and it got abandoned by the left. It's sort of had its resurgence in the last few years, but in a very sort of Marxist Leninist, Gabriel Rockhill approach.
Allowing it to reappear as globalism, right? The right now talks about it as globalism, and whereas the left's response was often to find a way of reconstructing globalization to do it better, the right's response has been to undo it and revert.
Nationalism versus globalism.
That doesn't work.
Yeah.
That
100%.
doesn't work. You can have a view about changing how we do it, but at this point, we couldn't support the population of the world if we didn't have trade. We couldn't feed the world without an enormous amount of trade. We have a very, very large number of people at this point on this planet.
So I guess in close, because we're going to give you the floor to say your final thoughts here in a sec, Dave. I'll just say my thing. We've done, this is episode 3, and I haven't said anything about time energy. It's the name of my most recent book, and it's been the concept I've been developing since before my master's thesis. And so I'll just say, for me, it's not Medicare for all anymore. I went more universal and more bare bones with time energy, because Medicare for all can, okay, Dave, you have a lot of faith in the system apparently, or at least in humans working together. I saw what they did to Bernie, and I don't think I'll be deceived again. He was the only person genuinely pushing it, and I saw what they did to him both times. And so I'll just say I'm very cynical about Medicare for all, even though the public will, the general consensus is on its side. I'm very cynical, but even if it gets through, and this is part of something you get at in your book, actually, Benjamin, it'll just get rolled back, right? That's what they do. Every time anyone advances anything, it just gets rolled back 4 years later, right? And so it's like this back and forth that was supposed to stop serious change from the founding of the country is in place. Checks and balances make it this big circle jerk. And so, but, why would they want to roll it back? Why would it be rolled back? Profitability crises hardwired into the circuit of capital itself. That's where I want to come back to, is just to say that the circuit of capital is a problem. The state is its puppet. And I don't know what to do about that, because the old solutions to that problem don't look like the way forward, but I don't know what is. So that's going to be one of the sort of themes of this podcast. But the reason time energy is the thing for me and not Medicare for all is just that once people have the concept, there's no deceiving them that they could get it from the existing system, because it's defined as large energy infused repeatable blocks of reliable time between us. Some people take this, like Michael Downs in his upcoming book at TU, in a very extreme anti-work direction. And my heart goes out to that position, which is just to say, hey, jobs are brutal. They're killing people. It's sucking away our lives for what, and so the sort of anti-work position is a great response to the sort of workerist position. But my position on time energy is a lot more measured, and just I try to be as plausible as possible here. Mikey's asking for the sky, or demanding it, I should say. Whereas I'm going to say, I'm not anti-work. As Andre Gore says, I want us to be able to work better. Smarter, not harder. Machines need to do as much as machines can do. Work that has to be done, or that people want to do, should be redistributed to such an extent that doesn't become your defining identity. And people are able to be parents. People are able to have communities. People are able to do things together to discover and cultivate their talents and relationships in a way that we're not able to in a capitalist society. And so the reason that this concept throws a wrench into the situation is because it's obviously not, and never has been, on the political table. But why is it not? Well, because all of them presuppose capitalism, and capitalism presupposes everybody's large energy infused, repeatable blocks of time reliably between them is reduced to labor power. That there is no capital without surplus value. being squeezed out of the process, which is to say people work longer for less. That is where profit comes from most of the time, except for obviously ingenuity. And so I think that what it does is once people realize, oh yeah, maybe I would play the violin and learn 5 languages if I actually had time energy. Oh, but I can't have time energy. Oh, maybe I should stop beating myself up for all the things that I don't do. And I can start actually looking at the system and going, hey, it requires all of our time energy. Why is that? Why don't we do something about that? We want to talk about guardrails and regulations. Well, how about guardrails and regulations that free up our time energy so that we can actually be human again? That's fundamentally my position. And I do feel like the left-right divide, though there's a lot of important issues at stake, and a lot of them are forever issues that will never go away as long as people are around. I think everyone should be able to agree on time energy. And once people get thinking about what capital actually is, we just realize, no, that's not on the table, but it should be. Oh, but it would require a fundamental change in everything. Okay. But it's definitely a change that would also bring us things like healthcare for everybody. It's definitely a change that would bring for everybody the ability to go read their Bibles more, or spend more time with their kids, or go to church more, or have community gardens, or do weird hippie things, right? Like the fact is like anything you want to do, regardless of your cultural preferences, is something that would benefit from time energy. And so, yeah, I just thought I'd bring it up here in close, because I was like, well, we can't get into we can't have 3 episodes and me not touch on time energy. But yeah, that's kind of where
Dave.
Yeah.
I'm glad you brought it up. I think it is really the next step here. Medicare for all, for me, was a more concrete, more material, this will make a real difference in your life way of talking about the problems of capitalism. And time energy is a much more direct, much harder to mystify issue. The fact that Harris and Warren and Buttigieg could play all kinds of games with Medicare for all, they can't do that with time energy. Time energy is extremely material in a way that I think is very helpful and is an advance. And it's a big part of what I love about you and your project. It's Aristotle, but it's modern.
Oh, thanks. Well, anyway, that's a lot, Dave, and it's been an absolute delight to have you on. And I'm happy now that people who are starting at square one with what we're doing here at Why Left are going to have a sense for who we're talking about when we refer to the Democrats and Republicans in our lives, and that they won't just have some stupid caricature or stereotype in their mind, and that they've actually gotten a chance to hear you out, and that they can expect to meet you again.
Appreciate that. I'm looking forward to the holidays when we can get together and chat more. We can carry on the conversation over the table and hopefully not drive everyone else crazy as we have the other family members around. I enjoy the dialogue. I enjoy the debate. I enjoy the discussion. I always learn something more, and that helps my belief system modify over time. And it has modified over time. We're all just learning and growing and taking things in. Does it mean we change right away? Absolutely not. But I think there are a lot of things to be encouraged about, but there are some problems, and I appreciate the exposure that all these different ideas and the members in your listening audience, they have a lot of different things, and all those are worth listening to and having a calm, reasonable, rational discussion about. We can find solutions.
Thanks so much, guys.
Thank you.
All right, everybody. Take care.
We cannot do direct revolution, but the only way to lay the foundation for it is to do what you are doing to move the underground. It's a theoretically correct title.
Welcome to Theory Underground, a place for workers with earbuds who are tired of letting others read and think on their behalf, slipstreaming our way into an understanding of the situation that short-circuits the deadlocks of our moment.
Research at Theory Underground focuses on what is most important for understanding our current situation: theory of the subject, capital, time-energy theory, critical media theory, CMT, and the most essential critiques necessary for understanding why the theory, ideology, and common sense of influencers left to right misses the mark.
Theory Underground is coming to a city near you. What that has meant in the last year is traveling across the United States, into Canada, and then all over Europe to promote our books, courses, and ideas related to time energy and underground theory. You've been reading Underground Theory.
I'm a publisher and an editor. I run and review books. Literally, it's my living. This is the best edited collection I've ever read.
Okay, picture the scene. America, early 2021. An Amazon warehouse worker arises from the emerging underground theory internet scene to create spaces for untimely topics and concerns that are too often neglected or kept in isolation today. Joined by a revolving cast of underground theorists, academics, and critics, he establishes what will become Theory Underground, a teaching, research, and publishing platform by and for working-class intellectuals, autodidacts, and academics who want to do more than they're able to do within the confines of academia. That warehouse worker's name is David McKerracher, and his book Time Energy is his first major contribution to the world of theory. It was recently reprinted with a foreword by none other than Slavoj Žižek, who also contributed to Theory Underground's latest book.
My Bible, it's an excellent book.
A collection of essays called Underground Theory.
What you just heard is an excerpt from the Strange Exiles podcast, episode 23, where Bram from Strange Exiles interviewed me and Mikey. For those who don't know, Mikey is the author of the Dangerous Maybe blog. We are publishing one of his books here shortly at Theory Underground. He's also a lecturer at Theory Underground, and he's someone I've been friends and a collaborator with for over 10 years. But most importantly for you all, he's a fantastic lecturer, and it's a crime that he has to do wage labor right now. One of the long-term goals of Theory Underground has been now for a couple of years to hashtag free Mikey. That is something that I've been really pushing, but first I had to get freed from wage labor, which was achieved this year. That's right. Thanks to my monthly seminar subscribers, I was able to quit Amazon and do Theory Underground full time. Now I'm announcing the next big phase of the plan, which is the Mikey Down seminar. What monthly subscribers to the Mikey seminar are paying for is a survey of philosophy, including deep dives into Zizek, Land, Lacan, Baudrillard, Bataille, Lyotard, and ultimately the whole history of philosophy.
We're trying to build like this ongoing seminar, right? And that's what I really like about this thing, where, you know, if I'm teaching a main text, that's something I got to focus on. I got to really, but the seminar thing, we can do this stuff all the time where we dive deeper into concepts, we dive deeper into certain, you know, sections of books or whatever, and we can really do this nuanced stuff.
I think that there's probably no better way for us to accelerate our learning in these areas than by slipstreaming Mikey. And that has been my belief for years and years and years now. It's official. You're able to help out. You're able to get involved. You're able to benefit directly from liberating him from wage labor. Get on it right now. Do it. Just go. Stop what you're doing. Go click the button, subscribe. This is what you do. Subscribe to him. If you're already signed up for the ongoing Theory Underground seminars, then that's the ones that I do with my wife, Anne. Though that's getting an upgrade, which means that I will be doing one session per month that is just me, and then I will also be doing the ones with Anne, which are a crash course in sociology, anthropology, the social sciences, and ultimately Marx, Heidegger, Levinas, Bourdieu, imminently critiquing pop psychology, sociology, self-help, and ultimately the doxa of our time. But if you would like to be a subscriber to both Mikey's seminar and the seminar that the Snellgrove McKerrachers are doing, then the best way is to become a Tier 4 subscriber, or you can be a Tier 2 subscriber to each of us. The reason this matters is because Tier 2 is like pretty much the best bang for your buck. It gives you huge discounts on all of the courses that we do. But if you can't afford it, Tier 4 is amazing because it gives you Tier 3 access at both Mikey's seminar and ours.
And finally, not everybody has time to be part of these ongoing research seminars, and they just want to fund the paid content for the YouTube and podcast. And so thank you so, so much to our patrons over at Patreon. They're the ones funding all the free stuff. So big thank you to Bert, Marilyn, Carl, Sahil, Zozandra, Nikolai, Darian, Tyler, and Mandeep, and all the other wonderful Patreon people. And thank you to all the other wonderful Patreon people. Thank you so much to all of you patrons, and also to the special subscribers and the paying subscribers. Oh my God, it's just so awkward. Thank you, patrons. Okay. And to all the other wonderful patrons, thank you so much, all you patrons. And also a special thanks to the subscribers on the YouTube side, as well as the paying subscribers over at Substack. Why can't we do this? God, you guys,
Please.
just thank you. Thank you, everyone, for making this bullshit possible. Thank you to the subscribers. You do it. You did so good. Thanks, guys.
Folks, this is not working right. There we go. All right, there I am. I just want to say a couple things in close. This is obviously not an episode. This is not recording. This is something that I'm saying just for the people who actually sat through the PSA. There's some people who were saying in the chat that this is not something that exists anywhere else on the internet, that we're doing a kind of work that is absolutely necessary. 27 of you are still in the audience at the time that I'm speaking. A couple of you might have kind of just tuned out for the PSA because it's commercial, even though it's a commercial that I made by hand. It's a commercial, so it's not something, but we've all learned to tune out commercials. But what I wanted to say is, like, if you actually paid attention to it, there was this whole thing about the seminars, about Mikey's got a seminar, I've got a seminar, there's a Snellgrove McKerracher seminar. It has deep dives that I'm leading in sociology and critical theory, the stuff that I do with Anne, stuff that I'll be doing with my other graduate students. Did I say my graduate students? That's not what I meant to say. Anyway, other students. And then we've got Mikey's seminar. Well, in the very near future, there's going to be a couple more seminars, as well as a whole year for 2025 of amazing deep dive and intro level courses at TU. For those people who are saying that this whole thing that we're doing, no one else is doing it, the courses and the ongoing research seminars, that is the absolute most important part of it to me. Because on this question of why left, it is a research question. Is the future, when we're talking large-scale structural change, is that future left? Or is there some other way to work with the overwhelming majority of humans towards genuinely universalist goods that help us be more authentically particular or particularist? Are there universal goods that help us be more authentically particularist? I think so. Benjamin thinks so. We agree on this much. We might have our questions about everything else, but we agree on that much. If you agree on that much and you want to support us, then there's various ways to do that. The Patreon is one, but the Substack increasingly is going to be a big one. But that's for people who just want access to the full episodes after the fact. That's not the same thing as like wanting to actually roll up your sleeves and do the research with us. If you want to take these intro level courses, if you want to do the deep dives, if you want to attend the ongoing research seminars that happen on a monthly basis here at TU, don't wait any longer. Go become a subscriber today, because the people who become subscribers now are going to save a lot of money and have access to all kinds of stuff that's going to be a lot more expensive in the near future once we roll out the new website that is costing me $900 per week right now to have built. That's right. I'm spending $900 out of pocket right now to build a website. And I'm a former Amazon worker who's only been freed by the fact that people are taking these courses and supporting me with the monthly subscriptions. And in the last 8 months, I've been able to save up my own money to be able to pay the web programmer as much as I am paying to build the framework. The framework is going to have affordances that no other website has ever had. There are things that we're doing that no one has ever done. There are a lot of things coming out of this very fertile ground that we've cultivated. If you want to be here in the beginning, now's the time. And so with that, I want to say thank you, everybody, for joining tonight. It's not just commercials. This is the bread and butter. It's what makes this thing work. And Benjamin Studebaker's endorsement of TU and time energy theory and the way that we all got to know him over at TUCon and now doing this podcast with him, it's just the beginning. There's so much cool shit in the works. Thanks, everybody, and have a great rest of your nights. Peace.